A very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome wherever you may be listening around the world for a very historic day in cricket and in women's cricket. The first ever Test match at Lord's, women's Test match, that is, of course, 140 odd years after the first men's Test match at the home of cricket, and England are hosting India. It's the 154th women's Test match in total. And England have a fairly dismal record. In the 15 matches between these two countries, England have just a solitary victory. India have won 3, and there have been 11 draws alongside me. Georgie Heath for the first half hour. Georgie, it's the word historic. We should have a fines box every time as we use the word historic. But it is a very, very special occasion indeed. And it comes just over 48 hours after England lost the T20 World Cup final, so they've had to pick themselves up quickly.
Yeah, I mean, what a week it has been for Lords. The World Cup final on Sunday, and now the first ever women's Test match here just a few days later. So pretty cool week for women's cricket and just the global game in general. We've seen some of the previous members of the England teams out there today ringing the bell. It's absolutely glorious day overhead. It's quite well populated as well, especially in the members ahead of us. Nice pastels. I've seen a lot of hats. It was quite busy on the Jubilee line as well, which in this sweltering heat was not quite what the doctor ordered. But you know what? I will take it if it means that there's lots of people coming to watch a Test match at Lord's.
It is fantastic, absolutely brilliant. I must say the grandstand is very well populated. The top deck is not open today, but I have to say the pavilion is very, very well populated. I've seen it less well populated for, dare I say, for men's one-day internationals and men's Test matches, and there were some question marks about how many members might turn up, but the pavilion is very, very well populated. Over 40,000 tickets have been sold. Most of them, almost half, have been sold for tomorrow, so we're expecting close to 20,000 for the second day of this Test match on Saturday. Going to be Lauren Bell to bowl the first over for England. Nat Skipper-Brunt won the toss and decided to bowl first. What did you make of that? She said she wanted to see her bowlers with the suns on their back nice and early.
Yeah, I like that from Nat, actually. Got herself 2 slips in as well. Got really strong bowling attack. The likes of Lauren Bell, she's really well suited to red ball cricket. We saw it when she played her very first Test match as well. And then the likes of Izzy Wong, she's only played 1 Test match, but good pace. Didn't get too much of a go in the T20 World Cup as well, but it'd be nice to see her back in action with the red ball as well. And then quite a few spinners in this English side as well, including Sophie Ecclestone, of course.
2 slips, Nat Skipper-Brunt and Heather Knight. Oh, and the first delivery from Lauren Bell goes past the outside edge of Smriti Mandana's bat, and well, that's a very encouraging start for England. I have to say, there will be a lot of speculation about how the pitch behaves after the men's Test match against New Zealand 6 weeks ago, when it really did misbehave considerably. But actually, that's a jaffa from Lauren Bell. That is just shaped in and left Mandana's bat off the outside edge and off the pitch, and that one is punched off the back foot by Smriti Mandana through the offside, and there's a chase on. They head out for the first couple of runs. And Smriti Mandana, one of the all-time greats in the Indian game. I think India would be perfectly happy to bat first, to be honest. I think they'll be delighted to have the sun on their backs first time.
Yeah, well, they're very used to it, aren't they? I feel like, actually, we've had this heat wave forever, so maybe we're used to it now as well over in England. But yeah, it'll be nice to them to get out in the middle. Someone like Smriti Mandana, she's played so much cricket. 300th international match for her today.
Here's Lauren Bell again, and looks for the full length delivery, full and straight, and they're clipped out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder. Let's go around the field. Is that Tammy Beaumont patrolling the covers? An unmistakable 5'4" of her. We've got Nat Skipper-Brunt and Heather Knight at slip, and in the gully is that trying to work out who that is. And
I think it's Maddie Villiers.
Maddie Villiers on debut.
Keep an eye on her. One of the best fielders around.
Bell in once again, full and straight once again, whipped off her pads by Mandana down towards long leg, and they're through for a single. Maddie Villiers making a debut at 27. That's interesting.
Yeah, well, she was in and around this England side a lot back in the Ashes 2019. So she was in and out of the England side, and then she got dropped from the England. She's done really well domestically, and obviously with the change that's gone on in the England domestic setup in the last couple of years, county cricket, and then obviously the introduction of the 100 and everything that's gone on there, and she's performed well. And that's something Charlotte Edwards did when she came in to take charge of this England side. She really wanted to look at performances at domestic level, and then, you know, there was competition for places.
Shuffly Verma on strike now, drives lavishly at her first delivery and misses outside the off stump, taken by Amy Jones. A third slip has been added for the right-hander.
Something I cannot wait to see is the match-up again between Shafali Verma and Sophie Ecclestone. A couple of years ago, when they played the Test match over here in England, it was played out for a draw. There was a bit of yapping at each other, and Shafali Verma was very young at the time, and she very much gave it back. So it was a little spice in that Test match.
That's interesting. It's Alice Capsey who's in that third slip, by the way. There's also cover, catching extra cover, and that's a flick off the pads by Shafali Verma. It will be a leg by. India losing the toss, being asked to bat first, and moving on to 4 without loss. Good-natured banter, no doubt.
Always good-natured banter. No, it was exciting though, I think. You know, Sophie Ecclestone, she's still pretty young too. She's one of the best bowlers in the world, of course, and then Shafali Verma, the youngster coming into the side, very much held her own. So that first over going for just the 4 runs. I nearly said the H word there. I nearly said the historic word. I was going to have to put some money in the jar.
I think we give ourselves at least the first session, if not the first day, because it is historic. And it's a very, very special a moment. There's been an awful lot of events, commemorative events taking place in the Lord's Pavilion. A couple of portraits, new portraits, have been hung up in the pavilion. Right, so going to be Lauren Filer to bowl the second over. I thought it might be Easy Wong actually, because she was down at fielding at long leg, but maybe she's just getting the boundary riding duties, and it will be the second of the 2 Laurens. Lauren Filer to bowl the first over from our commentary end, from the nursery end, and it's Shafali Verma on strike, the right-hander. There's a short leg in. Is that Tammy Beaumont? I think it is, under the helmet there at short leg. 2 slips a gully, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and the first delivery is steered away into the gully, and very nicely fielded by Maddie Villiers, diving away to her right.
Yeah, you're always going to have Tammy Beaumont in at short leg. She's about 5 foot on the dot, so it doesn't have to bend down as far. And actually, in her past, was a gymnast as a youngster, and one of the reasons she's so short was that she had a lot of food intolerances when she was really young. So she actually just didn't grow as much because there was a lot of stuff she just couldn't eat. And so then she took up gymnastics, was a really good gymnast, and then became an incredible cricketer.
Here is Lauren Filer. And edge gone! Jones, Amy Jones takes the catch, diving away to her right. Shafali Verma's gone. England have the early breakthrough, and it's Lauren Filer with a beauty, angled in. Shafali Verma had to play at it. It was heading towards the top of off stump. It was an absolute beauty from Lauren Filer, and it's a good catch from Amy Jones as well. She would expect to catch that 19 times out of 20, if not 99 out of 100, but it was a good catch nonetheless, diving away to her right in front of first slip. Wouldn't have carried to Nat Skipper-Brunt. Oh, what a start for England, and what a beauty from Lauren Filer.
Yeah, excellent bit of work from Filer. Just tucked up Verma, who's unable to get off the mark just yet, and she likes to get going quickly, does Shafali Verma, so she would have been slightly frustrating, just nipping back. And Amy Jones almost going the wrong way, stepping to her left, and then diving across to the right, takes it pretty easily in the end. And Verma goes for none from 4, and India find themselves 4 for 1. And this is the absolute dream start for England, and the dream start for Lauren Filer, who at times can be a little bit erratic with the ball. She can be expensive in white ball cricket at times, but I really like the way she can come and perform in Test match cricket, really get into a spell, use that express pace when necessary.
I'm still, excuse the pun, digesting the concept that Tammy Beaumont is short in stature because she didn't eat. My goodness me, she had food intolerances, and well, I tell you what, she's made up for it. One of only 2 England batters to score 100 in all 3 formats, and one of only 5 in the history of the women's game to score 100 in all formats. Also that 208 she made in the 2023 Ashes. So is that the only double 100 in Ashes history for England?
For England, yeah. We just don't talk about Elise
Yeah,
Perry.
right.
we just push that one to the side, thanks. That was actually a sensational test match. 5 days as well at Trent Bridge. I think record crowds there. Obviously, Ash Gardner coming out with the player of the match plaudits at that time, and Australia taking the points.
Here's Lauren Filer to the new batsman, Yastika Bhatia. She's a keeper, but we don't think that she'll be taking the gloves when it's India's turn to field.
Always nice, though, to have a plethora of keepers in the locker, just in case. England have got Amy Jones behind the stumps, but they do know that Alice Capsey can also keep, and Tammy Beaumont if required.
Here's Lauren Filer, and that is chopped away out towards cover point. Lovely piece of fielding, diving away to her left. It's Alice Capsey at cover point. Georgie Heath, you mustn't feel bad about correcting me. I will make errors. You know, I've done 390 odd test matches, men's test matches, and this is my first women's test match. And I'm nervous, and I said batsman, didn't I?
I was very kind, and I quietly wrote it down.
Exactly, and I apologise in advance if I make that mistake again. There will be no third man, though.
No.
It's Yastika Bhatia is the new batter outside the off stump. Nice leave, left alone outside the off stump. But I feel very, very much like I'm the newbie here. I'm joining you rather than you joining us for this historic test match.
No, there it is again.
We'll get lots of historics in.
I feel like we kind of have to just get it out the system early. Just keep saying it. Just get rid of it.
I think it's going to take a while. I think because it is so historic. Here's Lauren Filer to complete the over. 2 slips of gully, catching extra cover, and it is driven away through past extra cover. Maddie Villiers. So 2 debutants today for England, Alice Capsey and Maddie Villiers. Both bowl off spin, but both very much in the all-rounder category. England winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, and Shafali Verma is the early casualty. 0 from 4 balls. Absolutely glorious, glorious day. And the grandstand is filling up impressively away to our right. There's 2 people in the Allen stand, just to the left of the pavilion as we look. So I thought it might be closed because it is being refurbished at the moment. Maybe they've just snuck in there to have the stand to themselves. But
yeah, still practicing social distancing all these years later. I'll have a stand to myself.
Tell you what, it was a good turnout in the corporate hospitality boxes in the grandstand away to our right as well, but also in the mound stand away to our left. Lauren Bell begins her second over. That's down the leg side, flick and a miss from the Yastika Bhatia, and it's taken behind by Amy Jones. It really is a glorious day. The temperature's forecast for the mid or low 30s throughout the 4 days. It's going to take its toll. There's one debutant for India, but apart from Heather Knight and Nat Siva Brunt, who've got 12 dozen test matches between, there's very, very little experience of multi-day cricket on either side. That one is clipped away by Bhatia to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's Maya Boucher in there at short mid-wicket, another one of the great fielders in this English side. She's had a great time with Hampshire recently as well, scoring runs for fun, and actually even been warding off pigeons on the field, sort of taking up the pigeon wafting. I think it got nicknamed Gary, actually. You know, and it just won't go. You know, you get some grounds. Have you ever been at the MCG when the seagulls just descend later on?
Adelaide's a big one for that as well, isn't it? Here's Bell once again, driven sweetly away through mid-wicket. There's a chase on for Boucher out towards the mid-wicket boundary, but she'll be overtaken. And is that Izzy Wong out there? It's Lauren Filer that mid-on, chasing out towards the boundary. Right, let's run round the field here. I'm just gradually working out who's where. I've got the Nat Sibber-Brunt and Heather Knight. They look like fixtures, the seniors in the team at first and second slip. That's is that Maddie Villiers in the gully? It is. That's Yorker, and it's steered away down towards the third boundary, and it will reach the boundary. First of the Indian innings, and they move on to 7 for 1. That was actually a excellent delivery from Lauren Bell, looking for the Yorker, but nicely played by Yastika Bhatia, opening the face of the bat and steering it deliberately between second slip and gully. So who are the regulars in the covers then? You've mentioned a couple of... Where does Sophie Ecclestone position herself? And I wonder whether she'll get an over early on. It looks like a decent... She's at mid-off.
Yeah, got a good arm on her as well, just Sophie Ecclestone.
Here's Lauren Bell from the pavilion end again. Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before. That might not be too far away. Well, they're considering a review, but it's early days. Lauren Bell, a big in-swinger to the left-hander. I think it maybe swung too much.
Yeah, I think you might just be right there. This is why Lauren Bell's game is so well suited to the red ball game. And I think with that, actually, England are going to go for the review. Nat Sibber-Brunt sending it upstairs. England on the hunt for their second wicket here.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW.
I think it was swung too much. It was a really, really good delivery. Full and straight and swung into the left-hander. Yastika Bhatia now looking at the big screen with some concern. I think she's going to be okay. It was given not out, so even if it is just clipping leg stump, and I...
Ball looks close to the back. Can we go through to ultra edge, please?
Here we go. Third umpire is James Middlebrook, and it might be a bit closer than I thought. What do you think?
It's tight, isn't it? I think
impact on pad.
It could just be sliding down and moving enough, but if it's going to be anything, perhaps umpire's call.
It
so
needs to be hitting more than 50% of the leg stump, and that's a lot closer than I originally thought. It seemed to be swinging too much to me, and it is clipping. It is clipping the leg stump, but that's not going to be good enough for Lauren Bell. That's an absolute beaut of a delivery. It's one of those ones, if the umpire had given it out, you'd say, well, fair enough. But it's just clipping leg stump, so England will retain their review.
umpire Anna Harris and Sue Redfern overseeing proceedings today.
That's Anna Harris at the pavilion end, isn't it? And Sue Redfern at square leg. Well, that's a let-off for Yastika Bhatia. It was a very, very fine delivery from Lauren Filer. Big swing. I wasn't sure whether it was a swingy morning. It is quite humid, and there's a certain amount of kind of overhead haziness rather than cloud cover. That's clipped lovely, clipped away beautifully off her pads by Yastika Bhatia out towards the square leg boundary, and it's reached the boundary running up the hill to the grandstand. It's a beautiful piece of timing, but while the ball is swinging like it is, Lauren Bell is quite right to bowl this length. We've had a lot of feedback already from on the chat panel. Starting at the top, Matthew Hutchinson says, listening from Adelaide, let's hope for a great day of test match cricket. And Umesh Patel says, excellent move by talkSPORT, highly appreciated, good commentary team. Jessica listening from Melbourne. And Catherine Johns, so good to hear you on commentary again. Manners. Thank you very much indeed, Jessica. That's Catherine, very, very kind of you. And True Saintly says, rough start for India. They could do with a win given how their T20 series is going. That was a surprise, wasn't it? Especially when the ICC went to all that trouble of arranging the semi-final that India was supposed to be in for a convenient viewing time. Anyway, don't grimace, Georgie. Make me nervous. Down the leg side, flick and a miss from Smriti Mandana. She's on 3-15 for 1, India.
I feel like with our audience, it's not necessarily a cauldron I want to stick my oar in, actually, that one. Yeah, India women obviously not making that semi-final in the end, losing to Australia here at Lord's, and then India men struggling in their T20 series against England after losing 2-0 to Ireland as well. So Yeah, a few talking points perhaps there on the men's side.
Struggling is really kind of you. They're being hammered, the Indian men. It's extraordinary. Here's Lauren Filer once again. She too bowling full and straight. Clipped away to Tammy Beaumont at short leg. Lovely piece of fielding from the veteran. Is that fair enough? It's 35 veteran?
Until I'm 35, I'm going to say yes. Once I hit 35, I'm going to say mere youth. But also playing in her last ever international game here, Tammy Beaumont. She's been part of this England side for such a long time. Obviously, been out of the T20 squad for a while now, been playing ODI, and she said, you know, she just doesn't have the fight to try and get back into those international sides again. So this will be a last game for her.
Here is Lauren Filer once again. This one holds its line up the hill and is nicely played by Mandana defensively out into the offside. 35's the age, isn't it? Ben Stokes, same thing. Just lost that little bit of fire, although there may have been a few other elements in his retirement. Into the fourth over here at Lord's in the first ever women's test match. 50 years to the summer after the first women's one-day international. Rachel Hayhoe-Flint's lifelong campaign to have women's cricket recognised and treated seriously by the male-dominated environment. That one's down the leg side from Lauren Filer, taken by Amy Jones. Of course, they may have played a one-day international in 1976. They weren't allowed into the pavilion, let alone use it. Where did they change? We should ask Raf that.
We should. We'll wait for that one.
Raf will know.
Make note. Ask Raf where they got changed.
Dr. Raf Nicholson's part of our commentary team, and she is one of the leading, if not the leading, historian about women's cricket. Outside the off stump here, she's overcompensated. Has Lauren Filer outside the off stump and left alone.
She's got a book out as well, hasn't she, Raf? Women in White. I think I've got to get my hands on one of them, and signed by the author.
Her first book was Ladies and Lords, A History of Women's Cricket in Britain, and this one, her latest release, the Women in White, History of Women's Cricket in England, and particularly with an emphasis on the history of, well, it includes history of the Women's Ashes as well. That trophy created in 1998. That's down the leg side, pulled away very firmly, very quickly and very efficiently by Smriti Mandana, but just a single down to the long leg boundary. That wasn't a great delivery from Lauren Filer. Do you know what? She started off with a really accurate first over, and then you said she can be a bit erratic. Now she's just proving it for you.
Yeah, I think this is what happens as well with the express pace, and that's why she sort of couldn't cement her place in an England side at times, because they just don't want to leak those kind of runs. So in a test match, you know, she can get into her rhythm. I mean, this has only been a no ball and a single from her, I guess.
Down the leg side once again from Lauren Filer, and she's frustrated and letting it be known that that wasn't her intention. But Lauren Filer, a very, very fine start, 1 for 3 in 2 overs, and India being asked to bat first, 17 for 1. I have to say that the pitch is doing a bit. There's a couple from Lauren Filer have held their line and even nipped up the slope, but it's not quite as spicy as it was for the men's test match.
No, that was on a somewhat, you know, Scotch bonnet kind of level spicy. I think today we're just looking at a bit of pepper. Still too much for me. I can't do it. I actually don't own a pepper grinder.
You're truly missing out then if you haven't developed a taste for the king of spices.
I can't do it.
Freshly ground black pepper
No.
on scrambled eggs are the only way to start the morning with a nice coffee. India, 4 overs gone, 17 for 1. Is Lauren Bell really known as the Shard?
No. It was one of those things, it sort of became a rumour and then it stuck.
Yeah.
And I think she did clear it up earlier on this year that one of her teammates said it, and then it just became a thing, and then everyone just started calling her it.
When I read that and I thought, I've never heard anyone call her that. That's full from Lauren Bell, and driven through extra cover, the shot of the morning from Smriti Mandana. That was how handsomely dispatched away through extra cover. It was a long half volley, to be fair, from Lauren Bell, but you still got to put them away. 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, someone like Smriti Mandana is not going to miss out on those. She's so strong through that offside, just opens the wrist nicely. She's got a beautiful looking cover drive, so it's a really strong scoring area for her. And Lauren Bell just a little too full on the half volley, and it's going to be easy pickings for someone of Mandana's experience.
I like the field though with the short catching mid wicket as well, and square leg in the mid arms. It allows her to bowl full and straight, and that's she does exactly that. Hits Mandana on the pads and trickles out towards square leg. Let's have you got all the fielders now? Can we run round? We've got the established Siva Brunt and Heather Knight at first and second slip. Mandy Villiers in the gully.
Yeah, Maddie Villiers at gully, and then we've got Alice Capsey at point, Sophie Ecclestone at mid-off. Who's up at mid-on?
Izzy Wong. Here is Lauren Bell again, but not quite drivable length, but full and straight and defended by Smriti Mandana.
I think it's Lauren Filer up at mid-on, and then we've got Maya Bouchier, and then down on the boundary is Izzy Wong. There's someone
Izzy
next to Sue Redfern, but I can't see because Sue Redfern's got a big hat on. And I think it's Tammy Beaumont.
It is Tammy Beaumont.
It's Tammy Beaumont.
Yes, little Tammy
It's
Beaumont.
Tammy Beaumont.
She's hiding behind Sue Redfern at square leg. I tell you what, though, there's a bit of movement from Lauren Bell in the air and off the pitch. Here she is again from the pavilion end. That's full and driven beautifully by Smriti Mandana, but only as far as mid-off. Do let us know wherever you're listening to this first ever women's test match. It's only the 154th women's test match ever played, and England have played over 100 of them, mostly against Australia. They are, I think, all the more reason to cherish women's test cricket because of its rarity and its exclusivity. We'll be talking throughout the course of the game about why it's been so difficult. Oh dear, Lauren Bell's bowled. That one's come out of the hand all wrong. I think that's come out the side of the hand. It's a wide outside the off stump, and Smriti Mandana wouldn't have been able to reach that one if she'd been paid extra to.
I think Bell sort of surprised herself there as well, actually. There was a bit of a squeal as she let go of the ball, so it's obviously just slipped out of the hand funny. Charlotte Edwards watching on from the balcony doesn't seem too worried about this. Yeah, it just slipped out of the side of the hand and off it goes. Amy Jones does well, actually, in the end, to stop it.
She's
flying
taken it
through.
somewhere between first and second slip on the second bounce. Here is Lauren Bell again, full and straight, and clipped off her pads by Mandana straight to square leg. And India remain 22 for 1. Lauren Bell none for 18 in her third over. She's bowled a bit better than that. But I suspect, I'd be surprised if India haven't decided just to try and get through the first session with as limited damage as possible. Izzy Wong presumably will bowl first change, but there's at least 3 frontline spinning options for England, but I'm not sure how much spin will be required. That's full and straight outside the off stump and driven through the offside for 4.
Again, that's just the class of Smriti Mandana. She's so well balanced, poised, and that is just her bread and butter. She's going to eat those up all day long. You can't bowl there to someone like Smriti Mandana.
And yet, there's swing, isn't there? So, you know, I keep thinking, well, it's understandable, it's justifiable to bowl full and straight while the ball is swinging, and they've got this field. They've got mid-on and mid-off and a short mid-wicket as well as 2 slips in a gully. So while the ball is swinging, that's a risky, it's a risk-reward situation, isn't it? Lauren Bell wants to get that ball swinging. Lauren Filer is going to bowl the next over, yeah. But I suppose, you know, that is the risk you take. While the ball is swinging, you don't want to be bowling back of a length and not allowing it to swing. India 26 for 1, asked to bat first, and very satisfied with their start so far. Here is Lauren Filer once again outside the off stump. That is just back of a length and defended by Yastika Bhatia. She's 11 off as many balls. Smriti Mandana has 12 off 16.
Yeah, just getting into their business now, these two. After losing that early wicket, you could well have the wobbles put on, but Shafali Verma back in the pavilion, and these two just rebuilding nicely. Smriti Mandana, she's been around long enough to not get flustered. As the sun has gone in, Manners, overhead, so slightly wispy clouds over Lords finally, so I don't think the temperature's dropped at all, but a slight relief from the blazing sun.
Down the leg side, Yastikabati gets an inside edge onto a thigh pad and deflects it away past Tammy Beaumont under the helmet at short leg. Yastikabati, who, as I mentioned, is a keeper by trade, but batting 3 here, 25 years old. This is her 4th test match. Experienced cricketer. Smriti Mandana, 29. This is her 9th test match, but she's played 120 ODIs and 171 T20s. So she's, you said, isn't it? It's her 300th international today. That's full once again from Lauren Filer, but heading down the leg side. And is it a leg by or an inside edge? Sue Redfern will let us know. Leg by it is. That's quite a number of games at the age of 29.
Feels like she's been around forever, doesn't it? But still only 29, Smriti. There has been talk, whispers perhaps, that one day she'll take over from Harmanpreet Kaur when she steps down. What might happen there? She obviously leads that RCB side, who've been back-to-back champions over in the WPL.
Here's Lauren Filer once again, and that's wide outside the off stump, and too wide really for Yastikabati to actually reach it. It can't be long before Harmanpreet Kaur does decide to step down. She's 37 years old now. Surprisingly, has only played 7 test matches, but of course became the first player, men's or women's, to pass 200 T20 internationals during the World Cup. That's an incredible record. I thought she would have played more test matches. Perhaps, or is that a choice thing, or is she not deemed suitable for the format? Steered away behind square on the offside. India played over 20 during the course of her career, and she's only played 7 of them.
Yeah, it does seem odd, doesn't it? She seems like a player that would step up in any situation, really, especially as captain. You'd think, you know, especially when they're so rare and you're given that opportunity to play red ball cricket. But there's also, you know, you think about workload, you think about injuries, anything that can force a player out of a game, perhaps.
Lauren Filer once again running away from us from the nursery ground and up to the crease now. Bowls full straight, clipped up towards wide-ish mid-on, straight to the field. We're talking about bowling options. India are 28 for 1 now. As I make way for Melinda Farrell, can you tell us, I suppose if Nat Sivabrunt, if there were doubts and questions about her fitness to bowl, she wouldn't have publicised them. She would have kept them fairly quiet. But of the bowling options for England, as I mentioned, 3 frontline spinners, and who amongst the seamers apart from Izzy Wong?
Yeah, so Izzy Wong, you'd imagine, would come in as that express pace change, and then you've got the likes of Maddie Villiers, you've got Sophie Ecclestone, obviously one of the best bowlers in the world. We've seen what she can do in test match cricket and with the white ball in hand, so you've always got that up your sleeve, and she can really rifle through many overs, just keep turning her arm over. She had to do it last time India were over in England. I think there was a lot of ice on the shoulders after a couple of days out in the field. It was tough times on the shoulder of Sophie Ecclestone. I don't think we're going to see Nat Sivabrunt with the ball in hand at all. She didn't bowl at all during that World Cup, was playing as a batter, and then also had to miss out on games through injury as well there. So when it comes to seamers, Lauren Filer is your next one off the rank, and you won't have Nat Sivabrunt in action, but the spinners will be into the party later.
Lauren Bell starts a new over, first ball's defended. Thank you very, very much, Georgie Heath, and of course Neil Manthorp. Melinda Farrell here, taking you through this next session of the morning, and I'm very, very excited to have 2 co-commentators alongside me. Well, I'm sort of excited to have Jarrod Kimber with me, but I'm very excited to have Dr. Raf Nicholson alongside as well. And Jarrod is holding up a book as Bell is in. It's full outside the off stump, and that gets past the point, field up. It's another boundary for Mandana. She is so strong if you give her any width, and that was over pitched as well. She just basically blocked the ball with the bat and off it straight to the boundary. Good morning, Raf.
Hello. Thank you, Jarrod, for waving my book in the air. the women in whites, available in all good bookshops.
I just assumed that was my free copy.
You probably should get a free copy, although maybe you know some of the information in it already, Jarrod.
Well, Bell starts with a little hop and in past the umpire. That's short and pulled. That's another boundary. So strong either side of the wicket, and that one sat up nicely. So Mandana, well, she now moves on to 20 off 20 balls, just giving her a little bit too much room either side of the stumps, and she is not going to waste those opportunities.
No, she's such a glorious player, isn't she, all around the wicket, and in ominous form early on. Interesting decision here by England to bowl first, perhaps unconventional decision.
Bell bowls around the wicket, and this time Mandana can't get it away, just plays it back down the pitch to Bell, who does her own fielding. Yeah, Jarrod,
What do women's teams usually do in test matches here, Raf? Do they bowl first or bat first? I didn't look at the data.
Very good, very good.
We can make that joke for days, and I will.
I was at a reunion of the first women's team to ever play at Lord's, which was obviously 50 years ago in an ODI. I'll resume that story in a second.
As Bell is in, bowls driven straight, but it's stopped at mid-off. So no run in the end.
And we showed a clip of the first ball, and there was England were fielding, and there was a misfield, and all of the rest of the team were joking and saying, "Glynis Huller, you were the first woman ever to misfield on the square at Lord's." So I thought that was quite funny. So we could have first dropped catch, first terrible bit of fielding, first hilarious parrying over the boundary in a women's test at Lord's. Let's go for it.
Well, Philo will be happy that Bell got to first full toss before her, but probably not as happy that she missed out on first wicket.
Bell over the wicket now to Bhatia. She's got her straight through. And England have their second. Well, Bhatia walks off a forlorn figure, but Bell joins the wicket taking, the second woman to take a wicket at a Lord's women's test.
Yeah, and she looks actually relieved because it's not been the most kind of tidy opening spell from her. She's obviously had a little bit of a torrid time in the World Cup. We're just seeing the ball again, and that is a lovely piece of bowling from Lauren Bell.
Yeah, she's got her feet confused here a little bit. She started to see the ball swinging back into her, which is what Lauren Bell does most of the time and has been doing today. And that ball, I think, when it's hit the surface, has just seamed away a little bit. It might just have straightened away from her. But Bhatia, her feet were all over the place. She really should have been playing that ball straight, and instead she was trying to hit it to the leg side. And when it went across her, she had nothing left. Quite a poor effort in the end, but it's a beautiful delivery there. And as you said, Bell's been bowling basically everywhere this morning. And sometimes when you face a bowler who bowls everywhere and they bowl you a cracker like that, it gets through you.
Well, it has to be remembered, we were discussing earlier before we came on, Raf, that the one selection that we thought England might have gone with differently was to rest Bell, because you think she was out here playing in a World Cup final just on Sunday, and a few days later she's out here for a 4-day test after having a really heavy workload.
I've been incredibly surprised actually, because she obviously played every single World Cup match and has been selected for this test match, and I did at the start of the summer I know England were very, very conscious about her workload. It's been an extraordinary few months for her. She's obviously a kind of key selection now in the WPL, then sort of comes straight off the back of that into England's, admittedly it was only a training camp, their series out in South Africa, but those matches were still very hard fought, but yet despite having the kind of backup of Lauren Filer and Izzy Wong in the World Cup squad, Lauren Bell did play every game, and she's playing here, and she is a phenomenal bowler for England in recent tests, so I suppose you can understand why they did go with her.
Jemima Rodrigues, the new batter in, as Filer starts her next over, and she's just gone down the leg side, which we saw in the last over that she bowled. She's just been losing her radar, bowling from the nursery end, so
There's a
running
reason.
up the slope.
There's a reason. She's bowling on the wrong side of the pitch. She should be coming around the wicket. She's bowling huge, hooping in-swingers to a left-hander, and if she bowls those around the wicket, she can aim them at the stumps and bring in LBW, bowled, and slips. And instead, she's bowling at the thigh pad because they're swinging so much. When they don't swing, they go down the leg side and they look horrible.
Well, she's still coming over the wicket. Next ball is across Mandana, who just defends into the offside. Look, and it's one thing, isn't it? I guess it's because they play tests so rarely. There's a lot of assumed knowledge in test cricket when it comes to everything from field placings to tactics, all sorts of things.
She's played enough one-day cricket for that one.
Yeah, I know, but
because that's the leg side wide in one-day cricket. So
that's true.
I think she's more comfortable on this side of the wicket, which is when the bowling coaches have to say no.
And that one's short and smashed away through mid-wicket. Mandana is just taking them apart a little bit. She's going at better than, or just about, a run of ball now. She took her time getting in, but anything that's been short, anything that's been either side of the wicket, she's been very aggressive and got onto it very quickly.
And that's the danger, isn't it, with winning the toss and then choosing to field first, that somebody starts to get hold of you. Obviously, India losing that early wicket, Shafali Verma kind of nicking off, set them back a little bit. But if you've got Smriti Mandaran at one end batting like this, it does look ominous.
Next ball, she pulls again. It's not quite as short, and it's going to be another boundary. It's just wide of the fielder at fine leg, running around. So back-to-back boundaries now for Mandana.
That's where that angle plays against her as well. That ball's short outside the leg side. So Shruti just went, well, okay, it's not going to get me out. It's going to hit me in the thigh pad at worst. I can't be out bowled or LBW because of the where it's pitched and the length. So I'm just going to roll around on it. That's a free hit, really, and it doesn't need to be a free hit. If you bowl that ball from over the wicket, from around the wicket, it's almost unplayable, right? But bowling that length from this side of the pitch doesn't make sense, especially when you've only got 3 players on the leg side.
She's in once more, and it is down the leg side, so it's a real problem. And one can't help think that the call surely must come for her to change and come around the wicket. Now, if you're out there listening, or maybe you've got us on YouTube, if you are, hello, and you have a question for Dr. Raff, or I don't know what to call Jarrod.
Professor.
Professor Jarrod.
Governor General.
His worship, Jarrod, and Dr. Raff. Please do send it in, and we'll do our best to get some answers for you. Here is Filer. Next ball's just defended up towards mid-on, no run.
I'd just like to point out I'm not a medical doctor, so if there are any kind of queries relating to, I don't know, calf injuries, that's a topical one, obviously, that Nat Siver-Brunt has been struggling with. Anything like that, probably not one for me.
You could write a historical essay on calf injuries, though, couldn't you?
Doesn't sound like it would be massively interesting, honestly.
It's not like this book.
Jarrod's holding it up again. The Women in White's A History of Women's Cricket in England by Dr. Raff Nicholson. India, 45 for 2 at the end of the over, with Smriti Mandana on 29. Jemima Rodrigues yet to score. She is an absolute live wire as well, is Rodrigues.
There was a lovely little interview with her that Lords did a couple of days ago as well, just sort of talking about how excited she was to be playing a test here. I mean, I'm sure they're all very excited, but she's great, kind of got such a bubbly personality, and just saying kind of that she really appreciates the historical significance of this match. And you know, it's a dream to play cricket for India, first of all, to then play test cricket for India, but to play a test at Lords, she said it's a dream for millions and I get to do it, and I don't take that lightly. So I thought it was a really nice little interview.
She's on strike now as Bell is in over the wicket and drives first up. They take off for a quick single, and they get it as the fielder at mid-off just tumbles, collecting the ball.
She grew up playing lots of different sports, didn't she? But I think her father was a cricket coach, and from a young age really tried to push her on that. Very, very good athlete as well. And also hits the ball in random areas. So far today we've seen Mandana, who's just really square of the wicket player, very sort of classical player, whereas Rodrigues is much more everywhere. Not always in the same place twice either.
Waits again as in comes Bell, and that's swinging away from the left-handed Mandana. Goes through to the keeper. Lovely ball from Bell, just left her very late.
These are almost unplayable deliveries. We saw the replay of the Hawkeye and the delivery that bowled out Bhatia a moment ago, and that ball was going to hit leg stump and then hits the seam and hits off stump. This one again, it swung in, was going to hit off stump and ends up missing off stump by a mile. So that's the dream if you could do it, which is getting swing in the air and then getting seam off the pitch.
She's coming in once more and bowls. It's driven straight past the bowler. I'll get a single. Oh no, they won't, because there's a misfield. And so they're going to come back for a second run. So I think that's Filer who's just tumbled and not been able to take the ball cleanly. Yes, it is. So they'll get 2 runs, 48 for 2. Actually, we have had a question come in, but no, I'm going to...
Did you delete it?
Oh, no, it's been deleted. Oh, no, I didn't delete it. Someone else did. Okay, excitement over. Here's Bell, and that's clipped away behind square. And long leg running around, keeping it to a single, takes them to 49 for 2.
I have to say that I was in the pavilion earlier and they did a special portrait unveiling ceremony. They've got quite a lot of new women's portraits there. They've got one of Belinda Clark, obviously famous Australian player and now administrator. And they've also got one of some of the 1993 England team who won the World Cup here. And the long room was just full of women, mostly former players, and it just kind of sent a little bit of a shiver down my spine. It's just such an unusual occurrence to have the long room that full of women.
There's Bell in, and that's just defended way out in front of her body by Rodrigues and to the offside. Yeah, so there's Ina Bakewell has had a portrait. Mary Duggan.
Great name, by the way, Ina Bakewell. Doesn't get enough respect just for the name.
It's a great name. Oh, there's some fantastic names. Mary Duggan. Quite into Mary Duggan, who's taken the most test wickets, 77 in all, at an average of 13.49. She is also the first cousin of Jonathan Agnew.
No one's perfect.
Bell is in holes, and that's just squirted to the backward point. No run.
I didn't know that Mary Duggan was related to Jonathan Agnew. Oh wow! So is that where he gets his cricketing background then?
I think she has a slightly better test record by the sound of that too. Wouldn't run up and tell him that.
End of the over, by the way, 49 for 2 with Mandana on 32 and Rodrigues on 1. Yeah, we actually checked that with Aggers because I found that on the interweb, and then we double checked it with Aggers, and yes, it was his first. It's his first cousin, and there's also, Jan Britton mentioned but my favourite name is who's on there now.
Can I guess? Is it Betty Snowball or is it Myrtle McLagan?
It's Myrtle McLagan.
Myrtle McLagan might be the all-time greatest name. I promise you, if you go through old women's cricket names, there's no filler. They're just all awesome. I don't know what it was, but Myrtle McLagan. I could say Myrtle McLagan for the rest of my life.
Do you know what her middle name is?
I should actually, but I've probably forgotten it.
Ethel.
Yes, it is Myrtle Ethel McLagan.
It's a great name.
Well, once you said great name, I was like, it's either her or Betty Snowball.
Yes, I feel I should chime in here with some Myrtle McLagan related information that isn't just about how amazing
she's a
her name is.
Fascinating cricketer. Fascinating.
One of the first great all-rounders.
Absolutely, and just to make sure that we're not leaving the action behind, Sophie Ecclestone is coming on to bowl for the first time today. So time for a bit of slow left arm. There are quite a lot of slow left arms in the greats, actually. No, I want to hear more about Myrtle because I've been looking into her and she's got some absolute cracking stories. Right. Ecclestone. This changed things. They've got a short leg in and a slip around the bat. And she bowls to Mandana. First ball's down the leg side though, and she just turns it down to long leg, and they'll take a single.
She was the first woman to score a century in a women's test match.
As they bring up the 50, that's India's 50 for 2.
And that was at Sydney. It was the second women's test ever. She also took, believe it or not, 7 for 10 in the first women's test. So it's a kind of phenomenal all-round record. She's got quite an interesting background as well, because she was born in India. She was the daughter of a British Army officer. So obviously her family were kind of stationed in India at that time.
Here's Ecclestone around the wicket to Rodrigues, and she's on the back foot defending, no run.
She then went on and famously was in the British Army herself, ended up promoted to the rank of Major. I don't know anything about Army ranking.
Next ball is full outside the off stump, and it's just slapped away behind point. There's a chase on, but the ball's going to win it. Rodrigues is going to win it. It's her first boundary. Takes India to 54 for 2.
She plays that really cleverly, actually, because there's quite a lot of close fielders. Great to see Tammy Beaumont under the lid for what will be the final time.
And she just got it a bit square of Beaumont as she slapped it away. And as Ecclestone bowls the next ball, again it's outside the off stump, and this time she cuts square up. There are 2 fielders out there, but yet again I can't quite get there in time. She just timed that perfectly, picked her spot, leaned back, and just cut that ball perfectly.
Yeah, I think Boucher left that to Bell out there, which was possibly a mistake, because I'm gonna say that Boucher is actually a much better outfielder than Lauren Bell, and probably would have saved that, but I think she thought that Bell was going to dive for it, which she did, but unsuccessfully.
They both play the cut shot so well, but so differently. There's a real muscularity and whippiness about the way Rodrigues does it. Next ball, they're asking the question. It almost sounded like there might have been 2 noises there.
I thought it was pad first, but on the replay, I'm not 100% sure. She's been bowling really wide here, Ecclestone. She's been hit for those 2 fours. It's very rare in limited overs cricket to ever see her bowl this wide. She's got a deep point out. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it.
No, they had a very long discussion about whether or not to appeal. And in the end, Ecclestone takes a ball and walks back.
Of course, there was that unsuccessful review earlier in the day, wasn't there? Although it was umpire's call, so they still got 2 reviews remaining.
Probably good she didn't review this, because she smashed it.
Next ball's full again outside the off stump. And it's just driven out to deep cover by Rodrigues, who takes another single. She's moved on to 10.
Good work from Amy Jones, because I thought Amy Jones got the last review wrong. They ended up getting away with it because it was clipping the outside of leg stump, but it was that first review that they took. You could see off stump and middle stump, and that's the wicketkeeper's job, to be like, the chances of this hitting the middle of leg stump are like 10 to 1. Please don't review it. And she went with them. This time they wanted to review it, and she was like, I don't feel right with this. Let's not do it. So good work in her pulling that one back.
And Amy Jones has obviously got, well, relatively speaking, plenty of experience in this format. But I suppose that those decisions are fairly similar, whether it's a white ball or a red ball.
Yeah, I mean, she'd be more, there was a chance of them coming in with another wicketkeeper, wasn't there? She would be more used to actually having the conversations about whether this was because you actually, it's about processing the information really quickly and getting it to the captain without the third slip or the bowler telling you things that they don't know in the first place, right? Like it really is. It's a very separate skill that you don't get until you get to this level of cricket.
So 10 overs gone. India 59 for 2. And we have got another change in the bowling. It is going to be Izzy Wong coming in from the pavilion end. First time we've seen her today. She's running in over the wicket, bowls to Rodrigues, who waits for it and creams this one through the covers for another boundary. They've just been a little bit wayward. That was the outswinger, and it was right in the zone for Rodrigues, who moves on to 14 off 9 deliveries.
Yeah, lovely shot from Rodrigues there. Interesting to see Izzy Wong in this 11. Has obviously been in England's World Cup squad but didn't play a game, so I understand that she's one of the players who's had plenty of time, plenty of opportunity to actually be doing red ball net practice.
In once more bowls, and that's just turned down the leg side, so a bit of overcorrection, and that's easily clipped away for a single to add one more to the total. Brings Mandana on strike. Just noticing to Rodrigues batting quite a long way out of her crease with all the swing that we have seen this morning.
Yeah, it's fairly common. It probably won't be long before we see Amy Jones come up to the stumps. Let's just have a look at this edge. Oh, it's close. It's very close. I still think it hits the bat first, but I'm not sure the umpire would have been able to be 100% sure either way. It was right on the line of off stump. They might not have got it anyway.
Wong is in and bowls. It's driven straight back past the diving bowler. He can't quite stop it, but Sophie Ecclestone is there to clean up.
And that's one of the advantages of Amy Jones. Sorry, just to go back to what you were saying about standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, they might as well. But while Izzy Wong's swinging it like this, and all three of the seam bowlers have been moving around, you probably don't need to keep her up the stumps yet, but when you get to the point where you're not bowling for caught behinds anymore, that's when you can come up.
Wong is in and bowls. Mandana just defends that one into the onside. No run.
So you said, was it Jan Britton was one of the other paintings?
Yeah.
So she's the leading run scorer in Test cricket, and she's the closest to 2,000 runs. How many runs has she scored, Raph?
I don't have the stat
We could just
in front of me, but oh yeah, it'll be in the book somewhere.
I think it's 1,935.
Right.
Ish.
Let's
I
check.
might be a couple of rods off, but I think it's roughly around that many.
Here's Wong in, bowls to Mandana, who turns this one square. That is a gorgeous shot, just clipped off the pads. It's another boundary. They're coming thick and fast at the moment.
Yeah, they've either been too straight or too wide to her, and that's where she wants to score in those two places. They just need to find that sort of off-stump line. Obviously, Izzy Wong in her first test is not going to be able to do it. Her first over is not going to be able to do it straight away. But yeah, they need to just pull that back, because I think for her, line is more important than almost anything else.
I've actually got it in my notes. 9, as we see the next ball goes straight past a batter and through to the keeper. So that finishes off the over from Wong, 68 for 2, with Mandana on 37 and Rodrigues on 15. So I've got 1935 runs. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. Jarrod's laughing at something, and I'm not sure what.
I'm laughing at the fact I got it right, which is I couldn't tell you. I don't know how I know that number, but I must have written it in my book as well. But yeah, I was like, because when I said it, I said ish on the end, because I was like, that can't be right. Like, I'm just plugging that number out of my head. I knew it was 1900 and something.
Very, very impressive, Jarrod. You should have just said, yeah, you know all of them. Who's the next? Who's the second?
I don't know, but I remember working out that Elise Perry would have to play for about another 12 years to overcome that mark at the rate of test matches she plays.
Well, this is it.
Not saying she won't either, by the way.
Well, I just think it's so unlikely that Britain's total will be surpassed, and I'm sure that we will get on to the scarcity of women's Test cricket at some point over the next 4 days.
first ball of Ecclestone's next over is just pushed out to point. No run for Rodrigues there. These two are going at a real pace, goodness.
So the other thing I remember about Britain is that she averaged, I think, about 49.50 in Test cricket, but averages 39 in first-class cricket. But she only played about 16 games when she wasn't playing Tests.
Round the wicket comes Ecclestone, and well, Rodrigues almost does the splits. She's that far forward in defence, smothering that ball.
And she's one of the few players that I actually found lots of first-class games of that you could go back and have a look, multi-day games where someone had actually counted the stats and everything. But I also thought that the pitches she would have played on at that level would have been horrible.
Next ball is also smothered by a long stride forward from Rodrigues.
So by first class, you mean multi-day domestic matches?
Yeah. I mean, I'm using that as first class because that's what they should be called, but they're not called. But it's not that common that the stats are kept. But I would also assume that a lot of those grounds are not up to scratch.
Next ball's wide of off stump, and she tries to slap that one away. It was in the air, and backward point was in the game for just a moment. Just uppish enough. That's a Filer who made the diving catch, but just a little bit streaky there from Rodrigues.
Yeah, she's been trying to play, even when the ball's been on the stumps, trying to give herself room to go through that cover area. And that one, her hands got ahead of her a little bit there, and she's just sliced that up. And she's lucky to get away with it, really.
As, the next ball's just pushed out to deep cover, no run. It was actually Bell, not Filer. They look very similar when they don't have their backs to you.
Yeah, I think Rodrigues just needs to settle down here now. She's 17 off 14, and this is a sign of someone who hasn't played a lot of Test cricket, who just needs to be like, I can just wait for the bad balls. The bad balls are coming.
I don't agree with you, Jarrod. I think she should play her natural
whack
white
it
ball
everywhere?
game. Why not?
Well, if she gets called a point on 17 off 15, I would say that would be the why not.
Okay, final ball of Ecclestone over the wicket to Mandana, who's down on one knee, and it's a mighty heave-ho all the way. And that is the first 6 in a women's test at Lord's. Off the bat of Mandana, and sweetly, sweetly struck as well. Finishes off the over, 77 for 2 now. India racing away after the loss of 2 early wickets.
That was glorious from Smriti Mandana. The first woman ever to hit a 6 in a women's test match was the late, great Rachel Hayhoe-Flint. I believe it was at the Oval in 1963, I think I'm right in saying. But she described her shot for 6 as a hoik, and that was decidedly not a hoik.
No, that was a slog sweep, but she was in complete control of that shot. Ecclestone just hasn't got her line right at the moment. A couple of times she's been a bit too wide, and again, she's probably close to the most accurate bowler in world cricket generally, especially when it comes to specifically hitting the stumps. And on that particular one there, there's just a bit of width. That's a good ball to attack. So that's the difference between what we're talking about with Rodrigues a moment ago, where she tried to make a ball happen and it was in the wrong situation. And suddenly you have a situation with Mandana where she was like, no, this is slightly overpitched, it's wide. And as I said before, she plays a lot of her shots based on the width or the line of the ball rather than the length, and completely in her wheelhouse, and a good clip out to deep mid wicket as well. Sadly, most of the crowd is on the other side, so the first 6 hit at Lord's in a women's test match was hit to the empty stand.
Still nice to watch from the other side, isn't it, Jarrod? I mean, you can always be the first, so no one can ever take that away from her. So no matter what she does now, she's still the first.
If she'd hit it to the other side, though, she's probably a chance of getting it over the fence, because this is the side where there's dead space out here. That hit would have been quite close, but it was a beautiful strike.
Yeah, she's ticking along nicely here, is Smriti Mandana. This partnership just starting to build. Someone like Rodrigues, it's interesting. I'll like to see how she adapts her game playing test match, because we have seen what she can do in the white ball game. She can be very busy. And then if you think about that ODI World Cup last year, she sort of got the eyes on, didn't she? And they dispatched Australia in that semi-final, and then in the final as well, pushing on there. So it's interesting with someone like Jemima Rodrigues, because she can just keep trying to fire and keep trying to go hard, but then you've got to think, right, you're playing red ball cricket again now.
Yeah, I mean, Raf was saying she needs to play the same style. I understand the overall point. I don't want her to change into a different player, but England is actually bowling lots of bad deliveries, right? And she will capitalise on almost every one of them. And as you said, she's busy even when she's defending, so she can get singles, she can move the strike. What she doesn't want to do is manufacture shots. And I think the cover drive she played before, instead of waiting for it to come to her, her hands were out in front of her by a long distance, and you're just going to make errors when you do that. So her scoring at a brisk rate, and they're both around a run a ball. In fact, Mandana, I assume, went back above a run a ball there. It's not on the scoreboard for some reason, but is absolutely fine. But it's just you don't need to push these situations, especially because Wong has just come on. She's been a little bit erratic. Lauren Bell's obviously been quite erratic as well. Even Philo, who has the good figures, has bowled down the leg side a lot. There's plenty of balls here to hit. Just wait for the ball to be in your area, and that's what Mandana has done perfectly. She's defended the good balls, and then any time England's been offline, she's scored, and she's 43 off 37 without really attacking, just putting bad balls away.
Yeah, she's never really looked like getting out at any point. No, she's just waited for that ball. It's in her hitting arc. We know how strong she is through that offside. We talk about her cover drive so often, and you get a lot of chat when people say, leading up to the World Cup, it was a lot of whose shots would you want to steal of another player. The amount of times you heard someone say Laura Wolvart's cover drive or Smriti Mandana through the offside, those are just part and parcel of it, really. Those are two things that you know so well in this game are played beautifully. So Smriti Mandana scoring nicely, 43 from 37, 7 fours and a 6. So striking at 116 as well. So ticking along really nicely here, not going slowly. We have had a question in. I'm going to send this your way, Jarrod. What do you reckon would be a good score in the first innings here?
Well, based on past experiences of women's tests at Lord's. No, look, there is a green tinge. I think they probably lost an extra wicket than they would have liked, considering that the first one was a bizarre one. It was a good delivery, but it was swinging back in, and she managed to get an outside edge through. But with Lauren Bell was quite erratic in the World Cup final, and she's continued to be quite erratic. So, look, I think there's nothing in this pitch that looks like it's hard to score on, so you want at least 300 at the moment.
Izzy Wong in now her second over, and that's good pace on it, and flies through to Jones behind the stumps. A good take, diving to her right, 2 slips and the gully in. And we talk about this with Wong. When she came into the side, it was just about express pace, wasn't it? And then she played that very first test match down in Taunton. Had a good game, 3 wickets in the game, a lot of rain. And she referred to herself as the Divock Origi of the side. She's a big Liverpool fan, so that's how she was referred to. Obviously,
You'll have to explain that to me.
Yeah, she's just a massive Liverpool football fan, so that's what she decided to title herself, as she's in again now, way down the leg side. And it's a good take, leaping to her left from Jones behind the stumps to cut that off. So, yeah, Izzy Wong big into her football, so massive Liverpool football fan, so just decided that's what she was going to be, that's who she was going to be, and that was her hero for the day. It did surprise a lot of people at the end of the day that that's who she compared herself to.
Yeah, I'm not sure that delivery would have even gone in the net. It was so wide. Now, she's having a little bit of trouble with her accuracy so far. As you said, the outswing's fine. I think the slips have just moved up a little bit as well.
She's in again now, and this is just defended by Rodrigues. Just kicks up a little bit from Izzy Wong. Has dropped into the offside and fielded by Maya Bouchier there at cover.
Yeah, a little bit more bounce on that one. We have seen the short balls get hit a little bit so far, so they're perhaps just sitting in the surface a little bit as well. So most of the balls have been pitched up and going for swing. Be interesting, she might just bowl cross seam for a moment if she's struggling with the line.
She charges in again now, right over the wicket, and again, good pace as Rodrigues lets it fly through to Jones, who leaps again to her right, takes that in front of first slip. Well, her captain, Nat Siver-Brunt, stands waiting in case Jones wasn't to take it, but one of the best keepers around in the game. Obviously, when she came into this England side many years ago now, she had to follow in the footsteps of the great Sarah Taylor, and those are very difficult shoes to fill. And obviously, she's now coaching with the England men's side, so breaking more ground there. There's Wong. Well, that slipped out of the hand. Full toss and absolutely dispatched past point. She will not want to watch that one again on the replay.
Oh yeah, that's that's completely gone out the top of her fingers. I saw Lauren Bell do this before as well, and then Lauren Bell turned around and looked at the footmarks. It looked like, to me though, it's coming out of the fingers oddly, like it's sliding out of the top. But they've all bowled their full toss though now, so hopefully they've got that out of their system. I tell you what, it wasn't that far away from getting a wicket because she just sort of threw a bat at it at the end and it went up in the air.
Much better this time from Wong. Full straight and targeting at the pads as Rodrigues gets some bat on it, and there is no run to end the over.
When you get a full toss like that, and at the last minute you're like, I'm going to have to hit this because it's a really bad ball. She basically throws her bat and kind of slices through it a little bit. And they've got kind of a deep point. It could have easily just spooned up in the air. So.
Well, 13 overs gone. India, after losing the toss and being put into bat, 81 for 2. And the bell is being shown to us again on the replays. It was rung by former internationals Enid Bakewell. Slap bang in the centre. Does not surprise anyone. When it comes to characters, she is one of them.
Yeah, that's leg.
Yeah, it was great to see so many people out there with the bell early on. So we've got Ecclestone's now coming over the wicket. So she's been bowling around the wicket, and we've got a deep mid-wicket out as well.
She's in now to the left-handed Mandana, who just gets a big stride out and defends this back towards Ecclestone, and there's no runs. Score remains 81 for 2.
If she's going to bowl this line, I don't mind them having a deep mid-wicket out because it stops her just taking that line and hitting it over the top there easily.
This time just turned away into the leg side. Ecclestone, she has that big arm swing out, doesn't she, before she delivers.
She struggled to get the ball on line, but these first two from this side of the pitch have been perfect.
She's in again now, a little more flight through the air and just dropped into that leg side by Mandana behind square, and they'll just amble through for a single. Score moves on to 82 for 2.
Yeah, obviously a change of field for left hand, right hand, but we're going to have the deep point out. So just showing that Ecclestone's not completely on it today, that we've got sweepers going out early for her.
Now coming round the wicket to the right-hander and gets a big stride out, smothers the ball, does Rodrigues.
Yeah, we've got a silly point in for her as well. And I think that's a good position for the right-hander. I think for the left-hander, I think I might actually change the close-in fielder.
This time, a little extra flight on the toes of Rodrigues, and it's driven out to Boucher, who comes in off the boundary at deep cover. And there's a single added to the total.
It's another ball outside off stump. I can't remember seeing her do this much in limited overs cricket. So it might be working on a theory here, because Ecclestone is usually so accurate. I kind of don't assume she's going to do this. Yeah, I think they've got short leg in there, Georgie. I think they need like a leg slip or a backward short leg.
This time slightly quicker from Ecclestone, and just turned into the leg side by Mandana, and they decide to not take the run, so she stays on 44 and the end of the over. So Ecclestone's third over, she's gone for her 21 runs so far, and the score 83 for 2 after 14.
Yeah, so they've had, what, 3 of their 4 bowlers have been quite expensive so far, I want to say. I think that's right. They're certainly not finding it hard to score at all. And the only one who didn't really go for runs was Filer, and a lot of that was bowling down the leg side into the thigh pad. Might have even been a couple of leg byes as well off her bowling. But just have a look at Ecclestone so far. Yeah, I think they're working on a plan, and it's something to do with Rodriguez's hands and playing that cover drive as before. So they're trying to keep it outside off stump to her. So I like having the deep point then. If you're going to do that, that's fine, but don't just let her cover drive you the whole time and pick up a cheap boundary. Back up the bowler, if that's the idea.
There's currently a big mothers meeting going on just in front of the pavilion. You've got Sophie Ecclestone in there, Nat Siver-Brunt, Lauren Bell, Izzy Wong, all having a chat. And sometimes you think there's almost too much advice can be offered. You know, sometimes when you bowl a really bad ball and then loads of people come over to talk to you and you just feel like saying, I know that was terrible. I understood that when it got dispatched across the boundary. I think at this point there's a lot of voices in Izzy Wong's head. Her 2 overs gone for 13 so far. We've seen a few ugly deliveries in there as she charges in now, right arm over the wicket. And the hand comes off the bat of Rodrigues, who just gets it past the diving gully, racing away, and it's cut off. A couple of yards in front of the boundary, and they'll easily come back for a second. So score moves on to 85 for 2.
Yeah, as you said, lots of talking. I didn't really see the field change. Perhaps short covers in a little bit closer on the bat. She didn't swing that one, though. So I wonder if that's what they were saying. If you're having trouble with the swing, just control the ball for a moment. When was she played before the World Cup, didn't she? I've got a feeling I watched her play for England before the World Cup.
Yeah, the India series, the T20 and the ODIs. She's in again now, and this time played uppishly through the covers by Rodrigues, and she sets off quickly for the first, but they'll just settle for a single, bring Mandana back on strike. Rodrigues moves on to 26, score moves on to 86 for 2 after India lost the toss and were put into bat here at Lord's today. And the sun is not quite as bright as it has been for the last few days. It's almost, in comparison to the last couple of weeks, overcast. Not really, it's just a few wispy clouds, but not quite as bright, and maybe that's quite a relief if you're standing out in the field.
Yeah, especially if you're not used to doing it there. I mean, I suppose it depends on how long India bat for, but if it does get to a point where they bat for 4 sessions and you're not used to it.
Wong in now to the left-handed Mandana, who just drives this defensively up into the offside. Fielder comes flying in, cuts it off, and there is again no run. Score remains 86 for 2.
Yeah, I think what that conversation was about was stop trying to swing it because you're not controlling it correctly, and start trying to seam it so you can hit the pitch, control where the ball is going a little bit more. So I think that's what the big conversation was really about a moment ago. Because Izzy Wong was trying to pitch it up and swing it, and it was just getting away from her occasionally.
She's in again now, and just outside that off stump, and just punched to point by Mandana, and again there is no run. Score remains 86 for 2.
Yeah, so just this last ball into the surface a little bit more, and she's controlling her line and length. And that's a really good line to Mandana as well, like keeping it as close to off stump. The minute she gets any width, she'll go it, and if you go too straight, she'll clip that away as well. But if you can keep it close to off stump, she will respect the good balls, which she has today.
Wong is in again now. Mandana looks to clip this off the pads, and it strays down that leg side, and again really well taken by Amy Jones behind the stump. She's been throwing herself around, hasn't she?
She's had to. That's the swing again, isn't it? So we just said that her line has been perfect when she's gone back to seam bowling, and that one has just gone a long way. And it's a beautiful delivery. She's bowling to a right-hander. I don't know how you play that. Unfortunately, it's to the lefty, as you said. Amy Jones, I think that Amy Jones is kind of stuck at the moment because the ball's not really carrying that much either.
Final delivery of the over from Wong, and again Jones has to fling herself to the right to cut it off, but it will be a dot to end the over. So 3 runs coming from Wong's third over at the end of 15. India 86 for 2.
So that ball was still not carried. So she's coming up closer and closer, but the closer she comes up, the more Izzy Wong sprays it around, the more she has to dive. And she's just getting herself caught a little bit at the moment, but she's doing well to stop those deliveries.
So a question coming in for you, Jarrod. How easy is it to swap between seam and swing bowling?
It probably depends on how experienced you are and how comfortable you are. So most people would either be one or the other, right? Like that would be their default setting. But as you become a professional, you should have the ability to say, okay, well, I'm not going to do it. The problem is that if you're a swing bowler and you're still trying to hit the seam, you're still keeping the seam upright. So the one that went down the leg side that's on before, I'm pretty sure she wasn't trying to swing. And it just got caught because that's her natural action. What she can start to do is to start to tilt the ball so it's actually going the other way. Because I think from having watched her bowl quite a bit, she's more likely to swing it away than swing it in. So if she holds it for an in-swinger, she could still hit the seam a little bit, but it'll go straight. I thought what they might have been saying, though, is start to bowl cross seam.
So Ecclestone in around the wicket to Rodrigues, who just pushes this backward of square on the leg side and scampers through for a single.
So when you're bowling outswing, you're basically aiming the seam here. When you're bowling in swing, you're aiming the seam here. And when you're bowling cross seam, it's right. It's in that way. And a lot of bowlers do it early on just because they're not controlling the ball as well. And you can do it with the Dukes balls because they don't get damaged in the same way that the Kookaburras do.
And that single bringing up the 50 partnership between Mandana and Rodrigues. 50 coming up in just 49 deliveries.
Yeah. Without really, you know, they're not going. What's the delay here? They're not really doing anything wild here. There was the 6, and Rodrigues is certainly pushing it in her normal busy bee kind of style. But they're not pushing it all that much. They're just getting balls that are offline.
Yeah, unsure on what the delay here is at the moment. Sophie Ecclestone's having a chat with Sue Redfern.
Is it something to do with Amy Jones's gloves?
The two batters are chatting in the middle.
She's got her inners on, doesn't she? I have to get the binoculars out here just to see exactly what's happening.
Yeah, someone's running up towards the pavilion with a green bib on, and they've just been handed something that's come down from the changing room.
Yeah, I think it's gloves. I think there's something wrong with Amy Jones's gloves because she's got her inners on and she took them off and put them back on again. Oh no, it's an extra helmet. Okay, so they had the slip in before and they're going to move the slip to leg slip, I think. So that was the position I was suggesting before. I wasn't thinking they'd take slip out to do it, but I don't mind a fielder there. I think the way that Ecclestone's bowling at the moment, that could be a good move.
Well, she's in again now, left arm over the wicket and just full again and defended by Mandana, and Ecclestone fields off her own bowling in those long sleeves today, rocking the ponytail put into a plait. They go through sort of phases, this England side, of how they're going to style their hair. Charges down the pitch at this one, does Mandana, and that is beautifully played all along the carpet. And 4 more, she moves on to 48.
Yeah, just used her feet well here, got to the pitch of it. It was quite slow, actually, by Sophie Ecclestone's standards, and that allowed her to sort of poke at it in the end. And she made really good contact with the ball, despite the fact she didn't play like a full-blooded shot, and rolled away beautifully for 4. Good cricket there.
So Mandana now 48 from 47. India 91 for 2 as Ecclestone is in again. And this time she just plays it defensively, and there is no run. Ecclestone fields off her own bowling. The score remains 91 for 2.
Yeah, I think that ball there is what she should be doing. That little bit of extra bounce. You've got the short leg and the leg slip in place there, and that caught Mandana a little bit unexpected. She was unexpected extra bounce.
Ecclestone gives this one a little bit of extra flight, and again gets the good stride out and plays it defensively back to Ecclestone. It's been good response after being hit for that 4 on the full.
Yeah, she's found her line and length. Let's see if she can keep it for the rest of this over. Keep some pressure on.
Final ball of the over from Ecclestone, just turned around the corner by Smriti Mandana. They're setting off for the first one hard. They're going to come back for a second, and that will be 50 for Smriti Mandana. The first 50 scored in a women's test at Lord's, and she is just a scintillating talent. She's been around a long time, and it looks like she could still be around a long time after this. Brings up her 50 in exactly 50 deliveries. Appreciation from her teammates on the balcony and from the crowd here at Lord's.
Yeah, excellent innings so far. She really hasn't been troubled all that much. She got some good deliveries early on, a couple of plays and misses, but really not that much, all things said. And she's done what she always does. She scores very well square of the wicket. And then when the balls have been offline, she's punished a few of them. Some really, really good, smart batting early on. And she's put pressure back on England, because England do have the 2 wickets. But because of her scoring rate, and now Rodrigues as well, they've just managed to keep the pressure on. We've now got the helmet chain out behind Amy Jones.
If you hit both, you get 10 runs. Bounces on the top as Izzy Wong is in from the pavilion end this time. Good pace, beats the bat of Rodrigues, who walks at this one. Watches it fly past and has to turn around and get back in her crease. Good pace from Wong.
That's a beautiful delivery. That's angling in at the stumps and then moving away, I think, off the seam in the end. Probably one of Izzy Wong's faster balls as well. She was struggling a little bit with her rhythm earlier. That one went back over 70 miles an hour, and a beautiful delivery. I think it is I think it's a penalty per hit, isn't it? I could be wrong. Gary will be able to tell us on text, but I think I'm right. Scott, do you know that one?
As Wong is in again this time and just put off the inside edge into the leg side by Rodrigues. Set off for the first one hard. A little bit of hesitation coming back for the second, but a wayward throw makes it very easy. And they add 2 more to the tally. And Rodrigues moves on to 29. India 95 for 2.
It's just 5, Scott says. I think there might have been something early on where you could get the multiple ones, but at the moment, I think Amy Jones is less worried about the ones that go straight through her and more worried about getting to the ones that are sprayed down the leg side. Scott is saying once it hits the helmet, that penalty is done.
I had an image of it being sort of, you know, like a game of Mario,
Yeah.
and he just sort of boink,
Boing,
boink,
boing, yeah.
boink, boink. Or did you ever watch Total Wipeout? You know, when you bounce on the red balls. It was a game show.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah. But you always watch it thinking, oh, it'd be so easy, I'll be able to do that. And you watch people, it looks like they've broken their neck, flinging themselves off it. It does sound like my kind of activity. So just a slight delay here as Rodrigues adjusts her helmet, gets her gloves back on. So India going along at a nice lick here, 5.82 that run rate, 95 for 2 after 16.2 overs.
Are they Baz bowling?
Ooh, what do we call it? I don't know. Send us your suggestions. As Wong is in again now from the pavilion end. And Rodrigues slashes at this one outside the off stump. It beats a diving gully and it's going to race away for 4. She moves herself into the 30s and India move on to 99 for 2.
It's not a bad delivery, really. She just gave herself some room. We said before that she hits balls in weird angles. That's not a delivery that you really expect someone to sort of back away from and hit to backward point the way that she did. I say backward point, it was, as you said, it was actually fine of gully in the end. It was a beautiful strike. But I think if I'm Izzy Wong, I'm like, I've bowled a good delivery here. I've got 2 slips in place. I'm not terribly upset she's playing shots like that.
Wong in again this time and straighter, and Rodrigues gets that big stride out to it and just smothers the ball, pushes it into the offside as Boucher comes in and does the fielding. There's again no run. Filled up nicely, hasn't it? Over to the right.
Yeah, there must be a reason that this other stand is not being used.
Right for runs, isn't it? Oh, there's a few down to our left. As Wong is in again now, right arm over the wicket and again full and straight and just pushed to Boucher, almost carbon copy of the previous ball. Score remains 99 for 2.
Yeah, I assume they'd be pretty happy with this crowd, right? It's Friday, so you would assume Saturday's going to be better.
And you know what? I think I know why the crowd's not that big. Is because Pitbull is in town today, and they're trying to set a world record for the most people in bald caps at a Pitbull concert today. So that must be the only reason. There must be a crossover between women's cricket fans and Pitbull fans.
Yep.
Yeah.
People have talked about that a lot.
That's it. As Wong is in again, final ball of the over. And again, there is no run as it's just dropped into the offside from Rodrigues. So end of the over, 17 gone, 99 for 2.
Yeah, the Venn diagram of women's cricket fans and Pitbull fans, basically around circles. And
it's just me in the middle.
But yeah, a lot of schools are still on, aren't they, at this point as well? I saw a couple of schools coming in this morning, but I'm assuming some of the private schools have stopped early, but most of the state schools would still be there. So we might be seeing a few more people tomorrow, the next day. But I think they'd be happy with this, wouldn't they? This is a very healthy crowd.
Yeah, there's good hum, isn't there, around the ground?
There is a good hum.
The Lord's hum. It's
a solid hum.
It was when you couldn't come and watch games, but they were played and they plugged in the Lord's hum on various broadcasts. And you sort of would hear the same cough repeated at certain times throughout the day. You'd be like, oh, the loop's gone round again. Someone's gone out, rewound the tape, and here we go again. Talking of here we go again, here goes Sophie Ecclestone again, starting her 5th over. None for 28 so far. A little extra flight driven nicely by Mandana up towards mid-off, where Filer does the fielding, and there is no run. Score remains 99 for 2.
Yeah, important little session here for Ecclestone, just because she has gone for runs, and I think one of the things that they really want is for her to control an end.
Gets the big stride out to the pitch of the ball, Mandana. Just want to slow this scoring down,
Yeah.
as you say. Ecclestone, she's gone for 28 already.
Just one over where she goes for one and brings it back.
Yeah.
I mean, she just hasn't managed to put the 6 balls in the right spot at the moment.
This is looking much tidier, just a little fuller and just punched into that offside by Mandana.
Yeah, she's got a better field now with the deep wicket out, with the leg slip in. I think she's bowling from over the wicket, which seems to be suiting her with that angle of attack. She can just get through the next 3 balls of this over.
Bowler, and again, there's no run. Score remains 99 for 2. This is what Ecclestone wants to do, start building those dots and just build that little bit of confidence in her bowling. And just targeting at the pads of Mandana. Punches this just into the leg side where Heather Knight comes around and does the fielding, and again, no run.
This is where a grizzled old pro would just bowl the fast straight one to try and get out of the over with at most a single.
And just turned away just over the head of Tammy Beaumont, fielding in tight. So it will be a maiden over from Sophie Ecclestone, just what the doctor ordered. So the end of 18 overs, India after being put into bat, 99 for 2. I'm going to leave you, Jarrod, to have a little discussion over what that's going to do for Sophie Ecclestone and her confidence for the rest of this innings. And it's going to be Neil Manthorp to replace me.
Yeah, it's the 5th over that she's bowled, and that's kind of, it feels like the first over of Sophie Ecclestone that we have seen, where she worked out exactly what her plan was. She understood everything. I do understand the Rodrigues idea of bowling wide of off stump. It's probably not what I would have suggested, but I can understand why they're looking for that. But they didn't have the field right at that point, so they still coughed up runs. Whereas now, they have the right field, they have defensive and attacking fielders in the right position, and allowed Sophie Ecclestone to just drop the ball on a dime over and over again, which is what she does at her absolute best. Talking about absolute best, Neil Manthorp's here.
I love the way that India have taken the attack to Sophie Ecclestone really early on. Here's Izzy Wong continuing. It's in at the pads of Jemima Rodrigues and turned away through square leg, behind square leg, for another single, which brings up the 100 for India. It's been a very good response to a couple of early wickets. A terrific partnership, this. Jemima Rodrigues moves to 33. $101 for 2. Alongside me, Melinda Farrell is again trying to correct me subtly. We're on camera, so you just need to tell me if I'm mispronouncing something or saying something wrong. You are the expert, and I'm here to be corrected, and that can be done on air. Mel, what did I say wrong? Here's Izzy Wong on the back foot again. I said Jemima Rodrigues. How am I getting that wrong?
So she's actually Jemima Rodrigues.
Jemima.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's an unusual one.
Jemima,
So
okay.
she goes by the nickname Jemmy, and it's Jemima. Yeah, it's an
Well,
unusual
I was
one.
going to say,
I
if you're
never knew that all that time.
I was just going to say, if you're unsure, just go for Jemmy. That's safe.
Is that acceptable?
Yeah, Jemmy Rodrigues. She's very, very commonly known as Jemmy. She's
Jemmy,
she's
right.
one of the most delightful cricketers I've ever
Well,
interviewed.
she's one of the most delightful people, certainly, that I've met in the game. On the back foot now, pushed away out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Score remains 101 for 2. Raf Nicholson.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Rodrigues is a very good guitarist. Was actually recently presented with a kind of cricket bat-shaped guitar that had been specially made for her. Don't know if she's managed to bring that on this tour to England, but she's certainly very well known for sitting on the team bus and entertaining everybody by playing some songs on the guitar.
Loves to dance in the outfield as well.
Just an effervescent, ebullient character. He is Izzy Wong, he's another one. And that's driven by Jemmy out towards short mid-wicket, 101 for 2.
And she bats like a personality. There is an effervescence about her batting, a real joyful delight, busyness, a real flair. Also, she's got her specially made guitar. And then you've got Smriti Mandana, who has a Barbie doll that has been designed in her likeness as well. So That's the only cricketer.
Well, when you say she has a Barbie doll,
No,
does she actually have one?
Well,
or has it just been modelled on her?
It's been modelled on her. I'm sure she's got a few.
Here is Izzy Wong again. Forward comes Jamie Rodrigues, pushing that one defensively away on the offside.
Yeah, it's an actual Barbie. I think that she's the only cricketer who's ever had a Barbie designed in her likeness, which just shows, she is a massive, massive superstar in India. Probably the biggest women's cricket star they have ever had.
Definitely. It's been incredible to see the way that the kind of incredible fandom around the India women's cricket team has built up over the last few years.
Here's Izzy Wong from the pavilion end. Oh, she's played on! She's gone for the big rasping cover drive and she's dragged it onto her off stump. Jamie Rodrigues tempted by the width and the length as Izzy Wong went full and wide outside the off stump. Booming cover drive goes wrong inside edge and Rodrigues has gone for 35 just as India were beginning to re-establish a dominance. Now 101 for 3.
Well, it was pitched outside the off stump and it also was swinging away from the right-hander, and so she was reaching for it, just got the line wrong and got a little under edge back in on the stumps, and that's a nice bit of bowling from Izzy Wong, who just gave her the tempter really. And Rodrigues as furious with herself as she walked off, knowing that there were big runs on the board to be had here. She leaves having scored 35 off 38. It's been entertaining while it lasts.
It has. It's been a bit of a rollicking innings there. Jarrod earlier was saying that he thought that she was being a little bit too attacking, a little bit too aggressive, and perhaps hinting that she should be playing more of a standard test innings. I think it's a really interesting balance that female cricketers have to strike, and obviously her approach to this innings, and I wonder what conversations she's had with the coaches, but the approach very much seemed to be, I'm just going to kind of play my natural white ball game, and it's been working very well for her up until now, but that was just a little bit of an attacking shot that went wrong.
Do you know, I just think it's a wide half volley. It was wide, sure, but I'm not sure that's a leave ball really. Well, you're in. I mean, she's 35 not out at a runner ball. She's striking it well, and it just. You're looking for scoring opportunities. It's a wide half volley. It was wide. I mean, she had to reach for it. But when you're in form, those are the balls you hit for 4.
Yeah, don't have any problem at all. You wouldn't imagine someone leaving that shot. Basically, it did swing quite a bit and late, and she's misjudged the swing in the end.
Sophie Ecclestone continues, gives that one some air to Smriti Mandana, who's 50 not out from 56. Harmanpreet Kaur is the new batter at the non-strikers end. Ecclestone none for 28 or 5. As I was saying earlier, I really enjoyed the positivity of the Indian attack, of the way they attacked Ecclestone early on. 21 off the first 2 overs. That's defended by Mandana, and there's no run.
Harmanpreet Kaur, we know how destructive she can be in white ball cricket. She's not quite managed to get the big scores in red ball cricket though, so big test for her today. Just a 1/2 century.
Clipped away as Ecclestone gives it a little bit more air once again, but straight to short mid wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, obviously at the other end you've got Smriti Mandana, who's got 2 Test hundreds to her name, and it would be lovely to see her get another one and get up on that honours board.
Driven down the ground, lovely shot from Mandana down towards long on.
Well, if she gets another, she has the joint most hundreds in international cricket, alongside Meg Lanning and Laura Volvart. She's got 17. So if she does get another century, that will take her clear at the top of the pile.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Commentator's curse.
I don't believe in it. I do not have that power, Neil Manthorp. I'd love to.
Well, it's a thing. I tell you, Ecclestone is in again and pushed away by Harmanpreet Kaur defensively behind square on the offside. 102 for 3. India asked to bat first, and they've had a really positive session. and they've, as I said, they took it's a sign of respect that they did target Sophie Ecclestone. I think pushed out towards extra cover again, and this time fielded by Heather Knight. You know, you can allow yourself to be intimidated by reputation, and Sophie Ecclestone certainly has a fine reputation, particularly in ODI cricket, Raf Nicholson. But you know, if you can put the best under pressure early on, you're on the front foot.
And that's exactly what India have been trying to do, haven't they? And we sort of mentioned earlier about England's slightly unconventional approach to this in selecting or in electing to field first. India, having lost the toss and then being asked to bat, have kind of actually come out and taken a pretty ballsy approach to this innings, honestly. They've been going along nicely, a very solid run rate in terms of, certainly relatively speaking, in terms of women's tests. And I think that's exactly the right approach, honestly. I think that you don't let yourself, in this instance, be intimidated by the occasion of a test match at Lord's.
Here's Izzy Wong. Mandana steers this one behind square on the offside, no run. The first women's cricketer that I can recall talking with really blunt honesty about the test match format was Charlotte Edwards, and she said, we're in the entertainment business and we need to remember that. And the problem with women's tests has been that there hasn't been enough positivity, you know, hasn't been enough desire to win, and we've been too guarded by a desire not to lose. So it's, you know, defence first, and there have been some really slow test matches over the course of history, Raf, as you, as the leading historian of the women's game, will know far better than I do. Down the leg side near pull and a miss from Mandana.
Well, I'll tell you one of them. The first time England v India played a women's test match was in England in 1986. First test match at Wetherby, petered out into a draw in the penultimate hour. India managed to slow down the over rate so that only 8 overs were bowled, which is astonishing, really.
8 overs in the hour. Ooh. Here's Izzy Wong from the pavilion end, bowls to Mandana. That's short and wide and cut away. It was a 4-ball, and it has got the treatment it deserves. Yeah, just a bit tired, drag down from Izzy Wong, but Mandana, delightful back foot square cut for 4.
There's maybe only Meg Lanning plays the cut shot as well or better than Smriti Mandana. She plays it perfectly, and that one, as soon as there's any pace off, as soon as it's sitting up, that's just easier for her. I've got one for you, Manners. Raf and I were both there for the very famous Laura Marsh half century at Wormsley.
Here's Izzy Wong down the leg side. Amy Jones gets a right hand to it but can't stop it, and it'll be probably a bye down the leg side. 107 for 3.
I'm going to say that was 2014 at Wormsley.
2013.
That was 2013, was it? There you go. Yeah, right. Okay, you're right. It was too. 2013 at Wormsley. Yeah, that was actually where we met. We met and we bonded over Scotch eggs and a Laura Marsh half century. No, but there was some very expensive champagne. It's very posh at Wormsley in the press tent. And what was it, 320 balls, something like that, for her to score a 50. We had a lot of time to bondo and talk about the Scotch eggs and the champagne.
That is a lot of Scotch egg time. Here's Izzy Wong again on the back foot now. Harmanpreet Kaur pushes that through the offside and gets off the mark with a straightforward single.
Mel, that was my first ever cricket match covering it from the press box, and because of the way that Wormsley Cricket Ground is set up, if you haven't been there, it's absolutely gorgeous, surrounded by kind of beautiful rolling hills, proper iconic English cricket ground, exactly what you would imagine, but it's in the middle of nowhere. It would be completely unsuitable to host a women's test nowadays, and they weren't really expecting a kind of very full media presence, so we were in a tent. I'll resume this story in a minute.
Izzy Wong is in, pushed away on the leg side by Mandana, no run.
And in order to cater for media, therefore, they put us in with hospitality, didn't they? And that meant that we had access to the hospitality bar. And so I remember on day 2, I think I came up to you and I said, "Oh wow, isn't it great being a cricket journalist? You get access to all of this lovely food and a free bar." And you just looked at me as if to say, "Mate, you don't know anything about what this business is like." And you're absolutely right, because it's never quite been as good since then.
We have talked about and referenced those Scotch eggs. They're the best I've ever had in my life, and it was pretty special. But then we were there the next year for when England played India in that test match at Lord's, and the scenes at the end when India won and they all came streaming onto the field. They were absolutely delighted. But I do have a point to make about these turgid matches.
Is Ecclestone with the left arm spin, driven out towards extra cover, and there's no run. 108 for 3.
Those matches at Wormsley, and then even afterwards, I think 2015 in Canterbury, and Taunton, and we're always just saying, please, please, please let the pitch be good.
Pushed out defensively to Silly Point, Tammy Beaumont fields.
Because so often they've been presented with maybe what looks like it's been a used pitch.
When you say good, as in something in it for the bowlers?
Or something in it for the batters as well. Because often they play on soft pitches.
Ecclestone in again, driven, lovely off drive, but no run, 108 for 3.
They're slow. They look like, say, a day 4 county pitch. So you're not going to get anything really. And there needs to be some pace in the pitch because they're not as powerful as the men. So it does help as far as being able to make it entertaining, give something for both the batters and the bowlers. But quite often the pitch has been soft, slow, low.
Here's Ecclestone, much quicker delivery in towards leg stump, and there's no run. Hits Harmanpreet on the pads.
And it's been so frustrating because you're dying for it. What happens then is people come in and watch it as a casual fan and go, "Oh, women's cricket's a bit boring, isn't it? They don't score many runs, the bowlers aren't very quick," and it does no one any favours.
Ecclestone in once again, pushed defensively out on the offside, no run.
No, I think that's exactly right. And some of the excitement we've seen this morning has actually been having, for example, somebody like Lauren Filer, who's almost touching 80 miles an hour at her quickest, kind of dashing in from the nursery end, and you need a particular type of pitch for that.
Pushed away out on the leg side, nobody at square leg, so Harmanpreet picks up a second run, 109 for 3.
And that's one of the reasons why spin has been so dominant actually in women's test cricket. If you look historically, it's because the pitches have just been much more favourable to that. And actually you want a mix. Like, it would be great, let's see what this pitch is doing by the end of day 3, for example. But you don't want to start off where you're going, right, we're gonna kind of bring the spinners in extremely early.
That's something I noticed. Ian Bishop was saying at the end of the World Cup that he wants to see a lot more fast bowling in women's cricket because, yes, they did rely on basically spinning all-rounders as being the go-to for so long. And that's why there is so much excitement when you see a Lauren Filer come into the game, a Lucy Hamilton for Australia, who we saw in the recent World Cup. And the idea that you can have more of a range, and it's exciting to watch.
Just give us some context around 80 miles an hour. And Lauren Filer did actually touch 80 miles an hour twice in that opening spell, but more sort of 78, 79. I mean, that's, for as far as the men's game is concerned, Ollie Robinson's quite happy if he's bowling at 79 miles an hour. That's unusual, isn't it?
Absolutely it is. There's only been one bowler in international women's cricket who's ever breached it, and that was South Africa's Shabnam Ismail a couple of years ago. And so to see somebody bowling in late 70s in terms of miles per hour is still relatively uncommon, and Filer is certainly the quickest bowler from either of these two teams.
Change of bowling now. Lauren Filer is back into the attack for a little burst before lunch, pushed away out on the offside. Raf, your eyebrows raised when I said that she touched 80 miles an hour. It was 79. Twice she got to 79. I was just rounding it up.
That's fine. No, it's just because she hasn't actually reached 80 miles an hour yet. And
she was very close in that opening spell.
Fantastic. Obviously, one of the things still with women's cricket is we don't always have a speed gun. We don't always have that being clocked. So it's really interesting that she is almost getting there.
She's bowling in-duckers at the moment to the right-hander. That's down the leg side, though. That one ducked in a little bit too much, and Harmanpreet Kaur watches it harmlessly into the gloves of Amy Jones. 109 for 3, India. They've been very positive. Actually, both teams have been very positive this morning.
They have, and Filer's actually changed ends. So she bowled her first spell from the nursery end, and she's swung around now from the pavilion end. So she's coming down with the slope, and she was trying to bowl those in-swingers, and just too often getting it wrong, coming over the wicket to...
That's over-pitched outside the off-stump. She's overcompensated, and it's pushed away by Harmanpreet Kaur through extra cover. They'll come back for a couple. India move on to 111 for 3.
Yeah, so there's the pace, but what she hasn't quite had in dealing with the slope is the control. And look, she wouldn't be the first bowler who has struggled with that as well. We just felt that if she came around the wicket, she might have a little bit more success. She's continuing coming over the wicket.
If she is going to bowl over the wicket, bowling in-duckers to the right-hander, I wouldn't mind another fielder on the, maybe behind on the leg side, sort of a leg slip or a leg gully, even a short leg. Here is Lauren Filer again, bowls right up full block hole length and defended by Harmanpreet Kaur. She's 4. Smriti Mandana has 55. India 111 for 3.
She's actually bowled, and she also bowled the fastest over that's been recorded, I think, against India in a white ball game at the Oval. I'm not sure, but you're right. It's never been recorded. I wonder if that had proper speed guns when the Australian quick Catherine Fitzpatrick was bowling back in the day.
Back of a length now from Filer, and beautifully played by Harmanpreet Kaur. Just allows it onto her pad, onto her thigh pad, and then opens the face of the bat and guides it away between second slip and gully. That's very sweetly played. All the experience coming to the fore there. 115 for 3.
She did actually play that really well, because that ball actually came back into her and could have been at a bit of an awkward height, but she just waited. As I mentioned, she's only scored 1 half century, a 69 against South Africa, so would dearly love to really get a decent one here in this test match.
Here's Lauren Filer again from the pavilion end, once more back of a length and turned away by Harmanpreet towards mid-wicket. I tell you what, Raf, one thing that surprised me is the over rate. We've only had 23, and we're only 5 or 6 minutes away from lunch, and we're supposed to have 100 in the day. This is as bad as the men.
I was talking about this earlier. So one thing that's happened over the last few... So the last women's test match that was played in England at Trent Bridge in 2023, they didn't bowl 100 overs in any of the days. That was a 5-day test, so they did end up getting a result. Australia won that match because it went into the 5th day. But historically, women have bowled their overs a lot more quickly than men, and that's why we're at 100 overs per day expected in the women's test. But I don't think that we've quite caught up with the realities of professionalisation yet.
Sophie Ecclestone continues with the left arm spin. She has a fielder at deep mid-wicket now, and she's immediately brought into action.
So they are taking longer to bowl their overs, but nobody has sat down and seen it and kind of reviewed this and gone, maybe we should actually realise that it's not realistic in contemporary women's cricket for women to bowl 100 overs. Of course, that then opens up the thorny question of actually whether we can continue to have 4-day tests for women when more often than not they end up with draws.
Driven through extra cover for 4. That's a beautiful shot from Harmanpreet Kaur. It was given some air from Sophie Ecclestone, and well, it was inviting the drive, and the invitation was accepted. Gee, that was a lovely shot. I think it's perhaps a patronising relic from yesteryear. You know, I mean, seriously, you want the increased professionalisation, whatever. You can't. I mean, that yes, there were. Many years ago, you'd have 2 off spinners from both ends, getting through the 18 or 19 overs an hour, but that's not the way the women's game looks at the moment. Pushed square of the wicket on the offside, so 100 overs in the day is just it's not feasible.
Well, it reflects what we were saying about the fact that there are a lot more quicker bowlers in the game now. So you don't have, you could almost see an entire session of spin bowling.
Ecclestone in and beats the outside edge. That's a delightful delivery from Sophie Ecclestone. First real signs of turn there, just enough for it to straighten past the outside edge. Beautifully bowled. 120 for 3, India. That's really good going. A run rate of over 5 and over on the first morning of a test match in any circumstances, but this pitch is doing a bit here at Lord's on the first morning. Turned away by Harmanpreet for another single behind square on the leg side.
I mean, historically, women's test started out as 3 days. And that was, it was partly for kind of financial reasons, obviously a struggle to negotiate pitch availability as well, which was always the reason, incidentally, why MCC gave for not allowing women to play a test match here, because you've got to have 3 or 4 days back to back.
Here's Ecclestone in. Quicker one, much quicker, and defended by Smriti Mandana. She remains on 56, 24 overs gone. The MCC tell us that they have to say no to somewhere between 20 and 30 requests for days of cricket at Lord's, because there is only so much you can play. I always thought that was a bit of a lame excuse. I would have thought that a women's test match should be given a priority over Eton against Harrow.
Well, that's been the example used a lot, hasn't it? Of course, Eton Harrow has a fine tradition, but the thing is, when you talk about tradition, women have been playing tests for longer than a lot of full member nations men's sides, right? There's actually a longer history when it comes to it. And then if you take a financial viewpoint and say, well, it's not cost effective, there's an awful lot of cricket that is played in men's cricket, first class cricket, even test cricket in some cases, which isn't financially sustainable.
What came first, the first women's test or test status for New Zealand and India?
I think test status for New Zealand and India did come first. So the first,
only just?
The first women's test was December 1934.
Down the leg side now from Lauren Filer. She's got those induckers going. And did you obviously know, you've noticed that they heard what my comment was in the last over about having a leg slip?
Have you got a direct line down there, Manners?
It just seemed obvious. I mean, she's bowling, 78 mile an hour induckers to the right hander, and anyway. Maya Boucher is now in at leg slip.
Boucher, a fantastic fielder, by the way.
There's a couple, I'm told, but Georgie's telling me that there's 2 or 3 outstanding fielders, as well as Tammy Beaumont, who now fields this one at short mid-wicket, 121 for 3.
I have an answer
Alice
for
Capsley?
you.
Yes.
Oh yes. By the way, since women's Test cricket started in 1934, so India had just got their status 2 years earlier, New Zealand 4 years earlier, but it was much later for Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Zimbabwe, Bangladesh, and obviously Afghanistan and Ireland. So that's quite a few Test playing nations.
Filer in again, back of a length up towards the ribcage, turned away by Harmanpreet towards square leg. So that was my point, is that there were only 4 men's teams playing Test cricket when the women played Test cricket for the first time.
I think that's exactly right, and that's why it's particularly galling when somebody like, for example, ICC chair Greg Barclay a couple of years ago actually comes out and says, well, we don't see women's tests as part of the landscape going forwards, and when kind of asked to justify spending money or nations and the ICC spending money on men's tests that aren't kind of financially profitable, says, oh well, of course men's test cricket is a really important part of the historical landscape. It just shows a total ignorance of the fact that clearly it's a fundamental part of the landscape, the historical landscape of women's cricket as well.
I have to say that Greg Barclay was on the whole a very good man, but he stepped into an open manhole when he made that comment, and he was told by a lot of people.
By the way, there is a leg slip in as well as 2 conventional and a gully.
Filer in again and pushed away behind square on the offside by Harmanpreet. 13 from 22 balls. You was talked earlier about Harmanpreet Kaur's 7 Test hundreds, hasn't she?
Harmanpreet hasn't got a Test 100. Smriti
Smriti
has 5 or 2, just a 2, the 2.
Oh, you were talking about international hundreds.
Yeah, international hundreds.
Right. Not
See,
test
we sort of
hundreds.
have to do that. Records in tests are just, to be honest, almost a bit meaningless.
Outside the off stump and left alone.
Yeah, it's the same as when you try to talk about recent form in Test cricket. I mean, England's last Test before this one was January, February 2025 at the MCG. I mean, that's just, it's months and months ago, and it just doesn't feel particularly meaningful.
I think that women's Test should be cherished for their rarity. I understand that records don't necessarily have so much of a reflection. That's pushed away up towards wideish mid-on, fielded by Lauren Bell. 121 for 3.
I mean, I think they are cherished very much by the players. I certainly think for example, India got knocked out of the T20 World Cup before reaching the semi-finals, and the coach in his post-match press conference said, okay, like, we're obviously very disappointed, but the match on this tour, they've been in England since May, the match on this tour that we've most been looking forward to is the Test match, and that's been the one that we've talked about the most and planned for the most. That's a huge statement, given that the T20 World Cup is such an enormous kind of has enormous importance in the global calendar. But he's basically saying, no, it's a women's Test match, and that's the pinnacle for us as much as it is for the men.
Lunchtime here at Lord's after the first session of the first ever women's Test match to be staged at the home of cricket, although there are many around the world, many millions around the world, who question whether it really is the home of cricket. Anyway, it's been India's session, I think, only just 122 for 3. They've been positive, they've taken the attack to the bowlers, they've scored at 5 and over, which is not quite unprecedented, but it's the second highest scoring rate that India have achieved in the first session of a Test match. Smriti Mandana is unbeaten on 56, Harmanpreet Kaur has 14, and 122 for 3 is, I would suggest, it's been India's session. 3 batters out, Shafali Verma for a duck, 4-ball duck in the second over of the morning. Lauren Filer having a caught behind by Amy Jones. Yastika Bhatia bowled by Lauren Bell for 12, and Jemmy Rodrigues bowled by Izzy Wong for 35. I have to say that there has been absolutely no shortage whatsoever of entertainment in those first 2 hours. I think it's lived up to everybody's hopes and expectations, Ralph Nicholson.
How exciting, first of all, to have all of those women, former players, coming out right at the start of play, or 5 minutes before play, to ring that bell. That was a really lovely touch from MCC. Then to see the 2 Laurens, Lauren Bell and Lauren Filer, running in with some pace, as we've just been talking about, from either end of this ground, the pavilion end and the nursery end, and both ultimately being successful. And then to see India actually kind of really going at this really positively. Obviously Smriti Mandana still out there, 56 not out. She'll go into lunch pretty happy. I think she's played some absolutely beautiful shots. And I think England will be happy, 3 wickets in a session. But as you say, it's been good from India as well.
Yeah, I just think from an England point of view, they've just not had the control. There have been the moments they have taken 3 wickets, and you normally would say 3 wickets in a session, you'd be pretty reasonably happy as a bowling side. Not forgetting that would probably be the minimum expectations when you win the toss and you send the other team in to bat. So they needed to take, I think, at least that many, but it's just been the amount of loose deliveries, particularly ones that have been either side of the wicket, just giving them too much width, too much down the leg side, and they've been able to capitalise that. Particularly, you've seen that from Smriti Mandana and from Jemmy Rodrigues when she was in as well. That partnership was going along at a run of ball. So I think India might be a little bit happier just having the 122 runs on the board, and also having 2 batters out there like Smriti and Harmanpreet Kaur.
Final word to you, Ralph Nicholson. It's all very well for Melinda to say that there have been too many loose deliveries, but they could well have been left on the first morning of a Test match, and we've seen many batters, top order batters, do exactly that. Well, that's wide, I don't have to play at that, but I think credit to the Indian top order, Smriti Mandana in particular. Certainly she's taken a scoring opportunity.
Exactly, and I think you have to do that in a 4-day test match. You have to be conscious of run rate, and they will certainly be conscious of that. And I think that India have taken an attacking approach, and honestly, on balance, that is probably right.
So there you have it. It's 122 for 3. India losing the toss, being asked to bat first. It's been a thoroughly absorbing first session. We now have the pleasure of a Lord's luncheon. So do excuse us for the next 35 minutes. We're going to go and indulge ourselves, and we'll be back with more ball-by-ball commentary here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel for the afternoon session. Hope you've enjoyed the first 2 hours. We certainly have. We'll talk to you again in about 35 minutes.
ask you to quickly nip down here and say hello to our evening contestants for semi-final number 2 of Australia through to the final. Hello, what's your name?
My name is Davina.
Davina, and you are? Davina and Katie here. This is Team India. Listen, you play cricket on YouTube. Jeremy?
I played quite casually with my younger brother, but other than that, I'm absolutely by no means a pro.
He doesn't insist on beating you all the time, does he?
Yeah, he's actually a great cricketer, so I was on the ball all the time.
Oh, really? Okay, what about you?
I'm a football girl, so absolutely no experience whatsoever.
All right, 2 questions then. Who's your team if you're a football girlie? Not sure whether you've got a great football team. Who's your football team? Oh yeah, these are some of their players. Is it coming over the World Cup or not? Mind that language, no thank you very much. Right, I can see you're fired up for this. Semi-final 2 for the honour of meeting Australia in the final. I think they're ready to get going. Who has the first ball here? You do. All right, well, off you go. That's a little bit short, that one. And that one, you've got to flick the like to remind you all of the ground regulation that spectators may not come onto the playing area at any time. If you ignore this request, you will be ejected, liable to prosecution and exclusion from cricket grounds. This measure is in place for the safety of everyone, especially the players and officials. Spectators shall not engage in any conduct or act towards any player, match official, steward, or any other spectator in a manner which offends, insults, intimidates, or threatens that person with any form of discrimination. In the interest of safety and security, we ask you kindly to keep your bags and belongings with you at all times. Any bags found unattended may be removed. On-field umpires heading back to the middle, the TV umpire James Middlebury, fourth umpire Gabby Brown, the ICC match referee Harmanpreet. Leading out points, England.
Welcome back to Lords, wherever you may be listening around the world. It's a delight to be back for the second session of this historic first ever Test match at the home of cricket. England hosting India, and it's India who have enjoyed the better of the morning session. Although England took 3 wickets, India have 122 runs on the board, and with Smriti Mandana still at the crease on 56, with captain Harmanpreet Kaur, till be up to England to make an early breakthrough. The 2 most experienced players at the crease at the moment. Alongside me, Dr. Ralph Nicholson, who's enjoyed the first session. One of the great moments of your career, I suspect, being here for this Test match.
Use the by the way, you don't need to use the doctor title.
I love using it
every single time.
I love it.
But it's very kind of you, and of course
I don't get to commentate with a doctor of literature.
a doctor of women's cricket. My doctorate was looking at the history of women's cricket, and that's how we've ended up here. So yes, I don't
Which
think
makes
there
you
are many
unique in the world.
Oh, I think there might be a couple of others.
I wouldn't. No, not. I spent hours trying to get to the bottom of this, and not that I could find.
Well, there you go. Anyway, it's delightful to be here. When you said one of my career highlights, I thought you meant kind of being on commentary with you, Manners.
No, I meant being here for this. It's been a 142-year wait.
It's been quite a long one, yeah. I mean, 100 years since the establishment of the first Women's Cricket Association in England in 1926. So yeah, I'm gonna call it 100 years. We've been waiting for this moment, and it's been very exciting so far.
It has. It's really a totally absorbing first session. Sophie Ecclestone continues with a left arm spin for the first over after lunch, and the first delivery is pushed away by Harmanpreet into the offside, and they go through for another single. So the total moves to 123 for 3. Another glorious, glorious day. England accustomed to having maybe 2 or 3 days of a heat wave, but it seems to have been sticking around this one, and all 4 days forecast to be in the 30s, so it's going to be physically taxing. Now left-hander Smriti Mandana on strike. No slip in for Ecclestone, who is turning the ball into the left-hander, and pushed away past Tammy Beaumont at short leg, and they go through for another single.
Interesting that the first ever women's match at Lord's 50 years ago was in the middle of the famously long, hot English summer of 1976, and I was talking to some of the players about it yesterday, and they said that the wicket was in a really, really terrible state.
Ecclestone in once again. That's pushed square of the wicket on the offside, no run.
It was just impossible for the groundspeople to try and cope with so many days on end of really, really high temperatures. So if you look at the photos, then it's basically a dust bowl.
Here's Ecclestone again. Forward comes Harmanpreet, pushing that one defensively away on the offside.
And the grass is just it's basically all the same colour as the cut strip. There's no green to be seen, which is very interesting actually, and I suppose it just shows the ways in the kind of ways in which modern day groundspersonship has adapted.
Pushed away out to the leg side as Ecclestone continues to grind out the dot balls, now regaining some control after an early assault against her. 1976 was the year the West Indies men were playing against England, wasn't it? There's that many famous photographs of the final test at the Oval, where there was no green anywhere. It was all just white or brown grass, pushed away firmly out to extra cover. Again, and there's no run.
Exactly, and exactly that was the same here at Lord's for that first women's game. So yeah, interesting one. Ecclestone just has absolutely raced through that over, hasn't she?
Well, only 25 overs in the morning session of 2 hours, so that's on a par with the slowness of the first session of a men's test match, and very unlike the women. But let me ask you a question. Georgie Heath and I were on for the first half an hour before we had the pleasure of your company, and I did mention to Georgie that the first one-day international, it may have been in 1976, here at Lord's between England and Australia in the women's game, but it was a long, long time before women were permitted to enter, never mind use the pavilion. So the question I posed to Georgie, and she said I'll have to defer to Raf to answer that, was where did the women get changed in 1976?
It's a great question. They were permitted in the
What?
changing rooms, but they weren't allowed to. There were definitely areas of the pavilion that were off limits to them.
It's Lauren Bell continuing from a new spell from the pavilion end. It's pushed out towards cover and there's no run. There was just for the benefit of our listeners and viewers, before 1999 there was only one woman who was ever permitted entrance to the Lord's Pavilion. You can tell us who that was.
It was the Queen.
Yeah.
Which is staggering, really, because that is relatively recently. Certainly, it feels extremely recent indeed that the pavilion opposite us here on a glorious day at Lord's was just off limits to women. But there was a one-off exception made because they were playing a match here that the women could go directly up the stairs into the dressing rooms.
Pushed defensively away by Harmanpreet as Lauren Bell is again full and straight. It's just staggering. It's just absolutely staggering to think that the women, the first honorary members were permitted in a year before 1998, weren't they? And then women were allowed in the pavilion in 1999.
The vote took place in September 1998, and then the first 10 women received membership in 1999.
Here's Lauren Bell again, full and straight, defended by Harmanpreet. Just honorary members, though, first.
Yes, exactly. So obviously, because there's such a huge waiting list for the club, I mean, it's gone up since then. I would imagine even back then it was at least a 20-year waiting list. So they decided, right, we need to actually make this more than just a symbolic step. We need to actually have some women members. So they spent a few months debating who the first women were going to be, and they eventually settled on 10. It was women who'd kind of played a historic role in developing women's cricket, largely.
Lauren Bell in. Oh, that one almost gets through inside edge onto the pad of Harmanpreet. Pushed out towards Alice Capsey at square leg. And just off the top of your head, how many of those 10 can you name?
Yeah, I was just coming to that. Obviously, one of them, Rachel Hayhoe-Flynn, who herself had been instrumental in kind of kick-starting this campaign for women to become members of MCC, because she actually said, right, I'm going to apply for membership, and that started a proper conversation about it. And she did that in 1991, so it took 7 years for them to actually decide that they were going to admit women.
Here's Lauren Bell again, and Harmanpreet forward defending, pushing that 1-2 extra cover. Really good tight over this so far.
Another was Jackie Court, who is actually here today. She was one of the women who played in that England v Australia one-day international in 1976, and obviously before play we had that lovely moment when a lot of older women players came out and all rang the 5-minute bell together, and she was one of those. So she's one. Netta Reinberg.
Here's Lauren Bell, pushed away out on the leg side towards mid-wicket this time. Again, full and straight from Lauren Bell, 125 for 3.
So Netta Reinberg was they were known as the manageress. So the female manager on England women's 2 post-war tours to Australia and New Zealand in 1948-49 and 1957-58. So she did once play in a test match on that first tour, but she was only drafted in because of injury, and her one test and she made a pair, which is a bit gutting.
Indeed. So tell me, I'd like to explore another subject which I'm fascinated in. That's dress etiquette, playing kit, because I can't remember her name now. There's a brilliant photograph, one of the great individual performances in the early days of women's test cricket. Betty, she scored 100 and took 11 wickets. Betty, anyway, there's a picture of her. I think it was in 1956. That's Ecclestone in again, pushed away defensively by Mandana.
Betty Wilson, the Australian.
Yes, right. And she's wearing a fantastically practical pair of long, baggy shorts, almost like culottes. And I just think that here's Ecclestone again, just short enough to be pulled by Mandana out to deep mid-wicket, fielded by Boucher out there on the boundary. And And yet, it seems to me, all the photographs of women's teams 20 years later, they're all wearing skirts. And I wondered, was that compulsory? Were skirts the dress code of the time in the 70s? Because I think those long, sort of knee-length, baggy, loose shorts seemed far more practical. The early predecessor to Martina Navratilova, I suppose.
So the official uniform of the Women's Cricket Association, both in England and in Australia, was culottes. So even the photos you would have seen with them being a little bit shorter, they might have looked more like skirts, but they were still culottes, so kind of divided skirts.
Here comes Ecclestone again, short, pulled away out towards mid-wicket.
But it's really interesting that you talk about the kind of the longer one being slightly more practical. Actually, some of the England women, there was a particular specified length. So originally, that was when kneeling, they couldn't be more than 3 inches from the ground.
Forward comes Mandana defending out towards me. This would have been a committee of men somewhere deciding this.
No. It's really interesting you say that. The Women's Cricket Association was always administered entirely by women. Men could not even become members of the WCA, let alone serve on committees.
Seems reasonable enough. Pushed away by Mandana out towards extra cover, and there's no run. India 127 for 3 at the end of another tight over from Sophie Ecclestone.
So all of these clothing regulations were entirely set by women for women. There are kind of interesting reasons for this. The idea of wearing a divided skirt, as the WCA always called them, was that it was meant to be feminine yet practical. So practical because it was kind of a little bit more like shorts, but it also looked like a skirt. And they were deliberately trying to position themselves as kind of respectable. They were very conscious of the fact that, so if you look at the history of women's football, for example, there's that very famous moment in 1921 where the Football Association banned women footballers and said, you can't play on our pitches. And the WCA wanted to avoid that same fate. So they thought, right, how can we make ourselves respectable and how can we make ourselves less of a threat to the men? If we wear skirts, they won't think we're trying to copy them.
Lauren Bell in, and that's pushed away firmly by Harmanpreet Kaur. No run.
And also you can imagine that the type of kind of rather conservative, if you'll forgive me using this term, sort of pale male and stale man who was in charge of running an organisation like the MCC would have very much kind of been, they would have been happier dealing with women who they thought, oh, she looks like a woman. And there's lots of stuff about, oh, we had a lovely letter from, or we had a lovely visit from this beautifully polite, softly spoken woman from the WCA.
Lauren Bell in, and that's driven through extra cover. That's a glorious shot from Harmanpreet Kaur. Beautifully timed. It's running up the hill. It's got sufficient timing on it to reach the boundary as well, even though it was slowing down. But that's a delightful boundary. 127 for 131 for 3 now.
So the WCA are kind of successful in this tactic in the sense that they were not ever banned by MCC. And MCC, for example, they wouldn't let them play at Lord's, but they did give them some financial contributions to overseas tours. They did in 1951, so a couple of decades before the first match, they let the women use the nets, which was seen as a very big deal, both by the MCC but also by the Australians who got to use them.
Lauren Bell in again, turned away by Harmanpreet on the leg side. No run. 131 for 3 India.
But if you fast forward on a few decades from the founding of the WCA, there were definitely, so you get to the 70s, there were definitely members of the England team by that point who just basically felt that the skirts were a bit too long, and it was the decade of mini skirts. The 60s was the decade of mini skirts. So by the 70s, you actually get some of the England women just turning up their skirts deliberately, so they were a bit more, the length was a little bit more fashionable.
Lauren Bell in again, and right up in the block hole, dug out nicely by Harmanpreet.
So that's probably, Manners, that some of the photos that you're talking about actually is that they're a bit shorter, but that's because some of the players are actually testing the limits of some of these rules by the time that we're talking about, kind of the later 70s. And actually, I was at this reunion of the 76 team who played here, and one of them, Jan Southgate, had her skirt, and it still had the name tag in the back, and she held it up, and it very, very much looked quite short. And I said, I don't think that would pass the WCA's regulations.
On the back foot now to a short one from Lauren Bell, pushed out towards cover. So it was a fashion thing rather than just a practicality thing.
By that point, some of the players were trying to make it more fashionable. They were doing what they could within the kind of limits of what the WCA would permit. So, for example, you couldn't just go out and buy your own white skirt. You had to there was one supplier of divided skirts for the England women's cricket team, and it was a shop called Len Smith's in Twickenham.
Yes, Lauren Bell, that's down the leg side, and too far down the leg side for a leg glance to make contact from Harmanpreet. She's 20. Smriti Mandana has 59, 131 for 3. So very regulation then. Very. At which point and why weren't they called culottes? It was divided. Was that too French? Was it? Oh.
I think culottes, somebody asked me this yesterday, I think culottes as a generally accepted term didn't really kind of come into common parlance until maybe the 80s. So I think that the idea of a divided skirt was just, that was what you called culottes before that became the term, because certainly a bit later on they are being referred to as culottes by the WCA.
And you mentioned that the England women footballers were banned by the FA from using their facilities in the 1921, I think you said. Is that because they wore shorts? Why did they suddenly ban them? I mean, that's down the leg side. There's a little flick, and it's a beautiful take from Amy Jones down the leg side. She's appealing. She's convinced, but not out, says umpire Sue Redfern. And now there's conversation taking place between Ecclestone is now wondering whether Jones is confident enough to take the review, and Nat Skiver-Brunt has said yes. If you heard something, we'll go with you, we'll back you. Ecclestone is now holding her head as if to think, oh no, what have I done? I don't think it was.
Umpire director, we have a review for.
She's not confident, is she?
Amy Jones seemed confident though.
To ball tracking, please.
Do you reckon it was Amy Jones who said to Nat Skiver-Brunt to take it?
I think so. I think that tends to be the way it works between these two. They're very old friends, and Amy Jones actually former housemate of Nat Skiver-Brunt, and I think those two will have a good understanding between each other. Okay,
well, we're having a look at the replay, and it's given some air by Sophie Ecclestone, and it turns not a great deal, but it's quite impressive for first day. It just seemed like it came off the pad, and Ultra Edge confirming that there's no inside edge. So England will lose their first review. They've had a couple that they retained. Lauren Filer, a beautiful in-swinger early on in the first session, just clipping leg stump. Anyway, so they've lost that review. They went for it. Sophie Ecclestone thought, what have I done? I don't think that's a good one, and she was right.
Be interested to hear what Jarrod Kimber makes of that one.
Oh, down the wicket. That's a terrific shot from Mandana. She's used her feet and looking to go over the top of mid-off. She has gone over the top of mid-off, not cleanly enough to reach the boundary. But have England got a substitute on? They do. Who's that fielding at mid-off? 82. Oh, sorry, it's Lauren Filer. Yeah, it's Lauren Filer. 131 for 3 then. So Mandana confident enough to go over the top, but not timed well enough to reach the boundary. She does get 2, and she's back on strike now. Backs away, chops this through the offside. Chase on for Boucher out towards the cover boundary from mid-off. There'll be another 2. Still positive, India. Really making the running, prepared to run the risk of losing wickets, but also happy to make the running and putting runs on the board, putting the bowlers under pressure. Here's Ecclestone again, turned away behind square on the offside. How likely are we, do you think, to see Alice Capsey and Maddie Villiers with their off breaks? I mean, how much are they? I think Alice Capsey's a batting all-rounder more, isn't she?
Definitely she's seen that way by England, and recently obviously played in the World Cup and was England's reserve keeper. Although I did interview her just before that tournament, and she said actually all it's done is lengthen her net sessions because she is still bowling.
Square driven, lovely shot from Harmanpreet Kaur out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary.
So Capsey trying to maintain an efficiency in kind of all three disciplines, batting, keeping, and also bowling as well. So yeah, and I did see her bowling here in the nets on Wednesday. So I think that she will bear some of the bowling load.
Ecclestone in again. That's driven firmly up towards Filer at mid-off, and there's no run. Another tidy over from Sophie Ecclestone. You get the impression Ecclestone will be quite happy to bowl all day.
Absolutely, and that's what she's done in the last couple of tests that England women have played at home. She just bowls and bowls and bowls. I think I'm right in remembering that in the 2023 test at Trent Bridge, for example, she took 10 wickets. She bowled 77 overs. So just kind of phenomenal, and England always say, oh, she's got a very repeatable action, but it's a big load for her to bear actually, and I think that's why I think it's very likely that we will see Capsey today at some point. You're also asking about Maddie Villiers, another off-spinning option. She's got an interesting kind of journey as well, because when she was originally selected for England back in 2019. She was very much a bowler and was batting well down the order. She's kind of transformed herself a little bit more now into more of a batting all-rounder.
Lauren Bell continues. That's driven down the ground by Harmanpreet Kaur, down into the ground, takes some of the pace off it. 137 for 3.
But I think nevertheless that Maddie Villiers will be looking to get her arm over today at some point as well. I mean, you know, if India are gonna carry on batting for the rest of the day, then you know, Ecclestone will bear a load, but the other spinners will have to do their part as well. And of course, Natsiva Brunt can't offer anything with the ball at the moment because of her injury.
Here's Lauren Bell again, and steered away into the gully. It's no runs, gone straight to Maddie Villiers. So the nature of Siva Brunt's injury. What she didn't bowl during the T20 World Cup, but evidently her value as captain and as a batter means that gosh, this England team would look different, wouldn't it, with her as a bowling option? Gee.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I think she's a much better batter than she is bowler.
Here is Lauren Bell again, and that one is driven, mistimed, straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. I wasn't thinking about sort of 7 or 8 over spells, but I mean, she's a wicket taker, isn't she? I mean, yes, she'll go for a couple of boundaries, but 3 or 4 overs of Natsiva Brunt transforms the look of the team.
She definitely has that knack of kind of coming into bowl and taking wickets. I think maybe sometimes it's about sort of when she brings herself on and potentially short spells. But as far as we're aware, she's very much playing in this test as the captain and as a batter.
Here's Lauren Bell again, short and wide. It was a 4-ball, and it's hammered away by Harmanpreet Kaur. Absolute delightful shot from the 37-year-old veteran. She's I tell you what, there's nothing about her body language or her performance that suggests she's coming towards the end of her career, but it's been a long and illustrious one. That's a delightful square cut. Her foot movement still sublime, quickly into position. Wasn't a terrible delivery from Lauren Bell, but it was too short and too wide, and just the width required. 4 more runs to Harmanpreet. 141 for 3 India. Here's Lauren Bell again from the pavilion end. It's full and straight, and Ecclestone at mid-off's quite deep, so she concedes the single. More concerned with preventing the boundary. Just a delightful little soft-handed push from Harmanpreet up towards mid-off.
Just be a bit careful, Manners, about trying to retire her, because she's a little bit sensitive about that. There was a great,
really?
There was a great moment in the captain's press conferences before the T20 World Cup where somebody said, "Is this your last World Cup?" And she just kind of glared at him and said, "Are you trying to retire me? Do you think it should be my last World Cup?" And it was very funny, actually. But yeah, she's obviously conscious that people are talking about that, and she doesn't want them to be.
Lauren Bell in to complete the over. Oh dear, it's down the leg side. Sometimes I think there's a problem with the wrist. That one's it's been called 4 byes. It's a bugbear of mine that irritates the living daylights out of me as a not very good wicketkeeper myself. When the bowler's sprayed one down the leg side, which you cannot get to, call it wides. All right, it wasn't technically a wide, but Amy Jones couldn't get anywhere near that. So 4 byes is the call at the end of the over. 31 overs gone, 146 for 3.
I agree with you. That does seem a little bit harsh on Amy Jones there. Anyway, yeah, Lauren Bell struggling a little bit after lunch just to find the right line and length, particularly against Harmanpreet Kaur, who's lapping it up. Has moved on to 26. Smriti Mandana looking good as ever from the other end on to 64.
Sophie Ecclestone is to continue now. She's going around the wicket to Harmanpreet, pushes that one past silly point. W.G. Grace, I think, is famously the oldest man to have played cricket for England. Who are some of the women who've played into their 40s that come to mind immediately? You've probably written several chapters on this subject. I can remember that. I know that there are so many who've played in their early teens for various countries around the world. It's lovely fielding from Alice Capsey on the cover boundary as Harmanpreet slap drives this one through the offside. They come back for a second. I mean, I like stopped raising my eyebrows now when I read about another girl playing provincial or state cricket at 13 or 14, or so many at 15 or 16. You see a lot less about women playing into their 40s. I think W.G. Grace was like 56 or something. He played his last game for England. That was a long time ago.
I just imagine him perpetually with a beard for whatever age.
And a large tummy.
He was born with a beard.
Yeah, right. He's got one in every single picture and photograph ever taken of him. Ecclestone in again, pushed defensively away on the offside.
I was just actually having a look at oldest players in women's tests, so I confess that I've cheated and gone to Cricinfo for this information. I apologise that my general knowledge has failed me.
That's very specific knowledge I asked you for, not general. Here's Ecclestone. Forward comes Harmanpreet again, pushing it past Tammy Beaumont at silly point.
So this list is telling me that the oldest ever female test cricketer was aged 46. It was Stephanie Power, who represented West Indies against Pakistan in March 2004.
Here's Sophie Ecclestone again, turns this one away from Harmanpreet, defends it to cover, no run. 46, Stephanie Power. Yeah?
Yeah, exactly. The oldest English woman to play in a test match was Muriel Haddlesey, and she was 42. So into her 40s, and that was actually in one of the first tests in England in 1937.
Pushed away defensively on the onside, but for a single by Harmanpreet into a gap at mid-wicket. That's unusual. Yeah, particularly for that era, 1937.
Oh, it's interesting. I actually think maybe in some ways it might have been more common in that very early period because they were more limited in who they could select. I mean, one of the things in the 1930s was that if you wanted to represent England women at cricket, then you had to be quite well off. You had to have some savings. You had to be prepared to give up a chunk of salary because you would potentially be off work for quite a while. And so they couldn't often select teams on merit. They had to actually just select them based on who could make themselves available and almost kind of who could afford it as well.
Not entirely dissimilar to the men of the same era. I mean, there's a lot that didn't go on Ashes tours because they couldn't afford. They weren't given time off and couldn't afford to spend 4 months going to Australia, 2 months on a boat. That's driven square of the wicket on the offside for another single. And Harmanpreet, she's going along beautifully at the moment. The 37-year-old, she's 30 not out. Smriti Mandana has 64.
Now you have to go quite a way down the list to find the oldest Indian woman to have represented India in a women's test. And it's actually a name that we're probably quite familiar with. That was Jhulan Goswami, who was 38, and that was in September 2021.
Here is Lauren Bell continuing, and that one driven up towards mid-off and slightly misfielded by Izzy Wong, but to no particular cost. Jhulan Goswami and Mithali Raj, I decided that they're the two greatest Indian women cricketers. I didn't decide. I think their records speak for themselves.
Absolutely, they do. And it's interesting, we're here at Lord's today. This is where Jhulan Goswami played her last international match for India back in September 2022. Now, we don't talk about the end of that game, Manners, because it was slightly mired in controversy, but it was a brilliant day for Goswami.
Turned away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for a single. We're talking about the run out at the non-strikers.
We are talking about the run out of Charlie Dean at the non-strikers end.
So as soon as you said we don't talk about that, that's my cue to talk about it.
Exactly. I knew you'd take the cue. So there we are. We are now talking about it officially. Up till that point, that day had been all about Jhulan Goswami. She'd had the guard of honour as she came out to bat, and it had been a lovely day, and a brilliant occasion. Had broken the record for a crowd at a women's ODI, over 15,000 spectators in here at Lord's, and then that happened.
Lauren Bell in bowls a shorter one, and it's up around maybe chest height rather than shoulder height, and it's defended away by Harmanpreet Kaur on the offside. 151 for 3, and it really divided opinion, doesn't it? As not quite as much as it used to. It used to be called the Mankad, which was so unkind and unfair on Vinu Mankad, the great Indian all-rounders of all time, really. But so it's now just run out at the non-strikers end. But there were those who pushed away defensively out towards extra cover, and there's a pick-up and a shy at the stumps from Tammy Beaumont at the non-strikers end. Izzy Wong backs up but then fumbles it during her backing up, and that allows the batters through for another single. It's funny how people judge, it's like it's not quite as bad running out a top order batter at the non-strikers end, but when it's the number 10 or 11, it seemed seen as much more unfair.
Well, I think on that occasion, I mean, it was England looked to be pushing on to an unlikely win because they'd had this big partnership for the 10th wicket between Charlie Dean and Freya Davies, and ultimately that moment won the game for India.
Low full toss and driven by Harmanpreet Kaur out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. They go through for a single. Ralph Nicholson, do finish the story of that game, because then Melinda Farrell will take over from me, and I think you're going to be replaced as well.
Well, just to end by saying that, of course, ultimately the footage was reviewed, and it looked like Charlie Dean had come out of her ground on a number of previous occasions, so once you actually thought about it, it was a perfectly fair mode of dismissal by India. I think it was just that at the end of the game, it was kind of there was widespread confusion as to what had happened. The crowd obviously very dominated by English fans who were disappointed that what looked to be a thrilling conclusion had been slightly cut off, but India did nothing wrong, and it was an exciting kind of eventful end to the match, I suppose.
As the first ball of Sophie Ecclestone's over is just pushed out into the covers. No run. Thank you very much for that little tail, Raf. Might keep you on here for a second because Jarrod is coming in, but he hasn't shown up yet. So, and I struggle being alone as the next ball is just played out by Harman into point. No run.
Don't worry, Mel. I won't leave you in the lurch here. Happy to carry on. Happy to talk about whatever you would like to talk about.
Look, it's so lovely to have you on here because your knowledge of the women's game is unsurpassed, unmatched. So it's great to get the full perspective on what's happening. It's slowed down a little bit since lunch as in comes Ecclestone, and that one again is just played out to point, gets past Tammy Beaumont at short leg.
I think these two have been quite a little bit more cautious against Sophie Ecclestone, perhaps. Manners and I was just sort of reflecting on the fact that she does tend to bowl a lot of overs in women's test matches, especially ones that England play at home. And she's just sort of bustling through her overs and not giving India much chance to get her away.
It's a full ball, really floated that one up, and it's just played straight back down the pitch by Harman. Yeah, it's almost like they've gone off and they've had the discussion and gone, right, we got off to a blistering start. Now let's just bat for a long time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to know exactly what was said over lunch, but potentially that was it, like a little bit more of a chance now to dig in and consolidate.
Flatter ball by Ecclestone, and it's just pushed up to wide mid-off, and they'll come through for mid-on even. They'll come through for a single. Yeah, the scoring rate has slowed down. It's now a run rate of about 4.5, and they were going at pretty much a run a ball for the first 100 runs that they scored. But I don't mind that. Next ball is just played into the leg side. There's a little sigh from the crowd because Tammy Beaumont is hovering in under the lid. But that is the end of Ecclestone's over. She has reached a half century. She's none for 50 after her 13 overs. And Harman is now on 34, taking the strike at the start of the next over. Mandana is on 66 of that 156 for 3.
Yeah, interesting. Obviously, Tammy Beaumont doing the job again under the lid at short leg. This will be her last match for England. She announced her retirement from international cricket on Wednesday, gave a very emotional press conference on Wednesday afternoon here at Lord's. There was an amazing giant poster of the 2017 World Cup win at the back of the room. She was obviously reflecting on that as one of her favourite moments in an England shirt. But I'm wondering, who succeeds Tammy Beaumont at short leg? Because that's the job that she's done in tests for England. Admittedly, there's not been loads of women's tests, because there have never been loads of women's tests since the ICC took over in 2005. But for basically every test match that she's played since her debut in 2008, I want to say off the top of my head. No, and maybe actually I think it was a little bit later than that. Anyway, she's been the short leg. How do you anoint a new short leg?
Izzy Wong is in at the start of her over, and the ball's just defended back down the pitch. No run. Thank you for your thoughts, Dr. Raff. And we'll bring in Nurse Georgie Heath.
Nurse? Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about my bedside manner. You'll be all right. Have you tried paracetamol? As the building starts to crumble around us. We need a builder rather than a nurse.
Izzy Wong as Richie Mandana just gets in behind that one. I think, was that because Jarrod realised he was late and just came slamming through the door? It was Raff.
I now understand why the men have tried to keep the women away from Lords for so long. 1.5 sessions and Raff has ruined the media centre.
So Jarrod, Kimber now joining myself and Georgie. Are you staying on, or are you? What are they deciding? We'll let producers.
It looks like Scott's just turning her mic off.
The next ball from Wong is short enough to pull, but without any real great power from Mandana. And there's a fielder out at deep mid-wicket to prevent the boundary. They take a single instead, 157 for 3.
Sorry, Georgie, I ruined you there. Made you come on and then straight away came back. My fault.
So, Jarrod, just making the observation that at lunch it almost seems like they've had a discussion to say we got off to a belting start. Now we need to make sure we bat long. And they've come out just a little bit easier in pace as Wong is in a bowls, and it's dropped just down in front of Harman. And you could hear the excitement. They've got in that short leg still.
Yeah, it went through her legs, I think, that ball, didn't it? Got one slip in place here. Yeah, I think also England are bowling just a little bit more accurately after lunch as well. I mean, they were all over the shop at times in the first session. Some of it was planned, and some of it was bad field placements, I think, as well. But a lot of it was just the ball was coming out, especially from the seamers everywhere.
Amy Jones is up to the stumps as Wong is in, and she is right there behind. Whips the bails off after the ball got past the outside edge of Harmanpreet's bat. Just reminding us she's there. They've got to slip in as well Natsiva Brunt. So with the keeper up, also got a gully in.
Yeah, that one just moved away, but it bounced quite a bit as well. And it was a really good take up at the stumps. If she gets an edge on that, I'm not sure anyone's getting it though.
Wong in again over the wicket, a fuller delivery and just driven without any real force out to forward point, no run. And that is the end of Wong's over, just a single coming from it. So this is better by England's bowlers, I should say, as India reach 157 for 3 after a morning session where there were just far too many loose deliveries, either short and wide, down the leg side, or the odd half volley as well, too much width. And
A lot of full tosses.
a few full tosses as well.
Yeah, Izzy Wong actually, I think, would be very difficult to keep up to the stumps too. So it's not about pace with her, but it's about one of the things that you want to do when you're up at the stumps is have a bowler who's sort of keeping it in the same sort of general area. And as we've seen, that's not her speciality. Certainly today she struggled with swing early on.
As Ecclestone continues from the nursery end and the first ball's defended into the covers, no run.
So I think that just in general, the ability for Amy Jones to feel more comfortable at the stumps, which we always thought they were going to do probably after that first session, comes down to the bowler kind of keeping it in the right area. And that should, again, allow them to keep her.
Now, the next ball from Ecclestone is driven sumptuously. Ends up down over the long off boundary. So that one just a little bit too full. And again, it really wasn't too difficult for Mandana to put that away. She'll eat those up all day.
No, it's just good footwork. I didn't see the speed on that ball, but she moved down very quickly and she almost stops. Yeah, she comes down and just stops. She did that before when she hit the boundary as well.
Next ball turned into the leg side. I'll come through for a single, beating Beaumont again.
Yeah, so it's part of her style is to come down and then just reset herself. So sometimes with players, they just keep coming at the ball. But she tries to change the length of it. And she hit a full toss through mid-on earlier for a boundary of Ecclestone, who has pulled her rate back quite a bit after that very expensive start.
Ecclestone around the wicket, and that ball's off the outside part of Harmanpreet's bat. It just goes to backward point, no run. Just a one slip in now. And as Ecclestone is in, and that is very, very watchfully defended. Straight back to Ecclestone by Harmanpreet. They're definitely playing with more circumspection since they came back out. Or maybe they've just had a really big, delicious lunch, and so they've lost a bit of energy while they're digesting. Next ball played to Beaumont at short leg. And that is the end of the over. So 5 coming from that one, just that one boundary. India now 162 for 3. With Mandana on 72 and Harmanpreet on 34.
I know you're not a doctor, Mel, but do you lose energy while digesting?
That's why you always feel so sleepy after if you've had a big lunch, and you always feel sleepy afterwards because all the blood is going to your digestive organs. And
I didn't know you were the doctor.
I thought everyone knew that.
I have not. I didn't know why. I just thought that was overeating and people felt stuffed.
But that's why, because you've overeaten, and it's like your body's got to put all its resources into getting rid.
If you've got any questions for Dr. Mel, feel free to get through to us on the YouTube line.
Yeah, that's actually true. If you do, I was trying to get some questions in before that our producer Scott was showing me, but it's kind of hard when there are 3 of you and there's a spinner on.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of time when Ecclestone's on. Although the over rate was still quite slow. Why are they making the women bowl all the overs, by the way? Was it 100 overs?
Yeah, we were discussing this before lunch. It's because it's never been changed from the days when half the bowlers at least were spinners, probably more. As Wong starts the new over, it's defended up towards mid-wicket by Smriti Mandana. No run.
I mean, the run-ups are generally been shorter throughout the history of women's cricket as well, even for the seamers. But this particular attack, everyone has a fairly normal run-up, and they've got 3 seamers with them. I mean, Sophie Ecclestone's run-up's not particularly long, but she does pause a lot at the top of her mark. She's not a spinner who just comes in ball after ball like someone like Ravi Jadeja does.
Izzy Wong in now with the wicket bowls, and there's some width on that, and that's very pleasantly driven, but only gets as far as Maya Bouchier, who's patrolling that offside boundary.
Because I can't imagine what this session and the next session will be like for us to get to 100 overs.
Well, I mean, you talk about historically, and there will be times, I swear, when I've watched women's games where you've had a whole session of spin.
Oh yeah.
All the time, like that's that being quite common, and the game's changed a lot now. As Wong is in, a bowls, and it gets past the bat of Harmanpreet. We do have Amy Jones keeping up to the stumps once more. We thought we'd probably see that happen at this stage, right?
Yeah. What's interesting, and I was mentioning it before, I forgot to finish my point, is that with Izzy Wong, she's not really a straight bowler, and I don't mean that she flies it around. What I mean is she bowls outside off stump, and generally when you come up to the stumps, it's for to trap someone for LBWs, but she's actually still bowling for caught behinds here.
And again, and all that's just got a little outside tickle, I think.
Yeah, went to slip.
Yeah, just ended up going past Amy Jones, though.
So that's a perfect example. If the keeper's back there, that might have been a chance. But there's no way it was ever going to fly all the way to slip. It may not have actually even reached Amy Jones. It was so soft. But if you're bowling for caught behinds, you don't really want your wicketkeeper up at the stumps because it's like that was a thick edge. There was no way a wicketkeeper was ever going to get to that at the stumps. It just moved way too far.
As in comes Wong. That's outside the off stump, left alone. Well, sometimes sometimes you see it happening more early on in an innings when, and even in white ball cricket, when the ball's swinging and it's only swinging for a limited amount of time. So you're desperately trying to keep the batters in the crease.
Oh, in white ball cricket, what she's doing is absolutely fine, but basically, if Izzy Wong is bowling for the outside edge, she's taking away about 30-40% of the chances of getting them by having the wicketkeeper up at the stumps. Now, if she starts bowling at the stumps, that's very different.
It's in full ball, full toss actually. It's played up to mid-on, no run. Well, I guess that's kind of my point. As we reach the end of Izzy Wong's over, 163 for 3 with Harmanpreet on 34 and Mandana on 73. That part of the reason to keep the batter in their crease by having the keeper up, and part of it is to stop them from moving about and trying to hit the bowlers off their line, but it's also to bring in that LBW and the stumps into play.
Well, generally, if the keeper would come up, and women's cricket is a lot different because the keepers come up a lot more for many varied reasons. But generally, when the keeper comes up, you try and bowl a little bit straighter just in general because you are bowling for the LBW, and the wicketkeeper is then trying to keep you on the crease and having you sort of caught between the two lanes. We've got a bowling change here.
Yeah, Maddie Villiers is now coming on to bowl from the nursery end. So a little change. Mandana will be on strike. And so interestingly, her runs per 20 balls faced, first 20 balls she faced, she went at 20. She got 20 runs. The second 20 balls she faced was 24. And then the third, this is the slowdown, she scored 7. And the fourth out of 20 balls she faced has been back up to 13. But there's been a clear decision to just slow things down a little bit. Don't forget too, this is an England side, many of them kind of cooked by a World Cup, and they're slowly getting baked in some pretty hot weather here as well. Here is Maddie Villiers. First ball tossed up outside the off stump, and I will come through for a single as the ball meanders out towards deep extra cover.
Yeah,
So
I wouldn't be surprised if the Indian coach, who's quite an important figure in the team, you know, he's not sort of a background figure. It wouldn't surprise me if when they came in, Mazunda just said, look, we don't need to score this much. We don't need to push. Just wait for the bad balls. They are delivering bad balls. Weirdly, after lunch, we've also not seen as many bad balls. So
now over the wicket to Harmanpreet, who, well, shoulders arm and sticks a pad out at this one. And ends up trickling behind Amy Jones, who, of course, is keeping up to the off-spinner. Maddie Villiers, one of the debutantes playing in this match, so her first time bowling in a test match. And Tammy Beaumont has just switched sides now. She's in at short leg. There is a slip in, tossed up outside the off stump, and it's aerial, but it's just over the fielder at backward point. Not going to go all the way. But all of a sudden, with the switch, just came a little opportunity.
yeah, it was really floated up there. It was very slow and very high, and I think she made a late decision to play the cover drive to it. She's ended up just slicing it, and she got nothing on it. It didn't even look like going for a boundary then, and it went up out of the hand, and she's ended up square driving it.
Another full delivery outside the off stump, and once more it's just really skewed off the outside portion of the bat. And they will get a single, another one to Harmanpreet there, but all of a sudden just a little bit of tension maybe ratcheting up with the introduction of Maddie Villiers, who's around the wicket now to Smriti Mandana, to drive straight up to mid-off.
Yeah, she's a very different kind of spinner. Forget the fact that one's right arm and one's left arm. Sophie Ecclestone is quite direct. The ball doesn't go very high. It very rarely goes above sort of eye line, whereas with Maddie Villiers it goes up.
It's a flatter delivery next ball, and it's just gently punched, if you can gently punch through the covers. And it's one more run to Smriti Mandana now. Takes India on to 168 for 3, and that's the end of Maddie Villiers' first over. So 5 runs coming from it. But all of a sudden, just the ball wasn't really coming out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah, I think it's, as much as anything, I didn't see a lot of spin there. She turned the ball a little bit. But I think as much as anything, it was just the change in the loop. And so they suddenly started playing shots and just not timing the ball as well. And so, yeah, it just caused a bit of an issue there. But that's why you bring on different kinds of spinners as well, right? Just to give them something else to look at. I think with Mandana, having someone spinning the ball away from her as well.
Of course, they've got the left-right combination with Mandana and Harmanpreet both in there. It's going to be another over from Wong, who's around the wicket. And first ball to Mandana is just turned around behind square leg. They'll come through for a single. All of a sudden, the boundaries are just drying up a little bit and settling into more working the ball around into gaps.
Well, she's hit that from outside off stump to backward square leg, but there wasn't really any danger or any issue there. It was just the fact that she knew the ball was coming in, angled into her, and just used her wrist. It's very good batting. But yeah, it's hard for England to sort of keep her on strike if she's going to be able to play shots like that.
There's a lot of room at the moment on the leg side as Wong is in, and it's played instead by Harmanpreet to the offside, backward point where there is no room for a single.
Could also be the captain has decided to just bat slower, Mel.
Well, she's 37 off 77. And I think it very much well could be that they realised they had a really good start. They had a fast start, but they don't want to lose wickets quickly now. Swong is in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone.
Yeah, because she's the only one really without a one-day strike rate so far. Maybe one day as if you were playing in 1970s. But everyone else has looked to push it, whereas she's quite happy at leaving that last ball. She's got herself in a little bit of trouble sometimes, just reaching for balls, keeping her feet still, but having her bat away from her body.
She taps the bat now and waits as Wong is in and bowls, and it's outside the edge of the bat, and Amy Jones very quickly whips off the bails, trying to just keep that pressure on Harmanpreet.
It's genuine seam movement here. That's moved away a lot. That's not an easy ball to hit. We've seen her move the ball both directions. She's looked a lot better since she started bowling, trying to hit the seam, than she did when she was swinging it earlier. So allowing her just to control the length a little bit, but the line a little bit, but still got that slip in place.
She's in once more, and this has come off the inside edge of the bat and to mid-wicket as Harmanpreet was looking to drive. So, yeah, just a few. After a while, it just seemed like nothing was really troubling them, and they were scoring at will before lunch. But now maybe just a few opportunities to string together some tidier overs and put some pressure on them that way, because there was no building of pressure in the first session. As Wong runs into bowls, and that time it squirts off the outside edge, and just forward a cover. The shy comes in, hits the stumps, and there's a dive from Mandana. He gets herself home just in time. It was all suddenly a bit frenetic.
Yeah, you don't really want to be taking that single with the keeper up at the stumps either, because you've got kind of two chances of getting the run out. I'm not sure the throw came in that good. It was completely bamboozled Harmanpreet. I don't know what delivery she was playing for. Her hands ended up going out to square leg. She decided there was a run. Amy Jones was miles in front of the stumps there as well.
And she's actually removed the bails with a glove because
Yeah.
she can take it cleanly.
Well, I think she was just trying to get it back as quickly as possible, because that, all things considered, that was a pretty awful throw. A good throw there might have been a run out, because Mandana wasn't aware. So what's happened is, because Harmanpreet has been struggling, she's got the outside part of the bat there. She's trying to hit the ball on the leg side. She's like, oh, here's a chance to get off strike. Whereas perhaps Mandana was slightly caught off guard at the other end. And if that had been a good pick up and throw, it's probably just a run out.
You're not missing any action if you're listening, because they're actually having drinks now. That was the end of Wong's over, her 9th over. She's currently, I've got figures of 1 for 33. India have moved to 170 for 3, with Mandana on 76 and Harmanpreet Kaur on 38.
We only had one drinks break in the first part, didn't we? Yeah, so they're sticking with that. It's not like they're changing from that perspective. They're just going a little bit early here because of the probably because of the stumps being put together back by the umpire.
I'm just looking. So we've got one of the fielders running out with an umbrella to hold over the two Indian batters while they have a drink as well.
You hire a young person who runs around with an umbrella above you, don't you?
No, they do it for free, just for the privilege, Jarrod.
The Mel Farrell internship and Umbrella Academy.
Do you know,
Think about how much you could learn if you were the sort of person who would just have an umbrella above Mel's head the whole time.
Do you know what? So there have been times when I've been doing stuff for TV at a ground, and it is very hot and sunny, and a few times when I've been doing it, and I don't ask for it, but someone literally comes out and holds an umbrella over you.
You don't want a sweaty forehead on TV.
It's so embarrassing. They're the egalitarian and champion of the working class person that I am. I feel really uncomfortable with it, but yeah, it's just a thing.
But if they don't hold it on the right angle, you're smacking them in the side to be like, hey, you've got one job here, hold it.
And by the way, where is my iced latte?
I ordered peeled grapes.
Oh dear, it is very hot today.
It is fascinating to see the Indian players under the umbrella and the English players not. They must be like, Do we have umbrellas?
Mind you, you'd need a pretty big umbrella to cover the...
Multiple umbrellas. We could have more than one.
Well, as we get to the end of this drinks break, I'm going to leave you for a bit with some thoughts from Jarrod, Professor Jarrod, on the first hour, and I will, first hour of the session, I'll hand over to Neil Manthorp.
Yeah, I definitely think the England seamers were struggling a little bit swinging the ball at times and controlling it. I thought they got their lines slightly wrong. And when you're swinging the ball, of course, the red ball swings for longer than the white ball. And so you can get away with it in white ball cricket if you swing a couple wrong, whereas the red ball just kept swinging. And in fact, with the Dukes, it swings more the longer you go. So I think going to the wobble delivery and seam up has been much better. It's allowed them to control their line a lot better. And then on top of that, I do think Harmanpreet decided to just bat a little bit slower. They did give away a couple of extra wickets, India, in that first session, especially at times when they were well on top. So I think you could see why there's been a natural slowing of the score rate in this session because of those two things. But here's Neil Manthorp. No, he's not Neil Manthorp. I wonder what percentage of Neil Manthorp's life has been him just untangling microphone cords. It's not a small percentage, is it, Manners?
No, it'd be 1 point something, rather than one of those 0 point.
Do you and Courtney Walsh get together and he tells you the exact amount of steps that he has taken in Test cricket, and you tell him how many times you've untangled a cord? Yes, well, there's that great. You've obviously you've heard me tell that story many times, haven't you, Courtney Walsh? And so he did. For those, I won't tell the whole story, but for those listeners and viewers who don't know, that Courtney Walsh, just bowling in official cricket matches, first class, List A, one-day international, Test matches, not including the distance he covered, running from third to third or long leg to long leg, and not including practices and net sessions, just bowling covered the equivalent of 93.2 standard marathons. So it's Maddie Villiers continuing with her off breaks from the nursery end, pushed away defensively by Harmanpreet Kaur. Let that sink in. 93.2 marathons. Sounds like about 93 too many for me. Well, it's this all came about because when he took briefly to commentary, pushed defensively again by Harmanpreet out towards cover, and there's no run. And he was on tour for the first time as a commentator. It was something he enjoyed, but not enough to continue it, to pursue that. But I did say to him, would you like to come for a run with me one day? He said, I've done enough running. And it led to this. Oh, that's fine delivery from Maddie Villiers. That one turns and bounces. Gee, that was unexpected. She gave it a bit of air and gave it a proper rip. And that turned and bounced and turned away behind square off the thigh pad. She's just giving it a rub now, as Harmanpreet. That was lively from Maddie Villiers. That was a little bit out of the blue. There's a slip and a short leg in. I might consider having a little backward short leg or even a leg slip. Played back and defensively off the back foot now, Harmanpreet. 170 for 3. Yeah, we've had, what, 3 or 4 balls probably rip a little bit. It was, Ecclestone got one before, but not many. But India would be looking at that as well with their bowling attack. Oh, yeah, that'd be interested. That's cut away behind square on the offside. They'll run through for a single quite comfortably. And that takes total up to 171 for 3. If I'm reading things rightly, I don't know whether Georgie Heath will be able to correct me, but I think there's only 2 frontline seamers in the Indian lineup. Kranti Gaud and Savali Satgare. They're the only frontline seamers. Maybe a part-timer, maybe, I don't know who else, maybe Yastika Bhatia. She's listed as she's a keeper, so I don't know whether she's secretly been developing her right arm mediums. 171 for 3. I think she was a seamer when she was growing up and switched to wicket. Are you making this up? No, I'm pretty sure I'm right in this, in that she's one of those annoying people who did everything well, and then eventually one day they went, you should keep, and then she kept. And they said, you don't need to keep it anymore, you can bat. So I think there's a bit of that, but yeah, no, I think she can. She's one of those very annoying people that is good at lots of things. I prefer to be good at nothing.
Or quite good at everything.
Keep expectations low.
Yeah, exactly.
And then just surprise people.
It's very hard for me to disappoint anyone.
If you just tell everyone you're going to be terrible, then there's always a wonderful surprise. It's like if you always look rubbish, then suddenly you dress up one day and everyone says nice things, rather than, oh, you look awful today.
Izzy Wong's continuing. Oh, and that's a thick outside edge, and it flies away just past Alice Capsey, I think that is, at in the gully. Izzy Wong finding the outside edge, full and wide. I mean, again, it was there for the drive, and it was quite wide. She did have to reach for it, but if that's the plan, then it induced half an error anyway, and it's raced away down to the third boundary for 4. Harmanpreet moves on to 43.
It's very hard to get that ball in the air. It was so full, and it's just slid off the face of the bat, hasn't it?
How good an effort was that from Alice Capsey, by the way? Gee whiz. Full length dive to her right. Izzy Wong in once again. Yorker length dug out by Harmanpreet. She tries to squeeze it down to third. I must say, England under pressure, Georgie Heath.
Yeah, they are, after obviously picking up those early wickets and the partnership coming together, the third wicket going down, but now you have got seasoned veterans out in the middle, haven't you? Smriti Mandana, 76 now, and Harmanpreet at the other end eyeing up a half century herself and still going along at over 4 and over, so they'd be happy enough with this. Yes, the scoring has slowed down. We haven't seen the plethora of boundaries that perhaps we saw this morning, but India looking comfortable and well set now.
Izzy Wong in, left alone outside the off stump. Amy Jones is standing up to Izzy Wong now, and that's good. I mean, that's sensible. The Indian batters have both been using their feet.
I want to talk to you about this one, Jarrod, actually. Keepers standing up. I don't know whether it's just something that maybe it's more in the zeitgeist these days, but it seems to be more of a regular occurrence. We saw it in the New Zealand men's series as well, and then over in the Ashes as well. Obviously, Alex Carey, he was phenomenal standing up to the stumps, and Amy Jones doing it here. She's a great keeper too. Is it something that is more of a modern phenomenon?
Here's Izzy Wong in, going Yorker length delivery, and it's clipped away by Harmanpreet. Past short mid-wicket, and it's racing out. It's it's Heather Knight at mid-wicket. Dived, couldn't get there. They've come back for 2.
It's something in women's cricket that's been quite common. We don't see a lot of women's test cricket, so in limited overs cricket it makes sense to have the keeper up at the stumps, and quite often you'll see the bowler in women's cricket will just do the gesture as if to say they're using their feet. I think what's happening in men's and women's cricket, and you saw it with the Indian bats earlier today, is they are batting out of their crease and then also using their feet.
Izzy Wong from the pavilion end, and that's back of a length. Harmanpreet happy to defend it. No run, 177 for 3.
And so I think once you see that as a wicket keeper, you probably have a conversation with captain and bowler and be like, well, what are we going to do? So they started it quite early, but at that stage they were bowling big hooping out swingers, and I don't think it makes sense to have the keeper up at the stumps. I still think there was a chance of a caught before, but with the keeper up the stump, that is less likely to happen. But now that they're bowling much more stump to stump, or at least Izzy Wong is trying to bowl a lot straighter, I think it makes sense to have the keeper up because now the batter can't just play with the length.
There's Izzy Wong in once again. It's full and just wide enough for Harmanpreet to drive. She does, but only as far as extra cover. And there's no run. Well, England are in they're going into, I don't know whether defensive is the right word, but they're trying to settle into a holding pattern here, because they know that these two batters are beginning to establish something of a worrying superiority.
I think this is where it becomes difficult because they don't play that much test cricket. You get into this sort of period of the game when it is just not turgid as such, but you know, it's a real graft and you have to really dig in and work hard. You're not just bowling your maximum 4 overs each. You really, as a captain as well, got to think, how am I going to mix up my bowlers? Who is going to be my wicket taker? I can't just keep saying, hey, Sophie Ecclestone, bowl another one. Hey, Sophie Ecclestone, bowl another one. And it's if Maddie Villiers
tosses that one up with her off spinners, and it's pushed defensively away by Mandana.
Can then come to the party as the other spinner in this aspect, or whether you can then go back to perhaps your frontline pacers from up the top, and it's if you then run out of options almost.
Maddie Villiers in, short and wide and cut out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, just a single. I love it. I love it during a test match when the batters establish a partnership and the fielding side are under pressure and the bowlers have got to well, not sometimes create a bit of magic, not to look for the magic ball, sometimes it's, you know, it's patience. That's the essence of Test cricket. Short, that's no good from Maddie Villiers. That's not what is required. It's a long hop really, and it's pulled away for 4 by Harmanpreet Kaur. Dispatched with the disdain, I'm afraid, that delivery deserved. It's her first really bad ball.
It wasn't even a drag down, was it? It's just she got her length wrong, I think, as much as anything, and Harmanpreet just waited for it and then got rid of it. But yeah, it wasn't the kind of drag down you expect from a spinner. I think she was trying to bowl a bit quicker and just got her length wrong.
It also gripped and sat up a little bit. Oh, that's short, and it's not quite as short as the previous one, and Harmanpreet's gone for another pull, and it falls just short of Sophie Ecclestone at mid-wicket. There is some grip. There's some. The ball is, you know, there's purchase. It's not a sort of glassy surface, and every now and then one grips and pops up. And Maddie Villiers is only giving it a rip. She's not a tame off spinner who just relies on flight and change of pace. She definitely gives the ball a good grip. Oh, that's a slog. That's a slog, actually, from Harmanpreet. I was going to say slog sweep, but that's tossed up, and I think that's good bowling from Maddie Villiers, because she's tossed it up, and Harmanpreet's just been lured into the hoik.
Was that off the chalk end?
Well,
because it went nowhere.
Edge.
I mean, it went absolutely nowhere. It barely made it to short mid-wicket, and it was a big swing. Yeah, she gave that everything. I think, was that because there was a couple of flat ones, Manners, and then suddenly we saw the one above the eyes? No, it was an inside edge onto the pad, and it just died.
Good bowling, I like it. So, you know, Nat Sciver-Brunt's got decisions to make. Does she try mix things up? Does she try and not necessarily buy a wicket, but run the risk of conceding runs by making bowling changes and bring back one of the Laurens, Filer or Bell? Does she search for a wicket now and risk losing even more control? Or does she get into this holding pattern that's defended as Izzy Wong continues? She's, I think Izzy Wong's she bowled 6 before lunch, so she's into her 11th now, so it's her 5th. How long can she keep going? She's probably, Georgie, I would suggest, the most likely amongst the seamers to be able to bowl a long spell.
Yeah, young, fit, agile, and a very determined cricketer as well.
She's not losing pace either. That's pushed away defensively by Mandana. She's 77 not out into the offside.
You just feel at this point it does just become that game of cat and mouse. We even saw in that last over, Harman almost getting a little frustrated, trying to take it on, not happening. So that will give the England bowlers a little bit of excitement there, thinking, right, she still wants to accelerate a bit. She's 49 from 96. And Mandana has really slowed down in her innings as well. We saw her score a run a ball 50. It's now 77 from 100. So another 50 balls, only 27 from that.
Izzy Wong in again. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. It's got to be close. Got to be close. Anna Harris is unmoved. But just first impression was that it's a big in-swinger. The best that, if England review, the best that Smriti Mandana can hope for is that it's made contact outside the off stump, but that was good shape from Izzy Wong. That's angling back in towards the stumps, and Nat Sciver-Brunt's looking at the keeper and the bowlers. Say, could you make up your mind? We're running out of time.
It's almost like they didn't actually decide whether they were going to take the review or not. They just suddenly realised that the 15 seconds was up. There's a lot of conversations there. It looked to me just as if the pad was outside the off stump.
Yeah, that's
across
contact, but I mean, really good shape.
Ah, it's edged, little edge there. Because
that was hitting middle and leg.
Yeah, when I first saw it, I thought that looked plumb, but I couldn't see the edge from this angle. So well done to them. It didn't look like they were talking about an edge that much, though.
No, it didn't. Here's Izzy Wong. That'll encourage her, I should hope. And she almost gets through off the bottom corner of the bat, drag past leg stump down to the fine leg boundary. That's a fortuitous single there. Suddenly, Smriti Mandana, having not played a full shot for an hour and a half, has played 2 in a row. Harmanpreet Kaur, 49 not out. Smriti Mandana, 78. Very, very fine partnership, worth 82 so far.
It was just what I was saying, wasn't it? How they're almost getting frustrated. The run scoring has slowed down at 4.29. We were up at 7 almost.
Ji Wong in again, back of a length, defended by Harmanpreet.
Earlier on in the day, so even though they're two well-seasoned pros out in the middle, they too can get frustrated when the runs aren't flowing in the free form they used to be.
But they shouldn't be. They're still scoring at over 4 and over. I mean, they're on top here, 183 for 3. Got to remember that, you know, you take this into the last 90 minutes of the day, still 3 down. The bowling attack will be tired, and you know they'll be run scoring will become easier. Just get through this session. England are fighting back, but they can't do that for the rest of the day. Pushed away defensively by Harmanpreet again into the offside, and no run fielded by Tammy Beaumont. Good over that from Ji Wong. Almost made another breakthrough for England, but as for all the slowness of the game at the moment, I feel it's on a sort of potential turning point. You know, not quite precipice, but you know what I mean.
I think what's happened for a little while, maybe the first hour, was both teams had patience, which we didn't see in the first session really from either team. And so I think you're right, Manners. I think the message that you would be trying to pass out now with a cheeky pair of gloves that wasn't asked for is we're in front. We can not score for half an hour and we're in front, and they just need to be aware of that. See, Harmanpreet, they're reaching out to the ball. You don't need to reach out to the ball. Hit it when it's under you. They want you to have your hands away from your body. So just wait for the ball to come. And it's the same with Matty Villiers.
Here is Matty Villiers continuing, and around the wicket, played away defensively by Mandana.
Also, when do they start thinking, you know, we're at nearly 3 p.m, only 43 overs have been bowled so far in the day.
Matty Villiers, that's over pitched, leg stump, swept away, super shot from Mandana. She gets, it's a bottom edge, but it's a beautifully timed bottom edge, and yes, there is such a thing, because that's gone very fine down to the fine leg boundary and into it for 4.
That's why you don't need to push. There's enough bare balls occasionally coming through. There's enough singles. Just wait, especially with Matty Villiers. She really tosses it up. She's occasionally going to get a length wrong bowling in the way that she does.
187 for 3. Yeah, I mean, if India were if one of these two were to make the mistake of being dismissed with a unnecessarily forcing attacking shot, I think that would be a grave error. And suddenly, if one wicket could lead to 2 or 3, and suddenly England are back in the game, this is where you really have to be ruthless in Test match cricket, as far as England are concerned. Just be patient. Try and bring that scoring rate down. It's still 4.3 and over. It's very impressive stuff. I mean, yeah, India will have well over 330-40 by the close of play. Another push out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary from Mandana, who's up to 83. Harmanpreet Kaur 49, 187 for 188 for 3. Beautiful, beautiful sunshine. 33 degrees. Little bit of fluffy white cloud around, but nothing to assist the seamers or the spinners for that matter. There is occasionally still some swing in there. Ji Wong has swung a couple, but it's Matty Villiers at the moment. Still the option of Alice Capsey's less regular off spin. Sophie Ecclestone surely will come back soon. That's 50 for Harmanpreet Kaur. Gentle nudge into the offside. Nobody saving one at point. And it is Capsey who comes into field from the cover boundary, but excellent 50 from Harmanpreet Kaur. 50 from 99 balls.
Yeah, gets the appreciation from the crowd, from her teammates up on the balcony, gives the bat a wave, knows that the job is nowhere near done just yet, but well on her way.
Given lots of air this time from Villiers and defended by Mandana. 4 overs for just 17 from Matty Villiers, so she's doing her job. She's you know, keeping it reasonably tight, but India very, very much in a position of command. Is Ji Wong going to continue, Georgie? 6 overs now?
Oh, it looks like it, doesn't it? 6 on the trot for Izzy Wong. I was just wondering whether Nat Sciver-Brunt would turn back perhaps to one of the Laurens from up the top. Just give a little bit of injection of something different. See if there is a bit of swing out there still. Try and make something different happen, because there's 2 very well set batters out in the middle now. And England have got to try and find a breakthrough. There's 88, the partnership now between these 2.
That's why I was so impressed with the way India attacked Sophie Ecclestone in her first couple of overs. Izzy Wong continues, short and wide cut, mistimed for once by Harmanpreet, and it's collected at backward point by Sophie Ecclestone. Because if you were to analyse England's likely game plan, it would revolve around Ecclestone being at the hub, wouldn't it? You're providing control at one end, bowling a lot of overs, and rotating the more strike bowlers from the other end. That would have been the obvious plan. And so when Ecclestone, who did pulled it back very, very well between overs 4 to 10, but that's short and wide outside the off stump. This time Harmanpreet leaves it alone. Nicely taken by Amy Jones, standing up. And so perhaps the result now is that Ecclestone is not being used at one end to tie things up. She's still quality though. She might have gone for 21 in the first 2 overs, but 8 overs, none for 36. She's hardly been savaged.
I think they had the field wrong for her at the start as well. The whole idea was to bowl wide outside off stump, but she had no protection.
Here's Izzy Wong from the pavilion end, keeper standing up, slip in a gully and steered away to backward point once more. And no run as Alice Capsey fields.
I think that's what's always been the beauty of Sophie Ecclestone as well. Not necessarily just, take a wicket, but it's the way she's able to hold up that end that then causes the pressure of batters having to take on whoever's bowling at the other end. So often you then see the wickets coming from the other end, but actually you can almost accolade them to what Ecclestone's done at the other end with the bowling in pairs.
Are the tavern and mound stands actually closed? Not the corporate hospitality boxes in the middle of them, but hang on, there's the hold up in play at the moment.
Did Amy Jones just hurt her finger on that one? The one that was it the one that was left outside off stump?
Yeah, well, she seemed to take it cleanly enough, but maybe
and that was also a ball back, wasn't it? It didn't happen just now, because the other one was pushed into the offside, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was left alone, but it was quite short, and it was rising up towards her right shoulder. I thought she took it very, very well, but it might just have.
It might actually be Harmanpreet.
It is Harmanpreet. She's got a problem with the left forearm.
I didn't see her get hit there. Did you?
I didn't. But she's called the physiotherapist onto the field for some treatment. The umpires have got together.
She's kind of saying that there's some sort of stiffness of movement on her arm.
Left forearm, just on the inside rather than the outside, just above the wrist. Seems to be a little bit of tendonitis maybe. Harmanpreet Kaur 50. Smriti Mandana has 83. India 189 for 3. And I think they've turned this into an official drinks break, haven't they?
Well, if they haven't, it is an official drinks break.
Well, it's typically prudent, sensible umpiring from 2 women umpires. Men don't often follow the.
Well, they did it before
obvious.
When there was a run-out chance and they had to put the bails on. They just went drinks. Could you imagine? Men's umpires would have been like, no, I'll put the bails back on. There's a minute and a half before drinks. So, sorry, you can't have the break now.
One of my favourite things in cricket is when it is absolutely hurling it down. They go, we're going to have a pitch inspection. And you watch the umpires just heading out with umbrellas on. They almost need wellies and waders and galoshes. Head out, do an inspection. Yep, still raining. Look up, look down, come back inside. There'll be another inspection in 45 minutes.
Or it's going to be raining for the next 40 minutes and lunch is due. And they're like, well, we can't move lunch. There's a lot of corporates who'd be upset.
Who is having a bat? Which Indian batter is having a bat outside the boundary rope? Just throwdowns. It's not actually a net. Is that Richa Ghosh?
I thought it might have been Diki Sharma. Yeah, if you got there.
She's just having a few throwdowns on the outfield outside of the boundary. So I'm assuming that she's not in next. It is Richa Ghosh, the keeper, who comes in next. That's another reason, by the way, for these 2 to carry on. because you know, if the wicket falls at now or within 10 runs of now, then Richa Ghosh isn't quite going to be have the same freedom and liberty. But if she comes in at 250 for 4, she can completely take the game away. Is she not one of the fastest scoring batters in the women's game?
Yeah, she's very destructive. Richa Ghosh, come through as a youngster. She was part of that under-19 side that won the inaugural Women's Under-19 World Cup in South Africa back in 2023. So she's a well-seasoned pro within this side. Also part of that, Shafali Verma was captain of that side as well. So one of the youngsters that has come through and has really developed her game. And obviously with the development, obviously, of the WPL and everything going on in Indian cricket as well, has been given that opportunity to really hone her skills and create that space for herself as that destructive batter.
Manus, how many test matches have you commentated on where you've seen 2 balls on the field at the same time?
2 balls?
So she missed a ball a couple of minutes ago. There's now 3 balls on the field.
Oh, Deepti Sharma?
Yeah, because Deepti Sharma's missed 2.
Right, Izzy Wong is back into the attack to complete this over, and the first delivery hits an inside edge of Smriti Mandana's bat, and that would have been absolutely plumb. So Izzy Wong throws her hands in the air. So Deepti Sharma's having a couple of throwdowns outside the boundary zone. She's missed a couple, and they've made their way onto the outfield.
It was actually lucky she missed the second one, because no one noticed she'd missed the first one, and that had just trickled on. The second one went quicker and bounced up, so the security guard has fixed it. But yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Not
because there is someone there fielding for them. He just obviously hasn't noticed where the ball's gone.
Izzy Wong to the crease again, bowls now, beats the outside edge, has got the outside edge. What a take from Amy Jones, standing up to the stumps. Izzy Wong had just hit some form in the last couple of overs. It's her 6th on the trot. She had a couple of half chances in the 5th over, and now just in the nick of time, you sense, she's made the breakthrough. And well, what a breakthrough it is, because Smriti Mandana has gone for 83. She was looking very, very dangerous. Top keeping from Amy Jones. Really important breakthrough. A 2nd wicket for Izzy Wong. India 190 for 4.
It kind of a nothing ball, really, but beautiful wicket keeping there. It was the wobble ball again. Might have seemed away a little bit, but it looks like it was just a concentration break by Mandana. You know, we had that long break that we weren't expecting, and her hands are miles away from her body. Again, England have really been working over a lot of the Indian players with that, and to get a caught behind with the keeper up the stumps is a top effort. And that was a beautiful innings. It's a shame she didn't get herself up on the board. Although I suppose there's still time.
If you can move the ball either through the air or off the pitch or both, it doesn't necessarily have to have a direct correlation to taking a wicket. But if you can move the ball off the straight and narrow, and that shaped into the left-hander and then just held its line. So the line of the ball wasn't great, but I think that the movement and the skill contributed towards the wicket.
Yeah, I think everything did, but I think it was a poor shot choice in the end, Manus, because her hands were a long way from her body. But also, it was just after that break. So I think there was, if Izzy Wong doesn't get a little bit of movement there, she probably doesn't edge that. But all those things played a part in that wicket. None of us were expecting a wicket. It wasn't anything really building towards it at that moment. So unfortunately for India, again, most of their wickets today, they've come almost against the flow of the cricket. And Deepti Sharma, was she just out on the corner?
Yeah.
Well, maybe it was her balls that put off Mandana. So
Deepti Sharma is...
we know she's seeing them okay.
The new batter. Yeah, that's well outside the off stump, her first delivery from Izzy Wong. And 190 for 4. I just wonder, Georgie, I'm suddenly thinking to myself, I may have over-egged the pudding by saying that wicket came in just in the nick of time. But it was beginning to feel like it was a partnership in 91. And, I think that there'll be some quite deep breaths of relief in the England team.
Yeah, I think so. Smriti Mandana had just never really looked like getting out at any point today. She'd played freely. She's been out there for a long time now, and just the kind of vintage Smriti cricket that we're so used to. Some beautiful shots through that offside, and then this one just tempted wide outside that off stump, gets the tickle on it, And we were saying earlier that Amy Jones is one of the best gloves people around. Just to, you can't say
Glover.
gloves. Glover. Mr. Glover, Mrs. Glover. Okay, a bit of that. And she's, you know, sensational, and that's just how important it is to have someone like that behind the stumps.
Maddie Villiers continuing now to Harmanpreet Kaur. If England can remove Harmanpreet now, then they will feel they're right back in business.
I think they might have made the bowling change if it wasn't Deep Sharma who came out. I think they would have brought Ecclestone back on, but maybe with the left-hander in, they've kept the off-spinner a little bit longer.
Maddie Villiers in again. That's short and just punched out to mid-wicket. Was there anybody between Sarah Taylor and Amy Jones? Or did Amy Jones have the most difficult job in world cricket to like? Okay, Sarah Taylor's retired. Over to you, Amy. There was nobody between, was there? I think Amy Jones took over straight away from Sarah Taylor, who was, I think, widely regarded as the best glover in the women's game ever. Is she?
We're going to make that term work, though, aren't we?
Glover.
That really spun that last
spun,
one.
didn't it? My word, that spun from middle and off down the leg side. Beautifully taken by Amy Jones again, and I think Maddie Villiers is really onto something here. That she's got a lovely smooth action, but proper turn, proper rip. Not gentle off breaks. She's and I think she's encouraged by the turn she's getting as well. The next one defended. Here is Villiers once again, and oh, that's a half volley, and it's driven through extra cover by Harmanpreet. What a shot. So frustrating for an off-spinner, isn't it? You bowl 10, 12 good balls in a row, or maybe 7 or 8, and then you bowl one like that, and you're lashed through the offside. Harmanpreet moves on to 55.
Yeah, they've got the fielder out there, but she just hit that so strong, and also a little bit straighter. They've got more of a deep point, but it was a poor ball.
Alice Capsey sweeping on the point boundary. More turn from Villiers here. That's down the leg side as well.
She's going to bowl this. Surely they need the leg slip in.
Time for Melinda Farrell to take over from me. Sophie Ecclestone, Jarrod, when's she going to come back and bowl us a long spell till the close of play?
Well, as I was saying, I think that generally when you would have the wicket, you would then have brought Sophie Ecclestone back on from this end, but maybe they give Villiers one more over just to see what is happening. But I think we should be seeing Ecclestone fairly soon now because of that. That last over, just be a little bit more directed at the stumps. I mean, she bowled one short ball in that over, 2 sort of down the leg side and the half volley. She's bowled well overall, but maybe get your key spinner back on.
Well, the doctor is back in town. Dr. Raf Nicholson back alongside. And again, just waving a book in the air. If you didn't know, Raf has a book out, The Women in White. And she is around and about Lords today if you want a signed copy, which is actually what I will be after later on today at some point. But not just yet, because we're focusing on the first ever women's test match here at Lords. And the fun thing, we've got 3 women in commentary now, as Mel Farrell also slides elegantly into the seat to my left. So
there was nothing elegant about that.
They can't see. It's okay. So change of bowl at Filer into the attack, and this one just kicks up and is punched backwards a point where Maddie Villiers does the fielding, and there is no run.
Well, you've got nothing on me. Last time when I was going out of the room, I knocked over a whiteboard and caused absolute chaos at the back of the room.
Yeah, I was on at that time, and I blame Jarrod for columphing in, and actually it was you columphing out.
I should have blamed Jarrod. Yeah, it was Jarrod's fault. It was nothing to do with me.
I stand corrected as well. We're on screen. Sorry, Mel. As Filer is in again, storming in from the pavilion end, and Sharma just lets this one fly through.
Well, now that England have opened up an end, I feel they really need to just step it up a gear, be really careful and maybe a little bit more aggressive with their plans, and just hope that they can nip out a couple as India set about trying to establish and develop another partnership again.
Comes Filer, those bustling elbows sticking out, and this is full, finds the edge. Was that a chance? And she juggled it, put it down. That could have been 2 in quick succession.
Well, just what I was talking about, it worked. It was just to the right of Amy Jones, and then just maybe ended up falling short of first slip. Nat Siverbrunt in there. And Jones was just unable to get, it was too far out from her, to be fair. I thought it was dropped. Their backs are to us, but it was too wide for her and too short for Siverbrunt.
Filer goes short this time. Deepti looks to pull it away, finds that bottom edge, and it just heads down towards that boundary down at third, and it's cut off. And they'll scamper back for a second. But making things happen here now, a little bit of excitement. You can sort of hear it in the English field as well. The voices have picked up a little bit. They can smell something.
Well, that last ball, actually, Sharma got a bottom edge and chopped down on it and could very, very easily have gone back into the stumps. So this is where they do need to up the pressure, England. India just need to settle things down long enough for Sharma to get herself in.
Here comes Filer as well, those elbows jutting out as she runs in and goes short again, and Sharma watches it fly past her nose to Amy Jones behind the stumps. Not going to be tempted by that one, and it's a dot, and the score remains 196 for 4.
Yeah, this feels like a very quick spell from Filer, doesn't it? I was just trying to see whether we've got any speed gun action at the moment, Phil, you were talking about England being more aggressive. I think reintroducing Filer at this point, that's an aggressive move.
Well, she's in again now from the pavilion end. Elbows jutting out over the wicket, and that's just played defensively into the offside by Deepti Sharma. And again, there's no run.
So the previous ball was 75 miles an hour. Just waiting to see if we get another one here. Just a little bit behind on those, but the problem with Filer is that, yes, she's quicker, but there are also those stray deliveries like that one down the leg side. And it's sometimes with Filer, it's almost like there's a little bit of sacrificing control for speed.
I think that's exactly right, Mel. I think you have to use her in kind of short, sharp spells. And that's why, to me, this is a kind of, well, we've just got Smriti Mandana out, who looked absolutely kind of nailed on to get that 100. But she's out. They've got a new batter at the crease in Deepti Sharma, and it was time to kind of reintroduce Lauren Filer and give her a go bowling at Deepti. And there could easily have been a wicket, a couple of balls in that over, also a couple of stray ones. That's what you get with Lauren Filer.
So 47 overs gone, India 196 for 4. Remember, England winning the toss earlier on today and deciding to have a bowl here at Lord's. As Maddie Villiers continues, and this is just punched into the leg side by Harmanpreet Kaur, who adds one more to her tally. She moves on to 56, and the score moves to 197 for 4.
How good does it sing Maddie Villiers in whites?
I think it's just great to see Maddie Villiers back in and around this England side. Obviously, she had her opportunity. She was dropped again, and we were talking about it earlier. She's really performed at domestic level and made her way back through the ranks and then getting the call up as well. And that's what we've liked about Charlotte Edwards. I don't want to say reign, but Charlotte Edwards, since she took over, she said that she wanted to look at domestic cricket and actually make it competitive to try and keep your spot in that team and gain yourself a spot. And Villiers is proof that you can. And she's in round the wicket now to the left-handed Deepti, who slaps this away, and it's a fielded short extra cover by Sophie Ecclestone, who just sticks out a mitt and cuts off what looked like it could have very easily been a boundary.
Yeah, exactly as you say about Maddie Villiers. I think it is right to describe it as Charlotte Edwards' reign. I mean, she is basically the queen of English cricket.
This time just played defensively into that offside.
And I think what's been interesting about Maddie Villiers is this sort of almost feels like the second iteration of her career, because she moved a couple of seasons ago up to Durham from Essex when they won the Tier 1 bid to host one of the new professional women's county teams.
She's in now round the wicket as Sharma's down on one knee, trying to pull this away into the leg side. Absolutely no timing whatsoever. Goes through to Jones behind the stumps, and there's again no run. Score remains 197 for 4.
I think it was a really interesting move from Maddie Villiers, and actually at Durham she's had a lot more opportunities with the bat.
This time punched off the back foot into the offside, and Sophie Ecclestone throwing herself around in the field, cuts that one off again, and again there's no run.
And you sense that Villiers has partly been preferred in this 11 over Tilly Courtine-Coleman because of what she offers with the bat. Tilly Courtine-Coleman definitely a number 11, and so are Lauren Bell and Lauren Filer, so 3 number 11s maybe not a good idea.
Round the wicket again from Villiers, and this time just punched to short mid-wicket, and there's again no run, so it's a dot to end the over. 48 overs gone, India 197 for 4.
Yeah, it was actually just one bit about that selection that I was interested in, because I feel like if Nat Sivabrunt had been fit to bowl, then we might perhaps have been a bit more likely to see Courtine-Coleman make her debut and perhaps have one fewer of the seamers, just because you would have had Sivabrunt to be able to come on and bowl, but without her bowling, it seems like, well, they've actually got spin covered. And if anything, if India have had a weakness, what they've been able to do in test matches, even though they're so few and far between, is often let spin rule, dominate spin, and bowl it so well. Whereas, the last test they played against Australia at the WACA, they were undone by pace. So that probably was the thing that really prevented Courtine-Coleman from making her test debut.
I'm sure she'll have plenty of time. Still a teenager, Tilly Courtine-Coleman. She's out there running drinks today, so still part of the squad, as Lauren Filer starts her 8th over of the day. She's over the wicket now, and it just kicks up to Harman, who punches this to point, and that's really well stopped. Again, Maddie Villiers there, one of the best fielders going around in English cricket. Cuts this off, and then it's again no run, just leaping, sticks out her right hand and cuts it off. It's almost like there's glue attached, a magnet attached to the hand from the ball.
Well, that was a really impressive stop, because the ball was actually past her when she managed to rake it in, and there were easy runs on offer there, but it was well behind her as she made that dive. Really good piece of fielding.
So one slip in, and this is wayward down the leg side from Filer, and Harman just watches it fly through to Jones behind the stumps, who's still got 2 helmets stacked behind her.
I hadn't noticed that little pile of helmets. That's fun.
So we were talking about these ones earlier, and I was wondering if it bopped on top of both of them, is that 10 bonus runs? But we have now learnt that the ball is dead as soon as it hits the first one, and it's not like a game of Mario when you can just keep bouncing.
A game of what?
This one just pushed into the leg side. Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers. You know when you used to bounce on the thing and the coin came out?
I'm just imagining the ball going boing,
yeah,
when
boing,
it bounces
boing, boing.
off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or did you ever watch Total Wipeout? You know, we were talking about the big red ball that you bounced on, and there were injuries.
I used to love Total Wipeout. I imagine that would be quite dangerous for a cricketer, though.
I don't think we had Total Wipeout in Australia.
No, you just got sharks instead. You've got enough going on in the water, thanks, over there. As Filer is in, right arm over the wicket, and this is kept down, pulled into the leg side by Harman, as Boucher is out there fielding on the boundary, cuts it off, and it'll be one more to the total. Score moves on to 198 for 4, and Harman moves on to 57.
So 122 runs scored in that first session. And my maths is terrible, but I make it. That means there's 76 runs that have been scored in this session. So the definite change in... Oh, it's that more. How many? 75. Thank you for sorting me out, producer Scott, and my terrible maths. It is considerably slowed down from India.
2 slips and a gully for Deepti Sharma, who just drives this on the up into the offside, and they'll scamper through for a single. One more to the total as Lauren Bell cuts it off and keeps it to just 1. Score moves on to 199 for 4.
Deepti Sharma is one of the most dangerous players in the women's game, just in her ability to affect a game both with bat and with ball in all formats as well. Remembering the drawn Bristol test in 2021. She's got a crucial 50 in that one to save that match.
As Filer is in again, and this is full and straight and just driven by Harman, and there's again no run.
But that test against England in Mumbai, their last test here, she made a half century, got India past 400, and then she ran through England across both innings, finished with a match haul of 9 for 39, which is so impressive. And she does it in every format, and just one of those players who is so, you don't think she goes through a game without impacting in one way or another.
I think Deepti Sharma might be one of my favourite cricketers going around, actually. You know, when you look at a team list and you think there's someone I want in my team who is a fighter and who will always give everything to a side and always provide some kind of entertainment as well. I think Deepti Sharma might be one of the first on my list.
Well, she's also, this is a thing I really like about her, she's also a real workhorse, and she's often the unsung hero in an India side that, you know, is chock full of stars and has big names like Smriti Mandana or Jemima Rodrigues or Harmanpreet Kaur, who often get a lot of the plaudits. She is just the one who's there doing a job again and again and again, and it can sometimes be overlooked. But gee, she'll dig deep, won't she? She'll go to the well, as I've heard a phrase I've heard used a bit lately. But she will go to the well again and again for a side.
So you're not missing any action going on out in the middle at the moment. There's a few shoelaces being done up. Both batters have taken their helmets off and left their bats on the floor, and now drinks are being brought onto the field. I think someone's just decided now we're going to have a drinks break, and so that's what we're going to do.
Obviously, Harmanpreet did have that treatment on her arm earlier. I don't know if this is an ongoing aspect of that. We can't be very far off the scheduled tea break. 14 minutes, Mel says. So, it's, yeah, an interesting moment to pause.
Especially with the concept of Lord's tea, 14 minutes away. We're only just, producer Scott flies out the door, tries not to take out the whiteboard in Dr. Nicholson style as he goes. But that's because it took out his ankle as she knocked it over on the way out, so he's got to go get some ice for that first.
Oh no, sorry Scott.
Do you think he likes being called Producer Scott all the time? It's like we've got Dr. Raff.
Dr. Raff.
We've got Nurse Georgie.
Nurse Georgie, yeah, obviously it's because I'm so caring.
Producer Scott. I'm the only one who has no title.
We'll find one for you, Mel.
I'm a woman of the people, Raff. I don't need titles.
Woman of the people, yeah, Mel of the people.
Catchy.
Rolls off the tongue.
I think you should be Scotch egg, Mel, the amount you talk about those Scotch eggs.
That sounds terrible. That's not a title. That's a weakness in character.
No, it's not a weakness at all. Nobody could have resisted those Scotch eggs.
And you know what? I think there's some good protein in there as well, so all it's doing is making you stronger.
The memories of that test. I mean, it's wonderful that we are here at Lord's, but goodness, some of the memories we have of those early games. I actually, do you know what? One of my fondest memories of covering women's test was getting locked in the whacker with Raff and Amy Lofthouse, who was working for the BBC, because Raff was so slow at finishing her piece. So we were there and we got locked into the whacker, couldn't find a way out. They were talking about trying to climb over the fence. I said, there's barbed wire up there. And then we ran into the umpires, who were also locked in.
But also, I thought she was finishing her peas, and I was like, why is she eating peas at the whacker? I'm caught up now. But it made the story even better in my head. Also, if you do go to the whacker now, they've got a water slide.
Well, if we get locked in,
at least you won't be too hot.
We can make the most of that. But we were just wandering around the whacker at night, and then we ran into some umpires.
I'm a lot more efficient now. That was very much that was very much in my apprenticeship days. I think that the Guardian would have something to say now if I took 2 hours to file a match report.
Anyway, moving on. The good news is that the players are back out in the middle. They're just getting a few helmets back on. And Raf is making notes as we go, so she's ready to file a match report straight at the end of the day.
Print deadlines, Georgie.
Yeah, not for me, thanks. I'm not good at. You know, I like to run to my own timings, and on the whistle is not for me. So as Maddie Villiers from the nursery end score 199 for 40. Sharma facing up. She's on 3 as she gets down. Looks to sweep this away. It's a big appeal. Amy Jones really likes it, flying around from down behind the stumps. Sharma still down, just getting up now. I think she thought there was a bit of bat on there, having a discussion.
Yeah, they're appealing for the catch. She went down for the sweep. It's really hard to tell from this angle. It looked like it could be, and she's going for it. Is Natsiv Abrupt?
Fair delivery. Can we go through to Ultra Edge, please?
We have, of course, already lost one DRS review. Amy Jones not having the best day in terms of agreeing to reviews.
Front on, please.
Can't be good at everything, and maybe reviews is her one weakness.
Ball
like Roger Federer, he was terrible at
Ultra Edge,
Hawkeye reviews. So everyone's got to have something. Just seeing this review back here. What do you make of this, Mel?
It's actually impossible to tell from the front on review.
Flat line.
And just looking though at now at the Snicko, the flat line call.
Just play it back through, please.
Doesn't look like there's anything on it. I think she might be okay.
Yeah, gone past the bat there, and nothing spiking, and then the glove as well. And if that was in a hospital, Dr. Raff, I think you would have to say, right, we're going to call this at time here because that's flat line.
Thank you, Nurse Georgie.
That's okay.
The time is 3:31.
The time is 3:31.
And that appeal is officially dead.
That is a dead appeal, yeah.
Well, I tell you what is dead, England's reviews for this innings. That's 2 that have been and gone.
Yeah, I told you, some people have just got a weakness, and going for reviews appears to be England's today, and Amy Jones has been let down there. So 199 for 4, still the score. Deepti Sharma on 3, and Harmanpreet Kaur at the other end, 57.
Just seems a little bit odd because Amy Jones was right up to the stumps and she would have heard a noise.
It is round the wicket and down again for the sweep, struck on the pad this time. A few muted appeals, arms on heads, hands on heads.
They may have not got that appeal right or review right, but what will be encouraging is just how much difficulty Deepti Sharma's have in trying to sweep Maddie Villiers, because that's another one that's got through her.
Well, she's in again now, Villiers. Extra bit of flight this time and just punched up to Ecclestone, extra cover, who gives the ball a rub. She's got those long sleeves on. She seems to be the dedicated ball shiner, Ecclestone. She's got a big, shiny red patch on the front of her shirt there. Villiers is in again and punched off the back foot just behind point where it's cut off, and again there's no run. Score remains 199 for 4.
Well, just after doing that bit of polishing, she was also warming up that left shoulder. So I wonder if they're just seeing Deepti Sharma struggling a little bit against Villiers and thinking, do you know what, we might bring our ace spinner back on as well.
Final ball of the over this from Villiers, and Sharma gets a big stride out and just punches this defensively into the offside, and again there's no run, so maiden over that from Maddie Villiers to finish her 7th. Score remains 199 for 4 as 50 overs have now been bowled today.
50 overs and we've nearly had 2 sessions and we're meant to get through 100 in the day.
Did you not bring your night vision goggles? Glow in the dark ball?
Stays late till very light even. It doesn't get late until it's late, but it stays light.
Doesn't get late until it's late, but it's light if you like. Something like that.
Why does that sound like a catchphrase from a 90s game show?
I don't know, but I think I was born for 90s game shows.
Seriously, there are regulations about how long they can keep playing, aren't there?
Well, they have the scheduled finish time, which is 6 o'clock, and normally it's the half hour after that they can take. So 6:30, one would imagine, would be the latest they can play.
Still time for happy hour. Depends where you're going, I suppose. Anyway, into the attack now, Sophie Ecclestone. We just saw her warming up her shoulder in that previous over, and as expected, now into the attack from the pavilion end. None for 56 from her first 14 overs so far today. She's in left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Harman, who just punches this up to extra cover, and there's again no run.
And so she's up against Harmanpreet at the moment, but I think she'd really like to have a bowl at Deepti Sharma.
She then now swings her arms out. A little extra pace just darted at the pads of Harmanpreet, who again can't get this past cover.
Interesting to witness the kind of evolution of Sophie Ecclestone as a test player. One of the noticeable things today has been that she isn't fielding at slip. I think that's one of the advantages of having Maddie Villiers in the 11.
Down the wicket again, and Harman just punches off the back foot.
Ecclestone has often been kind of tasked with slip fielding, which is never easy in women's test cricket because they just simply don't do it very much, and has kind of dropped a few sitters in her time, and Villiers is probably a better bet in that position.
And this time slightly fuller and just punched into the leg side by Harmanpreet, who finally picks up a run off this over. And the 200 comes up for India in 50.4 overs. India 200 for 4.
Seems like that 200 was an awfully long time coming. They were in the 190s for a really long time there, India. I think they just after losing that wicket of Smriti Mandana, they just want to get to tea unscathed now. Also, let's not discount the amount of discomfort that Harmanpreet Kaur might be feeling as well.
So the slip in and the short leg here for Deepti Sharma facing up to Sophie Ecclestone. Sharma's 3 from 19. She did struggle against Villiers as Ecclestone's in left arm over the wicket. Gives that bit of extra flight and swept very fine by Sharma, and it's cut off just inside the rope. As Maddie Villiers down there fielding on the boundary and gets a round of applause from the crowd for her efforts.
She's fielded the ball way more than any other England fielder. I reckon she's now in the 40s as far as how many times she's touched the ball. And the next on the list is Capsey with 29.
And this just played defensively by Sharma. Just drops right in front of her, and there's again no run. So end of the over, 51 gone, 202 for 4.
I think Ecclestone might be a bit annoyed that she let her get that sweep away so easily as well, because I think that was a matchup that she was really brought on to capitalise. And now probably just got one more over, 3 minutes to tea, unless they race through this Maddie Villiers over. I think India will be quite happy to just see this one out.
Slip and short leg in again as Villiers comes over the wicket this time and just rocks off the back foot and punches this just short of short leg. It's Harmanpreet Kaur. Score remains 202 for 4. Villiers still hunting her maiden test wicket. There it is! There it is! Maddie Villiers has her first wicket in Test cricket right on time.
Well, that was an absolute beauty. Pitched well outside the off stump and ragged back in. And Harmanpreet just left there flummoxed as the ball went straight through her, playing defensively, hoping to get through tea. And Villiers, who has found some considerable turn, gets her first scalp in quite spectacular fashion, removing the Indian captain. That ball turned a mile.
Fantastic ball from Maddie Villiers. That's definitely one for the highlights reel. Harmanpreet Kaur has very, very patiently progressed through this innings. It's taken her 121 balls. She is out for 58. That will be tea, and that is a very, very big wicket for England, just on the stroke of tea. They will certainly feel very happy now with that session's work. It has to be said that the 3 key India batters were, I think, Smriti Mandana, Shafali Verma and Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, and they've just got the 3rd of those, and they've got them 5 down now. They're halfway through.
Yeah, I think England will feel buoyed by that. They've got the big scalp just heading into that tea break, and they'll feel on top in this game now. The squeeze was on. Maddie Villiers, she'll be pleased with that, picking up her very first wicket in Test cricket on the day she made her debut. She got her cap earlier on today, and now the first wicket she's got is an absolute ripper of a delivery to dismiss the Indian captain.
Well, she's bowled really quite nicely, I've thought, all the way through. She was getting genuine turn, and she's been patient. She's been willing to toss the ball up and give herself a real opportunity, and that was a typical example of that. And I saw her giving Deepti Sharma some trouble up the other end, and perhaps Harmanpreet just paid the price for being so defensive and letting her bowl to her, staying back, and then she just got some brilliant turn there. It was an absolute jaffa.
So looking at the session, Raf, who do you think it belonged to?
I think with that wicket, certainly it's England's session. And I think we saw Harmanpreet just slightly looking a little bit nervous those last few overs. Stopped play a couple of times. Not sure to what extent her looks to be some kind of arm injury was actually kind of affecting her playing on her mind. But I think having got her out, that's a really big breakthrough for England, and they'll be very well pleased with their afternoon's work.
Yeah, so India resumed after lunch, 122 for 3, and now head into tea, 202 for 5. 51.2 overs have been bowled, with Deepti Sharma still out there in the middle when they head out back after this break. But we're going to head to a short break now, go and find ourselves some of the Lord's tea, and we'll be back with you at 4 o'clock.
Only the finest potatoes. This limited edition is free from anything artificial, because great flavour speaks for itself. Check the Tyrrell's website now, where you can pick up a pack before it's too late. 68% of women and girls believe if they see themselves visually represented, it encourages them to try a new sport. That's why to help inspire the next generation of female cricketers and drive further visibility of women's sports, Metro Bank and the ECB have created a new photography bank of high-quality images of women's and girls' cricket. The images will be accessible to local cricket clubs free of charge by the ECB Resource Hub, with professional standard imagery available to use across their websites and social channels to assist with the formation of new teams and the recruitment of players. Ahead of a huge 2026 season featuring blockbuster series at home and abroad, get ready to back England in the new official range from England Cricket and Ecclestone. Desire for every moment of the summer, from high-intensity preparation to match-day atmospheres. The 2026 England Cricket kit brings together bold modern styling with elite-level performance technology. Whether you're supported from the stands, the boundary rope or the backyard, there's no mistaking your team colours. The collection delivers comfort and performance for players and supporters alike, featuring striking graphics inspired by England's fearless brand of cricket. The range is made to stand out through every ball, catch and boundary. Great teams deliver when it counts, and so does Remitly. Millions of people around the world trust Remitly to send money quickly and safely overseas. And with Remitly's great exchange rates and low fees, more of the money you send makes it to the people that matter. Send it like a pro. Send it with Remitly, the official money transfer partner of England Cricket. On-field umpires returning for the evening session, Sue Redford and Anna Harris, the TV umpire James Middlebrook, fourth umpire Gabby Brown, the ICC match referee is Helen Pack. Nat Severbrunt leads out England. To resume India's first innings, Deepti Sharma and Risha Ghosh.
Welcome back to Lords for the final session on the first day of this one-off test match between England and India, the first to be staged at the home of cricket. First women's test, that is, and it's going to be Maddie Villiers continuing with her off breaks, having taken a wicket in the last over before the tea break, and an excellent one as well. She's got 4 balls remaining. Oh, and the first delivery goes past Richa Ghosh as she seems confused by the length, didn't know whether to come back or forward, and in the end had a little nervous jab at that delivery outside the off stump, missed it into the gloves of the excellent Amy Jones. It went. Here's Villiers again, over pitched, and it's driven by Ghosh through the offside to the sweeper on the cover boundary, Alice Capsey. She's had a busy day in the field, Alice Capsey. She's fielded more balls than anybody else. That was the 43rd time in this innings that she's been required to field the ball, which is as much of a endorsement of Nat Sibber-Brunt's captaincy, because if Alice Capsey's the best fielder, she needs to be the busiest, and she's been in the right place at the right time throughout the innings. 203 for 5 now, and Deepti Sharma, the left-hander, clips this one away through the leg side. 4 runs, super shot. Maddie Villiers over pitching, and well, it was an excellent sweep, to be fair to Deepti Sharma. Down on one knee, controlled it, kept it down, hit it in front of square. The fielder Capsey is at deep backward square leg. That's gone through square leg. As Villiers in again, appeal for leg before wicket. It sounded a bit woody to me, and Sue Redfern agrees. England aren't sure. Ref Nicholson.
Yeah, I had actually, but I've been mistakenly sat here all day, Manners, thinking that each team gets 2 reviews, because it's a test match. I believe they actually get 3 per innings. So England are burned through 2, but they do have 1 remaining. So apologies to listeners / viewers for getting that wrong before. I guess I'm just more used to covering white ball cricket. Can I use that as an excuse?
Absolutely, yes. How many test matches do you do a year? 1?
Well, I only do women's international cricket and women's domestic cricket, so not very many, honestly. This is the first test match I've covered since January 2025, so less than 1 a year at that rate.
I need to ask you about a test match which you almost certainly were at. It's the last one between these 2 countries. England got an absolute spanking by 347 runs. That was a couple of years ago, wasn't it? December 2023, 3 years ago. Lost by 347. England bowled out for 136 and 131. I know you would have been keeping an eye on the test match from a distance, but Deepti Sharma took 5 for 7 and 4 for 34 for match figures of 9 for 41. Was it turning?
Oh, absolutely, it was turning. Quite different conditions to these ones, and I think I was saying on air earlier that actually it does mean that it can be tricky, because if you look at that and see that sort of recent test form, but it's actually 2.5 years ago.
Well, exactly right. As Lauren Filer's back into the attack now. She's been outstanding for England today. Figures at tea time of 1 for 23 from 8 overs. She's been fast, she's been accurate, she's asked a lot of questions, and like all genuinely fast bowlers, you want to be careful about workload, unless you're Joe Root captaining Jofra Archer, in which case you can just bowl him all day. But
yeah, interesting that Filer's switched ends as well from where she'd started the day. She started from the end that we're sat at, the nursery end, and has obviously decided that she now favours bowling from the pavilion end, so she's coming down the slope towards us.
Here is Lauren Filer, short, pulled away, very nicely done by Deepti Sharma. It was short from Lauren Filer, but it just didn't get up high enough. It was more like a waist height, and she just helped it on its way. Played it very well, not troubled, inconvenienced by the extra pace. And Deepti Sharma moves up to 13.
Anyway, my memories of covering that test. I was writing about that test for The Guardian, but obviously the timings of it were not massively friendly. So I remember being quite tired, having to juggle covering that test with my then full-time lecturing job at Bournemouth University. So that was a tricky few days. So England did me a solid, and they only made that test last for 2 and a bit days. So thanks very much, England, for having a bad test and saving me from a day and a half's more sleep deprivation.
It was one of those test matches, and there's been a few in the men's game over the years where you really needed to win the toss, and India did so, made 428. There were 4 scores of 60. Sophie Ecclestone, as she is accustomed to doing, bowled long spell, 26 and a half overs, took 3 for 91, but the pitch had crumbled by the time it came to England's turn, and they were bowled out in the 130s twice. Another short one from Lauren Filer, pulled away once more comfortably by Deepti Sharma, is playing the pull shot well. You would think that England have their suspicions about her ability to play the short ball, the way Lauren Filer's digging it in short, but she needs to go shorter. She's got to get that up around shoulder height rather than waist or chest height, and Deepti Sharma's handling it very well.
We were saying before tea manners that Lauren Filer is a bowler who you kind of use sparingly. I was going to say little and not often. She just has kind of short, sharp spells, but you're right, she's just not quite finding the right length here.
Here she is. That's better. That's full this time, attacking 5th stump, and nicely left by Deepti Sharma, who's up to 15. Richa Ghosh has 2. 214 for 5, India, and quite suddenly from a position of potentially extreme dominance at 190 for 3. Suddenly you just always follow that golden rule. If you want to know the true value of a total, add 2 wickets and then see how good it looks, and suddenly 214 for 5. I don't know, I think that 300 will be a handy score. Tucked away now by Deepti Sharma behind square on the leg side. Fielded by Alice Capsey coming in from long leg. Lauren Filer 1 for 30 from 9 overs now. What are your thoughts? Do you think? I think 300 would be a good score.
I agree with that, and India were certainly heading for getting 300 on the board on day 1 here at Lord's earlier on when they had that rollicking first session of the day. England then kind of pegged them back a little bit after lunch and ultimately took those 2 reasonably quick key wickets of Smriti Mandana and then Harmanpreet Kaur, who were the 2 set batters. And you're right that does then put a very different complexion on things, because those are 2 of kind of India's key batters. Deepti Sharma definitely would be considered a proper all-rounder, so she'll be key here, but then you are kind of getting much more into the India tail really, and things are looking up for you from an English perspective.
Maddie Villiers continues with her off spinners, and that's pushed away to Tammy Beaumont. She's now at silly point under the helmet. What I'd like to know is whether Maddie Villiers is known as being a sharp turner of the ball, or whether she's just really giving it a rip and adding some extra revolutions on because of the assistance she's getting, because she's not just your stock standard up and down control line and length off spinner. That one hits the pad and is caught by Beaumont at silly point. A speculative appeal. She's really giving it a rip and loving the flight she's giving it. She's getting turn and bounce. It was an absolute beauty to get rid of Harmanpreet Kaur. Turned through the gate from outside the off stump. It was a fabulous piece of bowling. Clean bowled the Indian skipper just before tea. Sweep shot now. Nicely done by Deepti Sharma for a single out towards square leg.
Obviously, one of the really interesting things is that this is one of the first times that I've seen Maddie Villiers bowl with a red ball. This is her Test debut, and as we know, the red ball opportunities are few and far between. I believe that she has played kind of practice matches for England before with the red ball.
Punched away off the back foot now by Ghosh towards mid-wicket.
And in answer to your question, I wouldn't have said she was particularly known as somebody who kind of gets prodigious turn. So it was really interesting to see that ball actually to Harmanpreet Kaur, because it really turned a very long way.
Well, you don't need to turn it much in one-day cricket. That's the difference, isn't it? It's an entirely, well, mostly different, not entirely different skill set required. That one is driven down the ground powerfully by Ghosh, and it's misfielded by Izzy Wong at mid. No, it is Izzy Wong at mid-off. That shouldn't have been a single, but is. Yeah, I mean, it's all sorts of different skills. You, generally speaking, need to bowl it a bit quicker, a bit flatter, and a different line as well. Maybe a little bit straighter than you would ordinarily in a red ball game when you've got unlimited overs. That one is a little bit too short outside the off stump, but she's got protection with a sweeper on the cover boundary, and it's a single as Deepti cuts it away through the offside and moves on to 18. India 217 for 5 in the final session. We're accustomed in Test cricket to watching the game accelerate in the day in the final session, and particularly in the last hour. So much can happen. But it'll be interesting to see whether India remain as positive as they have been as they started in the first session. Do they continue to make things happen at the risk of losing wickets and not fulfilling the innings potential?
Well, a really, really interesting question. I mean, Risha Ghosh is certainly somebody who is known for a very positive attacking style of play. Obviously, predominantly a white ball player, as all women international cricketers are. So I would have said she wouldn't be somebody to go into her shell very naturally. And I have said all day that I think it's important that players kind of don't think, oh gosh, this is Test cricket and I need to play differently, and I think that's, you're on a hiding to nothing there actually.
The difference I just think is that you cut out the high risk shots, and I know that that every white ball cricketer, man or woman, will tell you that what we determine to be a high risk shot in the commentary box is not, because they practice them all, and reverse sweeps now, for example, are common practice amongst men and women. That one is chopped away as Lauren Filer drops it short, and it's cut into the gully where Maddie Villiers does the fielding. But you don't need any of the sort of really inventive, creative, imaginative shots that you have in T20 cricket. I think you just sort of stick to the more orthodox and more low risk shots, but it doesn't mean to say that you're not still being positive. And it would be a shame if I have great sympathy as well, though, because you train the mind as much as you do the body, and so Risha Ghosh doesn't have the experience of playing red ball cricket. That is wide outside the off stump. Deepti Sharma goes after it again. Lavish cover drive, a little bit too wide to reach actually. And the hypercritical will say, well, a couple of the Indian batters have been bowled chasing wide deliveries, but they were full and they were there for the drive. They were the right length. But somebody like Risha Ghosh she's got strike rates of, she's played innings of strike rates of 230, 240 in T20 cricket. Oh, that's very wide of the off stump. Should have been called a wide, but Anna Harris is in generous mood letting that one go. Wow.
A little bit of fortune for Lauren Filer there, who is doing her elbow stretches as she walks back to her mark as if to say, nothing to see here.
Nat Sivabrunt and Heather Knight have spent most of the innings, if not all of the innings actually, with the fast bowlers on at first and second slip. As Filer is in again from the pavilion end, another wider one, but this time comfortably within the return crease, and through to Amy Jones.
Yeah, interesting you talk about Heather Knight and Nat Sivabrunt at slip. They are sort of England's two specialist slip fielders, in so much as you can have specialist slip fielders, but they're two of England's sort of relative Test veterans. I think Nat Sivabrunt's played 12 Tests and Heather Knight will have probably played a couple more than that, but between them they know how to field at slip, so it makes sense for them to be there.
Short one, proper bouncer from Lauren Filer, and Deepti Sharma was shaping for the hook shot or full shot, and had to pull out of it because it did get too high. And you were absolutely right, and you're always absolutely right. And every time you cast doubt on your own memory, it proves to be unfounded. Nat Sivabrunt 12 Tests, Heather Knight 14. Comfortably the most experienced. Tammy Beaumont's played 11, but Sophie Ecclestone's played 9. And that's it really, just a smattering of 1s and 2s and 3s amongst those who have played. 2 debutants in this game, of course, with Alice Capsey and Maddie Villiers. Last ball from Lauren Filer outside the off stump, and it's left alone. Heather Knight's 35 now, so those 14 test matches, the first one had been played 14 years ago. So that's what, yeah, so it's one test match a year, basically.
Yeah, it averages out as that, definitely. And I mean, it's interesting because one would hope that that might shift now, because we have, the last few years, we've had a little bit of a move towards having a few more women's tests in the calendar and them just being slightly more regular, because for a while there, it was only England and Australia who were playing any women's test cricket whatsoever. We've now obviously got India in the mix, and that's really, really important. And also South Africa. Playing the odd test, so that's significant. So hopefully some of these slightly younger players might rack up a few more tests over their careers.
Outside the off stump from Maddie Villiers, and a drive, and pretty lavish one as well from Richa Ghosh. She hasn't made contact. There's an appeal for a stumping, and so an automatic umpire
TV
review.
umpire to director.
It doesn't have to be an automatic review.
Check the feet,
umpire,
Can you get to your
Anna
side
Harris,
angle,
might
please?
have said not out, but she's going through the safety first protocol and just deciding to have a look anyway. It's one of those ones as a square leg umpire, you think, well, I know it's not out, but what if it's that 1 in 1,000 times where the back foot was in the air, perhaps, for a fraction of a second at the wrong moment.
Thank you very
Excellent
much.
glove work from Amy Jones, but she's
Ready
just
for
got
my
about
decision of the big
3 of
screen?
her 5 toes behind the line. Just
Yeah.
about.
You're right, and her foot didn't actually move, did it? So she's obviously very well. We can hope that she's very aware of where that crease is. But she's certainly stretching for it, isn't she? And I've just been saying about Richa Ghosh as being the kind of player who isn't going to die wondering.
Actually, you know what? If I was Anna Harris, I would have immediately handed that over to the third umpire. It was a lot closer than I thought originally, to be fair. She was, that back foot was in by, I don't know, an inch?
I liked your description of 3 toes behind the line. I don't know if that's anatomically possible.
No, I'm sure it isn't, but it gives an idea of how close she was.
It's very evocative.
That one is cut out to Capsey on the cover boundary, and they go through for another couple of runs. Maddie Villiers is bowling beautifully at the moment, really asking questions. I'm sure that Sophie Ecclestone is being lined up in Nat Sivabrunt's mind to take over. But at the moment, Maddie Villiers is doing more than enough and is asking enough questions to keep going. Not this time, though. Drops short, pulled away by Richa Ghosh. Just again, it isn't a drag down, because she's giving the ball an opportunity to spin. She is deliberately giving it some air and hoping it'll turn and cause problems. But sometimes it's hard to control the length when you're bowling at that speed. Anyway, it's been pulled away for 4. Richa Ghosh moves to 9 from 8 balls. Deepti Sharma has 18. India being asked about first. 224 for 5. Glorious. Short again, and smashed away through the offside. It wasn't short, it was a low full toss. I was just distracted at the moment of delivery. Low full toss, driven away through extra cover by Richa Ghosh. And that was a gimme ball. That, I'm afraid, Maddie, might be the end of your spell. 1 too short and 1 too full, overcompensating. Here she is again. Can she make amends? She does, with line and length, but not the result. Just a forward defensive from Richa Ghosh.
Well, while they were doing the third umpire review for the stumping, I saw Izzy Wong just in front of us doing some Pilates on the mid-off.
Forward comes Ghosh again, pushes that one straight back to Maddie. So good tidy end to the over, but a couple of boundaries in it. 228 for 5. I thought you needed an instructor to do Pilates.
Or you can just do it yourself with a YouTube video or on the outfield at Lords. I don't think I'll ever have the opportunity to do it on the outfield at Lords, very sadly, unless I kind of used and abused my media pitch access. But there was actually a point to that, which was that I wonder if Wong is thinking that she potentially might replace Filer in the next over or so, coming in from the pavilion end.
She's been really impressive, Izzy Wong. You know, there's been no 2 long spells, and there's been no drop in pace. no, and she's got a couple of results as well. I've tried Pilates over the years, but I've discovered I've got the flexibility of porcelain, and it does make it difficult.
Pilates will help you, though.
That's what the people say, but I haven't found the right instructor yet, or the right body. Oh dear, Lauren Filer is wide outside the off stump this time, and she falls over in a delivery stride. She's getting up a little bit gingerly. Hopefully that wasn't too... it's okay, she's walking back to the top of her run up now, but things do tend to go wrong more often the faster you bowl.
That is a Lauren Filer special, actually. She very, very regularly falls over in her follow-through. In fact, if you didn't see her doing that in a day's play, then that would be quite unusual.
What is it then? I mean, we're just looking at a replay, and everything is like clockwork, like every other previous delivery, but she just fell over at the end of it. In she comes again, wide outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Deepti Sharma, who then, I don't know, as an afterthought, sort of plays an uppercut, as if that's what I would have done if this was a T20, but it's a test match. So I'll leave it alone.
Yeah, the Filer thing I think is really interesting because when she made her international debut for England, it was a bit of a surprise. She got a surprise call up to the Ashes Test at Trent Bridge in 2023, and everyone was a bit shocked. And when she was coming into bowl, she kept falling over, and you kind of thought, oh, that's because she hasn't had access to the right coaching.
Or long enough studs. Here comes Filer again. This time stays upright. Good delivery off stump, defended by Deepti Sharma.
Anyway, you can sort of understand why somebody who sort of plucked slightly out of obscurity from the domestic game might struggle with that. But she's now been in the England setup for 4 years, and she's still doing it very regularly. And I just can't really understand why they haven't coached that out of her, because eventually, sooner or later, she's going to do herself a real nasty injury by doing that.
It's just, I suppose it's, controlling the inertia through the crease, isn't it? And yes, it would definitely be recommended to stay upright on all occasions. Here she is again, bowls a proper bouncer, but it's just a little bit too wide outside the off stump. She'd got it short enough and high enough, though. Asked the question of Deepti Sharma. There's definitely a theory that Deepti Sharma is no expert against the short ball, because Lauren Filer is testing her out with it. She's been pulling well. Actually, another subject I needed to ask you while it's just the two of us is about multi-format tours, series, and whether there's a future for them. Now, I'll go back to the beginning. The men's international schedule is a complete mess. Here comes, that's a low full toss from Lauren Filer. I think she may try to take some pace off that one, actually. But it's a low full toss, pushed out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Alice Capsey fields, and they go through for, that's Maddie Villiers out there. Anyway, so the women's international schedule is at least, it's got far more of a semblance of logic and understanding to it. There's not millions or 3 different formats taking place on a bilateral basis around the world. It's very confusing, very difficult to follow. When the multi-format Ashes format was first announced, I was not convinced, and it's simply because I had never seen it or experienced it before, and I wasn't sure. Oh, that's short, it's pulled, caught! What a catch! Izzy Wong down at fine leg or long leg, that's excellent! Well, they try to get Deepti Sharma out with the short ball, but it's Lauren Filer who's in fact got rid of Risha Ghosh. Short one, she's top edged a pull shot, and I have to say that Izzy Wong's done outstandingly there. It just seemed to be dropping, dipping and dropping, dripping if you like, on its way to Izzy Wong, but she's judged it absolutely brilliantly. Top catch that. She had to accelerate for the last couple of yards, dive forward, and she's taken an excellent two-handed catch, but credit to Lauren Filer, that's what pace and a short ball can do.
Absolutely. It was a little bit lower than some of her previous short balls, and I think Risha Ghosh just misjudged it. But a brilliant catch from Izzy Wong there. Had to basically dive full stretch for it and clung on to it. And the difficult thing is, of course, always when your elbows hit the turf, and she managed to hold on, and that's a really important wicket. for England in this kind of post-tea period where they needed to make further breakthroughs. India just kind of starting to sort of make a little bit more progress towards what we talked about in terms of trying to get 300 on the board, but you sense now that that's going to be tricky. 6 down, 229 runs, and England really celebrating that wicket.
Well done. You know, actually the undoing of Risha Ghosh, I think, was that it didn't actually bounce as much as she expected. It didn't, you know, she watched a couple from the non-strikers end that Lauren Filer got up around shoulder height to Deepti Sharma, and I think she was expecting a lot more bounce from that length. And in the end, she's had to sort of try and compromise a proper pull shot into more of a paddle pull shot, and that's why she got the top edge. But credit to the bowler. You know what? You bowl high 70s, then things are going to happen for you. You'll have bad days when the boundaries flow, but you bowl decent pace, and you will get rewards. Right, Matty Villiers is continuing. That's short and wide outside the off stump, and a slap cut out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, Alice Capsey.
Manners, that is one catch. That's what Pilates can do for you.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, it helps you catch.
Well, it helps your athleticism.
Helps you get
forward.
there. You've still got to catch
core.
it. That's got nothing to do with Pilates. Yeah, no, it was really, really well judged, and it did require flexibility and athleticism. And I, of course, would never have dropped it because I would never have got there. Is Matty Villiers in once again outside the off stump. Turn once again, but Snow Runner is the new batter. She's I don't know whether she left that one or it beat the outside edge, but she made a good job of looking like she left it. 230 for 6 India now. Lost the toss, asked to bat first, in a potentially dominant position at 190 for 3. That one defended again off the back foot. 83 from Smriti Mandana and 58 from Captain Harmanpreet Kaur. 35 as well from Jemmy Rodrigues. Here's Matty Villiers. Lots of air this time, and it gets through under the bat, up above the eye line, dipped. And Snow Rana thought that was there for the drive and played straight over the top of it. Good bowling.
Yeah, Matty Villiers continuing her fantastic spell from the nursery end. Snow Rana had no idea about that one. Currently on naught, not out, the new batter at the crease.
I always say it's a good idea, particularly early on in a batter's innings, to get the odd one above the eye line, just confuse them with length. And this one is chopped away, however, by Snow Rana, and she's off the mark with a couple to deep backward point.
Obviously, Snow Rana predominantly a bowler, although she did play a phenomenal rearguard innings when India played a test match at Bristol against England in 2021, their first test match in a number of years. And actually Snow Rana's innings, I think it was 80, and they hung on for the draw.
Quicker one, flatter one from Matty Villiers. Nice contrast, nice change of delivery style, but it's defended by Snow Rana. She's on 2, Deepti Sharma has 20, India 232 for 6. So a heroic draw, was it? There's nothing better, well there is better, I mean a close win's better.
Exactly, it was a heroic draw. That's a great word for it. Actually, Snow Rana had a really difficult time going into that match. She talked afterwards about how her father had recently passed away very sadly, and she dedicated her performance in that match to his memory. It was a fantastic innings, an evening session at Bristol on the 4th day, and India looked to be out for the count. I think they were about 7 or 8 down, and she just came in and out of nowhere just was absolutely steadfast. And it was one of those where I'd almost already written my match report, England win this match, and she just wouldn't be budged.
Lauren Filer with another short one to Deepti Sharma. She not only leaves it alone, but then just stops short of shrugging her shoulders, but it was just kind of dismissive turn away from, oh, another short one. I'm not going to be troubled by that. 232 for 6. I tell you what is better than a heroic draw is a 2-run win. And I know this will be before your time, certainly as a journalist, maybe not as a lover of cricket, but England's only victory against India, November 1995. Short and wide, cut shot and a miss from Deepti Sharma. But what do you know about England's victory in Jamshedpur in November 1995? I know that Karen Britton made 44 for England, but they won by 2 runs in a largely low-scoring Test match. And the one person who's on the field today who featured in that game, Sue Redfern.
Aha, yes, of course. I think that was the Test series in India in 1995 where Sue Redfern made her Test debut for England.
Short, wide cut just over the head of Gully. And well, it was hit very, very hard in all fairness. Is that Capsey and... I think that's... no, it's Maddie Villiers, sorry, it's Maddie Villiers in the gully. I tell you what, if that'd been a little bit lower and she'd got hands to it, she'd have been counting her fingers. Because that was hit very hard. Yes, you wanted to tell us about that series? It was a series, not just a one-off.
It was a series. It was a series. Back in the day, women regularly played multi-test series. So in India in the winter of 1995, England played 3 tests. 2 of them were drawn. There was a very exciting draw actually at Hyderabad with England ended up drawing it. They had 1 wicket to spare. And Debbie Stock, 9 off 142 balls.
Oh, love it, love it. Oh, that's the kind of innings. Oh, 9 off 142. Oh, give me that any time on toward the last session of a Test match. Yes, yes, please. That's Jimmy Anderson, Monty Panesar stuff. No, better than.
Exactly. So that was very exciting. And then, as you say, there was that 2-run win by England. Yeah, it was Sue Redfern's debut. Obviously umpiring out here today, so she's come full circle, so that's nice. There was a then world record performance with the ball from Neetu David, spinner Neetu David, who took 8 for 53. So yeah, India batting on the 4th day, and Debbie Stock, who we've just mentioned, played out that amazing 9 off 142 balls, got a direct hit from mid-off to dismiss the India number 10. 2 balls later, you've got quick bowler Joe Chamberlain, whose portrait has just been unveiled in the pavilion at the start of play today.
Down the leg side here from Lauren Farrell. She falls over again in a follow-through, but no harm done. Sneh Rana 2. There were a couple, weren't there? Joe Chamberlain, and there were a couple of portraits in the long room.
There were a lot unveiled today, yeah. I believe that MCC have, I think it's tripled their number of female portraits in one fell swoop before play today. Obviously not, they weren't painted before play, they were just unveiled before play. That would have been an incredible effort from the artists.
Just a quick charcoal sketch. Lauren Filer from the pavilion end is in another short one, and very, very well played actually in the end by Sneh Rana. And the over comes to an end. Do you know what? I've just realised I'm so keen am I to milk all the information from your... I asked you about multi-format series and whether there was a future for them between other nations. If you can answer that, and then I shall be replaced by Melinda Farrell.
Well, we've seen India and Australia adopt the multi-format series earlier this year. So when we say multi-format, it's to try and give what's always a one-off test nowadays a little bit of context, and that's what the Women's Ashes has done so well. So instead of just playing a one-off test like this one that doesn't really have kind of any significance beyond itself, what you do is you also play one-dayers and T20s.
As the first ball from Villiers gets a bit of an appeal for LBW, but turned down.
So you would usually play 3 T20s and 3 ODIs and then the 1 test, and they would each be worth a certain number of points. You add up the points across all 3 formats, and then you've got your winner.
Next ball's full and floaty and down the leg side and swept powerfully by Deepti Sharma, and that is another boundary to add to the tally.
So I think that they work really well. I think, this is a brilliant occasion, and it's a historic test, and they've sort of, they fitted it into the calendar where they could, but in some ways it's less than ideal because it's a one-off event and there's not really a kind of broader picture around it.
Next ball's a bit shorter from Villiers, and it's just defended into the onside.
So what would be wonderful, actually, would be to have had, because India were here earlier in the summer. I mean, they haven't gone home in between. There was a World Cup, by the way, in case anybody didn't know. But they played 3 T20s against England earlier in the summer.
This time, Villiers bowls outside the off stump, and it's cut away for a single.
And in an ideal world, this test could have formed part of that series, and then we could have had 3 ODIs, perhaps in August or September, also against India, and then you could have put the points together, and then the test sort of means something beyond just being the first women's test at Lord's. So I do think that multi-format series are the future, to answer the question.
Villiers over the wicket now, and it's just defended onto the offside by Rana. No run.
What do you think, Mel?
I think if it wasn't for the advent of the multi-format series, that we might not see women's test cricket being played at all, or even more rarely. As the next ball is swept down towards deep backward square leg. They'll come through for a single. Finishes off the over. With India now 243 for 6. Yeah, thanks for your thoughts on that, Raf. We might continue the discussion with Jarrod, Kimber and Georgie Heath as well. Professor Jarrod and Nurse Georgie jumping in on the mic shortly. So Deji Sharma currently on 30, Sneh Rana on 3. And England just chipping away, although they have been given a bit of a helping hand by a couple of perhaps less circumspect shots by a couple of the Indian batters. It feels like just a really good struggle. Now, new over begins with Filer. First ball's down the leg side. We've seen that a lot from Filer. She does now have Maddie Villiers in at leg slip. Nat Sivabrunt is in a conventional slip position. It's been at times a little bit wayward from Filer, but she has picked up the 2 wickets, and that probably does sum up Lauren Filer as a bowler, Jarrod.
I mean, does it sum her up?
Well, perhaps it sums up what we expect we might see at the end of a day of her bowling, as the next ball's down the leg side again, and it's just really bunted towards square leg. He'll take a single.
I mean, she's gone at 3 runs and over, and one of the reasons she's gone at 3 runs and over is early on when she should have been attacking, she was bowling down the leg side because she was bowling the wrong line. She's bowling around the wicket now, which is much better. I think they've had a word with her and said you were just bowling on the wrong side of the wicket. So hopefully she feels comfortable coming around the wicket. But yeah, look, they brought her back on to bowl a bouncer spell. It's the most English thing that you can do now. Nothing's happening for 5 minutes, so let's just go with bouncers. They got the lucky wicket. I still don't know how that one carried down to fine leg, if we're being honest.
As Filer runs in and bowls, that one's let go by Deepti.
But yeah, she is genuinely fast. She can swing it a little bit. I would like to think that she has a little bit more ability to be, maybe ability is the wrong way, but she's here to be a strike bowler, so I don't mind if she bowls the odd bad ball, but she's actually bowled fairly accurate. She might be the most accurate of the 3 seamers all the way through, but now they're asking her for something a little bit different, which is why they got the 2 fielders out.
No leg slip in now, 2 slips as the next ball is short, just pulled very fine by Deepti. I'll run through for another single. Takes the score to 245 for 6.
But that's what she's on for now. This bouncer spell. She got the top edge there. It just didn't go to hand.
What I find interesting as well about Lauren Filer, you were talking about her falling over a lot when she runs into bowl. She sort of puts everything into it. You think of other bowlers that do that, sort of, Mark Woods, that kind of, quite often end up on the floor. And actually, when she went over to play in Australia in the Ashes last year, she played in the game prior to the Ashes against the Governor General. They always play these sort of warm-up games. It was a bit damp and a bit of weather not been that great, and she just kept falling over, and no one could understand it. It was more than ever, and actually turned out she changed spikes.
In comes Filer again, and that's just turned into square leg by Rana, and they'll take a comfortable single.
And it was the strangest thing. You think leading up to one of the biggest series you've ever played in, you just decide you're going to change what spikes you wear, and then you just keep falling over.
Did she decide, or is it possible that a sponsor... it's one of the big problems with fast bowlers, because they get the shoes that they like and they feel really comfortable with them, and then they change sponsors and the new shoes just don't work properly.
Well, it's only quite recently that they started having actual women's shoes made
brilliant.
With spikes in them, and before that they used to cut the soles out of women's shoes and put their own spikes in, and the next ball is let go outside the off stump, or they would get boys shoes, junior shoes that were hopefully big enough. As we see the end of the over, 246 for 6.
Yeah, I actually got centre pair last year. I've got big feet for a woman, size 9 is...
I wasn't going to mention it,
I do. It's the first thing you notice when I walk in
Yeah.
the room. Okay, I'm a tall person. I got big feet, otherwise I'd fall over even more, like Lauren Filer. And I got centre pair of women-specific shoes, because big feet are very narrow, because they're just narrow. That's just how they are. And actually, it makes such a difference to wear, because otherwise you've got these big men's boot, and your foot is still rattling around in them side to side, and that's not going to do any good for any of you. Your foot, your ankle, your knees, all the way through.
Yeah, well, that's one of the other things that women cricketers would do, is that wear men's shoes and try and pack them. New over from Maddie Villiers, and the first ball is pulled down to deep backward square leg for a single.
Well, I think the first company that I'm aware of, and I think it might have been the first company in the world to make a specialist bat for women, was Hawk, which I think they're Gloucester bat makers, and they made theirs around, I want to say 2009, 2010. And the only reason they did it is because women were coming in and buying the Harrow bats, and they were like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Why, if you're a professional woman, why would you want that kind of bat? And then they were like, oh, that's because none of these bats exist for women.
Villiers around the wicket, and it's just pushed in to the covers by Sharma, no run.
Yeah, I went back to my mum's recently and she got my first sort of full-size bat at her house. I went to pick it up. This thing is like a bloomin' tree trunk. It is so heavy, and I'm pretty sure I'm a lot stronger now than I was at 16, 17. You could barely lift it with one hand.
Round the wicket comes Villiers, a full ball down the leg side, and of course, deep sweeps. Of course she does. It's what she's done all day, and she finds the boundary again. You just can't let it drift down the leg side like that.
Yeah, she's done that too often, and I'm not 100% sure why with her technique. It might be something to do with her front arm, but when it goes wrong to the left-handers, it's always full and down the leg side. She was going to wicket off it, of course, before, a little cheeky one, but especially against a good sweeper, you're just going to get hit for 4 over and over again.
In once more, it's full, and it's on the leg side, and this time it's Hoyt up over mid-wicket, and that is another boundary from the over then. So Deepti Sharma just starting to drop a foot on the accelerator now.
Yeah, floated up around off stump, and hoik was the word that you used. That's kind of what it was. I think she just went, I'm going to hit this hard, and followed through quite nicely. But yeah, so the bat technology makes a lot of sense for why we're seeing women hit the ball harder and try more shots, because
the next ball is full and just dropped into the leg side for a quick little single.
if you're using a Harrow, you can't really get any power off the bat because they're not made for that. And if you're using a bat that's too heavy like Georgie's was, you can't actually swing back through the line very much, right? You can't get bat speed. And you also can't really play, short balls or, even sweeps. All those sorts of shots become a problem. So,
as Villiers is in, and this time it's Rana sweeping firmly, but straight to the sweeper on the leg side boundary.
So a lot of the evolution in women's cricket obviously comes through professionalism and everything else, but it's everything catching up, right? And when we talk about, I think Tim Wigmore might have written a piece a few years ago about what the sort of the ceiling is for women's speed with bowling, because we talk about it a lot with men, but we're starting to work out what it is for women. We don't know that if you're not wearing proper shoes. Right, if you go back and if you look at the old sprinting times from the early 1900s compared to the modern 1900s, the difference, a lot of that is the quality of the track, the quality of the shoes, and how we prepare It's not that athletes have got that much better. It's just that all the other things, and that's the same with women's cricket.
So that was the end of Villiers' over, and it was 11 runs coming from it, so quite an expensive one. India now 257 for 6, with Sharma on 40 and Rana on 7, as we see a change in bowling. And Sophie Ecclestone coming back into the attack from the pavilion end. She's going to be bowling to Rana. It's such a fascinating point, and I'm going to throw in another couple of thoughts to that equation, just to see what you guys think about that as well, as Ecclestone is around the wicket and Rana takes a giant step forward from a fairly diminutive player, just pushes it out into the offside. It's not just about the equipment like shoes and bats and even pads as well, because that's something else that's been quite problematic. Gloves, all of those things. There's Ecclestone, flattered delivery, but on leg stump and just turned into square leg, no run. It's things like, for example, well, all the sports science has been traditionally done around male physiology. And when they started looking at women's physiology when it comes to high performance, things like carb loading doesn't work as well. The next ball, she's well forward, and there's a shout. She was a long way forward.
I like that one. I thought that looked very straight to me. Oh no, she's batting on leg stump.
Yeah,
to be fair, she hasn't quite come across. I think it was probably going to be umpire's call, but it was a good delivery. Weird from Stay Rana there. She's batting so leg side.
She's very, very leg side. Very defensive. We'll just keep an eye on this now. Short leg is in. Next ball, she plays up to mid on, no run. But yeah, so things like carb loading before an event, they actually found that women were better to have a higher amount of protein rather than carbs. And then you go more than that. It's also about the type of training. There's Ecclestone in, bowls, and it's pushed into the offside, no run. A lot of the, say, gym setups, for example, are very much set to the male body, the ideal for the male body, and not so much around actually what works for the female skeletal structure. So next ball's just passed to wide long on, and they'll take a single. So there are all of those factors in there as well, and even the types of injuries that they're prone to at the end of the over. India 257 for 6. Just at various times of the month, things change and ligaments become more flexible, so things like ACL injuries can become more prevalent in female footballers.
Was it Bhatia who had an ACL? One of the Indian batters had an ACL tear, didn't she? Which is not very common in, I can't think of many men's batters who've had ACL tears. I mean, it could have happened in the field. I'm not sure how she got injured, but.
So I guess the point is that there's been so little understanding about what sport does to women's bodies, as Villiers even starts a new over, cuts this one behind point, and they'll get 2 as the sweeper comes around.
Well, it's the ACL that is such a big talking point as well, in women's football especially, isn't it? It just seems to be so prevalent, and more and more of them happening. And yes, there's all this research being done into it, but you just sort of think, how long is it going to take for it to actually come through and start to be more preventative rather than treatment?
Next ball's played off the back foot and down to Maya Bouchier, who's patrolling the offside boundary. Yeah, it's just really interesting. So a lot of strength and conditioning. I think it's a huge area in the women's game where the people who want to take control of that and do their research, there's been like an open book really in working out what is best practice.
There also...
The next ball is swept. And it's actually, no one knows where it's gone, including me for a second. And also Maya Bouchier, where it ended up going down over the mid-wicket boundary, but everybody was just looking left and right.
Yeah, I think she thought it was going to her left, and then she completely lost it, and mid-on didn't realise where it was either. So the two fielders, neither of which would have stopped it anyway, but they had no idea which direction the ball was going to. Yeah, and a lot of that just comes down to, Mel, the fact that there weren't actually that many professional women athletes to test as well. So we've had an influx not just of testing, but also of more athletes to test from.
The next ball is just prodded out behind point, no run.
But so in cricket specifically, one of the most interesting things, to get back to what we were talking about before, is the biomechanics of bowling. So women tend to swing the ball back in more than men do. And every time I'd ever brought that up with a man, they'd be like, oh, that's because they bowl slower. And I was like, well, that doesn't make sense, because when I played a lot of club cricket, old men bowl slow and it swings away, right? Like, I've seen a lot of old slow bowlers. It doesn't go in that direction. And so what we now think is that there's something to do with the alignment that means that women bowl more with a higher action above their head.
It really is. Tosses one up. And it's pressed out into the offside towards deep cover, just the one.
So you get a lot of women who are almost pushing the ball from on top of their head, whereas men tend to bowl a lot wider. And so when you bowl wider, you swing the ball away. And when you bowl on top of your head, it comes back in. So I don't know how. I know that ECB will look into it, but I don't know if anyone's actually proven that with the fact that women's bodies are different. But a lot of this, I know that I was briefly involved in this with the ECB. When Sarah Glenn came on the scene and took all those wickets, I said to the bowling coach at the time, which was Tim McDonald, I said, I don't understand why she doesn't have her front arm up. Because biomechanically, as a leg spinner, she should need her front arm more than she's using it.
Silly point in as the next ball is just played up to mid-on, no run.
And Tim was like, well, I can look into that. He goes, but what if that's a male thing? And I was like, yeah, I don't know if I've ever heard of a female leg spinner going through biomechanics before. I'm sure they have, but it might not be 10 or 20 of them. It might be like 1 or 2. So we don't know all of those things. And I watch Maddie Villiers bowling here. She's not driving her right hip through the way that you would like, which she's not the only finger spinner in the world that has that issue. But again, I don't know if she should be driving her hip through more, because all the biomechanics that I know about come from male cricket. So she might be fine. Having said that, she should drive her hip through more.
Well, she's just finished her most recent over, and at the end of it, another bit of an expensive one. India 266 for 6 now, so just picking up steam a little bit after losing a few wickets. Deepti Sharma on 45 and Sneh Rana on 11. As we see Ecclestone to continue, just fiddling with Phil. It's a fascinating subject, and it's really interesting to hear your perspectives, both for even experiencing it from an equipment level to the various research that's around. And just shows that we still have a lot to learn, and you know how much better the players could become once they have all those best practices for the female body.
Basically, now that we don't have to play in skirts as well, it's always going to help.
That's so true. Ecclestone begins another over, and first ball's left alone outside the off stump by Sharma.
Well, the Victorian cricketers spent 1 year playing in shorts, and basically every male cricketer complained because they were on the square, and every time you die, and it's a lot worse in Australia than it is in the UK, to be fair, because the squares are so hard in Australia.
Next ball's tossed up and swept nicely, but only as far as a sweeper on that fine leg.
But they all complained for the same thing. They kept bleeding, because every time you dive on a square in Australia, you've got foot marks from previous wickets. You've got hard surfaces. You just scratch your legs. And I'm like, wait a minute. The women have been doing this for a long time. Why have we not given them trousers?
That's just assumed knowledge, really. As in comes Ecclestone, one for flatter delivery, and it gets through. There's hands on heads all over the place, and Sneh Rana just goes for a little walk. Let's just settle herself down a little bit. Just got through up.
Last bit from me on women's equipment in cricket is when it comes to after this delivery,
down the leg side.
When it comes to your hair, and this sounds like such a, oh, girls worrying about your hair, but try and put your ponytail in a helmet or in a cap and have it in the right place that it's actually out the way and you can perform best and not have a problem with that. It's actually a hell of an issue. And Marie Kelly.
Next ball is just played to that silly point.
Marie Kelly, who obviously plays for the Blaze, plays in the 100 as well. She's actually started her own company, and they've got magnetic strips at the back of the cap. So you know you have a hole in the back of the hat, and you then have to adjust your ponytail so it sticks through the right part of the hat.
Next ball's flatter, pops up in the air and is taken by Tammy Beaumont, diving at short leg, but it's come off the pad.
So on the back of the hat, it's got this vertical magnetic strip that then you can adjust where your ponytail goes through it, and then the magnet is strong enough that it then clips back closed, and you can have your hair in the right position at the back of the hat.
Because basically the hole is always in the wrong spot. And so it's brilliant design. Yeah, she's done really well. I love it. It's called Versatile.
Yeah, and there's
Versatile.
bobble hats as well for the winter.
I remember when Lisa Sthalekar first started playing for Australia, and we couldn't understand. Are they reviewing this, or is this just drinks break? Because it was going down leg, wasn't it? And I don't think she hit it.
Yeah, drinks break. Drinks break. By the way, I'll just let you know, it's 267 for 6 at the drinks break.
So Lisa Sthalekar will bowl with a hat on, and of course, like we were told, never bowl with a hat on, and there was this big deal. But she contacted me, I think, on Twitter when I kept saying, why are so many women bowling with hats on? And she was explaining about their hair and how she was trying to keep it away, and that was easier for her to be able to do it. She had a full explanation. So again, you've got something very simple. Like if one of the boys in the cricket club that I train comes in with a hat on, I take the hat off and I stamp on it until it's ruined. But when it's a young girl, I'm like, no, that makes sense. If that's what you were trying to do, so it's just understanding that there are key differences there. But I can say, as someone who's coached boys and girls, I would happily never coach another boy again in my life, especially any related to me, because the girls just listen. You just say to them, oh, you just need to do this with you, and they just listen, and the boys just do the same mistake over and over again, and then get angry at you.
Do you know, I hear that a lot from professional coaches who switch from coaching men to women. They just find that the women don't necessarily assume that they already know things.
Yeah, I think that's the big one.
Yeah, they're more receptive. They say I've heard this so many times from the likes of, like, you know, Matthew Mott, John Lewis, and that the women are kind of like sponges and are really keen.
Alex Tudor told me when he first started coaching women, he didn't, actually it's girls, because he does boys and girls in his area, so it would maybe be under 16s, under 17s. He couldn't believe it because they kept listening to him. He kept looking around going, why is everyone doing what I've asked? How has this happened? So yeah, there is but you know, and I've done a bit of coaching, obviously, in a few different sports. There's a real obvious difference, and I think that if you look back, and this is now coming out of the game partly because the bats are better for women, but if you look back, you used to get all these players who would play like Mitali Raj with this perfect technique with the elbow up, and no men were left doing that because men's cricket had evolved beyond that, but the women were still playing technique. And now what you're seeing is more of a natural mix of trying to hit the ball hard but also being technically correct. So all these things are just differences that you need to know about when you're going into these sorts of things.
It's certainly an area of massive growth, just in terms of knowledge within the game. So, and it is exciting because we don't know where we're going to get to in the future, and all these ideas of limitations, and they'll only be able to bowl this quick, or they'll only be able to do this. In some ways, we don't really know because we just don't know.
We don't know what we don't know?
Well, you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, I think also just on the pace, I think the best way to look at sort of the pace bowling and what the speeds can get to is probably looking at sports like tennis and seeing the percentages and going through it. But it's unfortunate that we don't have baseball as well, because baseball would be another good one. But obviously women play softball in America and they pitch in a very different way. But it would be great, you know, that's the sort of thing you would think that women's tennis is so far ahead of many other female sports. But cricket is catching up at a ridiculous rate.
It really is. Well, the players are still just starting to make their way back after a lengthy bit of hydration.
No umbrellas though, no?
No umbrellas. So that's...
Imagine that person, you've already lost your job.
Yeah, that's it. They're gone. Gone. Done and dusted. It really has been particularly hot. And for some reason in London, when it's about 30 degrees in London, it feels like it would feel if it was about 38 degrees in most places in Australia.
It's just not built for it, is it? That's the thing. You know, we've all spent a lot of time over in Australia, and people say, oh, you must be used to the heat. Yes, but also you're used to the heat in somewhere that is built for it and has the structure and the infrastructure. Your house stays cool, whereas your house here, you're pouring cold water on your pillow before you go to bed to try and stay cool.
Or sleeping.
I didn't know that was a thing, by the way.
Yeah, try
Oh.
it. The cool side of the pillow.
Well, I actually slept under a wet towel, cold wet towel the other night because it was the only way I could sleep, get my core body temperature low enough to sleep. Absolutely, that's a thing. But we do have this thing in Australia called air conditioning.
Oh, yeah, be
which,
nice.
Yeah, which I confess they do have in this media centre at Lords, and I've never been so grateful.
They
for
definitely
it.
didn't have in the hotel I stayed in the other week, so I actually came to the media centre at Lords for work 4.5 hours early so that I could get the aircon.
Right, well, the players are now settling back into position for the start of Villiers' over. She'll be bowling to Deepti Sharma, who's currently on 46. Taps a bat and waits. Oh, and she slaps that one through, beats a diving fielder in the cover. It's not going to get all the way. It's a nice bit of fielding out in the deep from Alice Capsey. Just manages to save the boundary. So Sharma creeps closer. She's now on 48, 2 runs away from a half century.
Now, Alice Capsey has got to be one of England's most improved fielders.
Next ball's defended.
In the last few years, there was a lot of talk, obviously, when England went down in that T20 World Cup over in Dubai as well, and then the Ashes, and there was talk about, you know, not being fit enough, not putting in enough effort, the work in the field. But Alice Capsey, watching her through the T20 World Cup and out there today, you can see just the amount of work and effort she's put in.
The next ball's defended on the offside.
And then how much it's paying off. Obviously, she exploded onto the scene as a teenager, and that's always going to be difficult. You know, she came through Surrey, yes, we sort of knew about her. And then in the first 100, it was sort of suddenly she was this wonder kid, and all this pressure was suddenly put on. And as a youngster, that's hard to then just try and play the way that everyone expects you to.
Villiers tosses one up, and it's played out into deep cover. They'll come through for a single, so Deepti moves on to 49.
And then all that pressure is then put on you, and then you start getting spotlights on different things, your fitness, your work in the field, this, that and the other. And she has gone away, and under this Charlotte Edwards regime, reign, whatever we want to call it, she really has worked on it, and it's paying dividends because she's had a great summer so far, and she's performing in the field.
So it's Rana now on strike, and it's full and floaty outside the off stump. But she just guides it backward a point, no run.
And I think she's also matured in herself as well. I went to the press conference ahead of that semi-final at the Oval, and she was put up for the press and the media, and just the way she speaks. And
next ball's full outside the off stump, and it is pushed this time just square enough of point that they're able to run through for a single.
And then her attitude around the game as well is so much matured in the last few years that you can really see she's sort of developed into this cricketer and become a real stalwart of this side rather than just being this star youngster that's just going to be explosive when she feels like it.
End of the over. India now 271 for 6 with Rana on 12 and Deepti on 49. You know, before this day's play started, I was talking to someone in the press box about, you know, we were always a bit concerned about the wicket and the pitch, well, I should say the pitch, I'm in England, about how it'll play and whether it might be, you know, like the men's test and be really uneven, or if it might be slow and flat. We decided that we reckoned a good result, just purely in terms of the match from a neutral perspective, would probably to be all out for 300 at the end of the first day. I don't think we're going to be maybe too far off that equation.
I think I said 320 earlier, didn't I? I think we were asked a question by someone on YouTube. So, yeah, it kind of feels like that.
As Ecclestone starts a new over, and the first ball is just prodded just past Tammy Beaumont at short leg. She runs off and fields it, no run.
I mean, there has been a little bit of spin and a little bit of seam movement, but outside of maybe 1 or 2 wickets, the pitch hasn't really given the wickets. It's India who's given the wickets.
So a slip in as well as short leg as Rana just prods that one out to point, and they don't take a run.
Yeah, there was probably a run on offer. I don't know if you could hear, Mel, but there was a conversation straight after where Rana was like, why are we not running for this?
She's there now, taps a bat, waits, in comes Ecclestone. And that's just driven into the covers, and they do take a quick single. Takes them to 272, and now Deepti Sharma is on strike. She's on 49 runs. And just settling on that field.
She's retaking her guard. I wonder if she's just taking an off-stump guard here. She's worried about Ecclestone getting her LBW. Can't quite tell which guard she's taken from here.
Over the wicket comes Ecclestone. It's defended into the offside, no run. Patience from Sharma on 49.
Yeah, she has. She's going out. She might have even taken a middle stump guard, but she's then walking across. So she's a little bit worried about the LBW on this angle. Good to see she's still thinking her way through these situations.
Ecclestone in once more, and she turns this one into the leg side. It's a tight single, and she has to dive, but the throw misses, and that is the 50 for Deepti Sharma. It is her 5th half century in women's test, playing in her 7th test, so she's been a model of consistency. She walks down the pitch and hugs Sneh Rana, and then turns and raises her bat. And it's been a fine innings from Deepti Sharma. She's shown quite a bit of patience when she's needed to. It's come off 70 deliveries with 7 fours. As the next ball goes down the leg side to Rana. And that is the end of the over, with India now 273 for 6. I'll let you two give your thoughts on Deepti while I make way for Neil Manthorp.
Yeah, I thought the innings was very good. She's waited for the bad ball. She hasn't pushed as hard as some of the earlier India players. So it'd be interesting to see what she does now that she's got her 50. I would say the actual single there was very much a milestone hunting single. She pushed that. I'm not sure the run was 100% there. A minute earlier, Rana had hit the ball way more into the gap, and she said no. So she was clearly, the 50 was on her mind. But I think she was always going to be fairly safe getting through there.
I said it earlier, I would always have Deepti in my side, and she looked like she was struggling a little earlier on against Maddie Villiers in the spin, but she played herself in nicely, and now bringing up the half century in just 70 balls. Welcome to you, Manners, and as I say hello to you, I'm going to run away, and Dr. Raff is back in the house.
I think it's me and you on the witching hour for the last half an hour, Georgie, so I'll see you then. We're certainly going to take the extra half hour today. It's been very warm. It's been tough from the outset to keep up with the required over rate, which is entirely unreasonable anyway, as a new over begins from Maddie Villiers. It's been a long spell from her today, and forward comes Deepti Sharma, 50 from 70 balls, as Mel said, his 5th half century in her 7th test. Can she take it even further? Maddie Villiers in once more. Their off spin been very good today. Dropped down on the offside. Quick single taken. Very well done from Deepti Sharma. Scrambling through for, well, it wasn't really a scramble. It was just a succinct sprint, and she moves on to 51. Sneh Rana has 13. 274 for 6. So looks like India back on course for at least 300. They do bat down good depth, and oh, that's a good delivery from Maddie Villiers. Slides on across the right-hander past the outside edge. I haven't seen Sayali Satgari bat, but apparently she's no mug, and she's due in next. So there's every chance if Deepti Sharma can just keep doing what she's doing. Doesn't have to change a great deal, and as far as scoring tempo is concerned, that's just short enough for Sneh Rana to attempt the pull shot, but doesn't time it. Comes off the splice of the bat up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Lauren Bell. I wonder whether we do get to see some more of the quick stuff from Lauren Bell. Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. That's got to be close. Really, really impassioned appeal with conviction and belief, not just hope. There was anticipation, but not out, says umpire Sue Redfern. And England didn't take long to decide to review that one. Alongside me, Dr. Raf Nicholson once more. For the last time before she heads off to write her match report for The Guardian. Gut feel before we see the review?
You're right that the appeal was extremely passionate and convincing. But on the other hand, England have not been particularly convincing in their use of DRS today. We're just seeing the replay now.
Close to the back. Can we just go through to ultra edge, please?
Do you know what? It was very full and it was very straight. The only thing is that if she's hit it or it's turning too much, because I think that's plumb. I'm not sure why Sue Redfern didn't give it out. I mean, it's half volley length. She's playing across the line and it's hit her in front of middle and off.
It's out. Now, please.
Looks out to us, doesn't it? Looks absolutely plumb. Maybe not middle and off. It's hit her in front of middle. Off stump, rather. And so she's either turning it too much. She hasn't hit it. And England awaits. I think the England players are in a huddle that should suggest they are expecting good news for this decision to be overturned. The original decision not out, and that is crashing into the stumps. So, you know what? I have to say that Sue Redfern, who is outstanding, is she the leading umpire in the women's game? I think she must have thought there was a bottom edge on that, because otherwise it's a misread that you would not associate with Sue Redfern making. And she makes the, mea culpa, crosses her arms across her chest and says, got it wrong, fair enough, and up goes the finger. And so Deepti Sharma is on her way, and India 274 for 7. Very, very useful innings from Deepti Sharma. India could have done with her Sneh Rana. I've got it all wrong. Sneh Rana, I beg your pardon. She's gone for 13. Deepti Sharma is continuing to do what she's been doing all along. But I tell you what, well-deserved wicket for Maddie Villiers.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right about Sue Redfern. Definitely one of the leading umpires in women's international cricket. And actually put up a lovely post on social media about exactly what it meant to her to stand in this test match, having been obviously a test player herself, and kind of really therefore able to appreciate the significance of this historic moment at Lord's, the first time any women get to play a test here. Unfortunately, she's got that one wrong. I think that you're right. She potentially thought that Sneh Rana had got some bat on that. Otherwise, I can't see where her rationale was. But a good review from England late in the day. They've finally got one right and dislodged Sneh Rana in the process. A good reward, actually, for Maddie Villiers, who's bowled very well today, and that's her second wicket of the day. We're just seeing that again, a replay of the Sneh Rana wicket, and an excellent performance here. It was a
bit of a tail ender shot, wasn't it? She's misread the length. It was too full to sweep, unless she had reached out to it and got it on the full toss. And it was a last-minute decision to play the sweep shot. In the end, it just looks like a across the line hoik. Which is largely what it was. Right, new batsman leaves the first ball alone outside the off stump, Sayali Satgari, and as I said, I've been speaking to a couple of our Indian colleagues in the press box, and I wouldn't say they gave her great raps as a batter, but they said that she's handy, she's useful down the order. 2 for 73. I should really have asked you, because you you're probably more informed. There are a couple of Indian journalists who, I have to say, may be on a little bit of a busman's trip. Maybe they're based in London, but they don't seem to be regular followers of the Indian women's team. But I guess it saves an airfare and accommodation if they're based here anyway. Sweep shot down behind square on the leg side. That was very well played by Deepti Sharma. She does make contact. And through for another single.
One of the things, of course, is that because of the scarcity of tests, you can maybe get less of a feel for how somebody might react in a test situation, although I suppose that's less of an issue just from a kind of technique perspective of a batter. But Satgari, I think that she made her test debut against Australia in March at the Wacker, if I'm correct, so she's got one test under her belt, and you just sense that, I mean, this is an interesting period of play coming up, because we talked about 300 as being the magic first innings total.
I still think it'd be a good score. I really do. Here's Ecclestone again, and forward comes Satgari playing that defensively out in the offside.
And that's obviously only 25 runs away now, and Deepti Sharma looks reasonably set at the other end, but it's just whether the rest of the India batters can back her up.
Forward comes Satgari again to Ecclestone, playing defensively up towards mid-on. There's a couple of things to bear in mind. The first is that there's been more assistance for the spinners on the first day of this test match than I've seen before, and it's not the tiniest sample size. That's the 11th test match I've seen at Lord's, the first women's test match, but there's been turn and bounce, and that's credit to Maddie Villiers for the amount of spin that she is imparting on the ball. The second thing to consider, forward comes Satgari playing defensively again to Ecclestone, 275 for 7. The second is that India have 3 quality spinners and only 2 seamers. So ordinarily you might think, well, you know, you have to wait till days sort of 3 and 4 before the spinners come into play. But I don't think that's going to be the case in this test. Satgari on the back foot to a quicker one from Ecclestone, out to extra cover, and there's no run. That's why I think 300 might be useful. The third thing to consider is, I mean, I know that England don't have a great record against spin in India. Which team does? But you know, they will need to play spin well.
Absolutely, and you're right that one of this England team's recent weaknesses has been against spin bowling, and there's no side in the world with a better stocked armoury of spinners than India. So I think, yeah, that's really why, in a way, you kind of feel that if India can get to 300, then that does put England under substantial pressure.
Maddie Villiers continues to Deepti Sharma, who's on 52, pushes that one to extra cover. No run as now. Is that, wait, who's fielding at leg slip? And that's the skipper, isn't it? At Nat Silverbrandt.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So solitary slip. That'll be Heather Knight. No, it's not. Big appeal for leg before wicket, but always one in hope rather than expectation, and nobody bothers to consider a review or anything else like that. Who is that at slip? Is that Tammy Beaumont? No, Tammy Beaumont's at short fine leg for the top edge sweep. Also a deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on, long off. It's a deep set field, so Deepti Sharma's not exactly being given the single, but they would rather bowl at Satgari, very evidently. 276 for 7 now, with Deepti Sharma on 52. Interesting stat from Gary Morgan, who says that when India has scored 300 plus in the first innings, or in match 1 of 4, they have never lost the test. 5 have been won and 7 drawn. Wow, that is interesting. As Villiers in again, this one turned away out on the leg side to short leg, where Tammy Beaumont fields Satgari, who's now scoreless from her first 7 deliveries. Is that right? Every time they've scored 300 plus in the first innings of a test, they've never lost.
Historically, there have been so many draws in women's tests.
Oh, that's well, history's there to be made.
Well, I think that India getting 300 on the board, what it does is, if England really want to win this game, then that's where things get tricky, because they have to pace their first innings quite cleverly.
Full and wide outside the off stump, and Satgari is enticed into the firm push into the covers. Heather Knight does the fielding, and there's no run. So Deepti Sharma 53, Satgari has yet to score. India 276 for 7.
I think with 4-day tests, you just always have to be conscious at the back of your mind that, generally speaking, things can't come to a natural conclusion in the way that they can with 5 days. You almost have to be thinking from, you know, the evening session of day 1, how do I manufacture a result? So that's a really interesting stat about India never having lost, having hit 300 in the first innings. I think that's what the stat was. And so from England's perspective then, tomorrow, whenever they come to bat, or I mean, I suppose it's possible it could still be this evening, then how do they play it? How, you know, what's their sense of how quickly they need to score?
Full from Ecclestone and driven up towards deepish, well, not long off, but deepish mid-off, 3/4 of the way back to the boundary, gives a single to Deepti Sharma.
Because England have then got to obviously, first of all, get to match whatever India have got. Then they've got to try and make sure that they've got enough time to bowl India out again. And then potentially, depending on how much of a lead they can manufacture in the first innings, bat again.
Pushed away defensively by Satgari, who's clearly happy just to survive while Deepti Sharma's at the other end.
And that's what that stat comes down to. It's about teams just running out of time because they haven't batted quickly enough because they've been too worried about losing wickets.
Forward comes Satgari again defending. So do England put all their eggs into one basket and try and bat once? You know, make 450?
That would seem a sensible approach.
But they still can't bat too slowly. As Satgari once again plays defensively. She's not played a shot in anger so far, as I say. She's happy just to keep out the attack while Deepti Sharma is still there.
But many teams have got themselves tangled up by thinking, right, we need to make 450 at a whack.
Yeah, that's not easy to do. That's driven up towards mid-off, but there's no run. I get the sense that Satgari might be better off actually looking for a single rather than just keeping out an entire over. Sophie Ecclestone will be lining her up. She'll have a plan, and Satgari's at number 9 for a reason, even though I've been told that she's perfectly capable with the bat, but at some point she'd be better off early on in an over looking for a single than getting Deepti Sharma back on strike. 277 for 7. So what's your theory? I mean, what would they're not going to come and ask you for advice? Perhaps they should, but what do you think their best chance is?
I think you're right. They need to bat long enough to ensure that they don't have to bat a second time. But it's pacing that innings, and I think that's the tricky bit. I mean, and also I suppose in a way teams in women's tests are always on a little bit of a hiding to nothing.
Maddie Villiers continues to Deepti Sharma, the left-hander, chops this one out to Heather Knight at extra cover, no run.
Because if they lose the test, having tried to manufacture a win, then they sometimes get quite a lot of criticism for that.
Pushed away out on the onside, and there's no run. It's always the way, isn't it? The game is so easy from the press box and the commentary box. We all average 70 and 20 with the ball, and they're you know, England have got I think that's chopped away. That's a tiny bit short from Maddie Villiers outside the off stump, and Deepti Sharma takes a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Yeah, they need the big players to deliver if they're to turn this historic Test match into a victory. It'll be only their second against India in the 16 Test matches the two countries have played.
And 11 of those have been draws, to reinforce the point we're making.
Right. Outside the off stump, forward comes Satgari playing defensively. I think she played inside the line there. I may be doing her a favour. But she's just entirely happy just to survive at the moment. Satgari, she has none off 15 balls now. Slipping a short leg in for Maddie Villiers. Outside the off stump, tempting the drive. It was full, but she's not going to be tempted. Satgari leaving that one alone. 278 for 7. Where's your book gone? We've had a copy of your latest book on the desk all day, and just when I come to get you to hold it up to the camera, it's disappeared.
I think I dashed back in so quickly, having enjoyed a scone in the media centre catering facility, that I forgot to bring it with me.
How good is that clotted cream, by the way?
Oh, fantastic.
Well, look, we'll be promoting your book throughout the course of the Test match, but just to say that Ralph Nicholson's latest book, The Women in White's History of Women's Cricket in England, follows your how many you've written? 2 that I know of. Yeah, the first one was Ladies and Lords: History of Women's Cricket in Britain. Rachel Hayhoe-Flint is regarded, I think, justifiably and popularly as what, the matriarch of women's cricket, having done so much to establish the first ever World Cup and the first ever women's game, ODI game here at Lord's. But there have been many others, and I know so little about somebody like Enid Bakewell than I do about Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, and she's not the only one. I'm discovering over the course of the last 48 hours how little I know about women's cricket, because I don't have your first book. I have been speed reading your second one to try and catch up. 279 for 7, another defensive shot from Satgari. Tell us about Enid Bakewell.
A phenomenal cricketer, obviously predominantly played Test matches.
Satgari defends.
A contemporary of Rachel Hayhoe-Flint. Rachel was the England captain. Enid Bakewell was the leading all-rounder of her day. Bowled left-arm spin and a fantastic batter as well.
Quicker one from Ecclestone. Satgari defends. I can just put that on record. Satgari defends while you tell us more about the early days of English cricket.
She's going for the most ball. Oh no, she has scored a run now. Okay. I thought she was going for the highest number of deliveries faced without scoring a run at one point.
She scrambled a quick single in the previous over. This one nudged away, no run.
Anyway, Enid Bakewell. Yeah. So I think what's one of the really interesting things about her is that she was the first ever, as far as we're aware, the first mother to score a Test 100.
Oh, quicker one from Ecclestone. Up goes the finger. It kept a bit low. And Satgari's innings comes to an end. Sayali Satgari is inconsolate, really. She's going to review it on the advice of Deepti Sharma. I think, actually, you find that Sayali Satgari pleaded with Deepti Sharma to say, can I use a review? Please, can I use a review? And Deepti Sharma said, well, we've got 3 in the bank, go on then. But I suspect that that decision from Anna Harris will be upheld, because it was quicker, it kept a bit low, it skidded on, it didn't seem to spin, and I reckon that's pretty central.
Ball looks close to the back.
The voice you can hear is that of third umpire James Middlebrook. And I suspect that it'll be a great surprise. Oh, yeah, well, it might be hitting leg stump, but I can't see it possibly going down. It wasn't middle stump, as I suspected initially, but I reckon that's hitting a good chunk of leg stump.
Yeah, or possibly umpire's call, but I have to say Anna Harris, I don't know if notorious is the right word, but she gets most of these right. She is.
All it has to do is hit, because it's been given out, so... I reckon that this is going to be hitting a good chunk of leg stump, and even if it's just clipping leg stump, it doesn't matter, it'll be out. And I think Sophie Ecclestone will be rewarded. Do you know what? It did actually straighten a tiny bit, didn't it? Actually, if it hadn't turned, it might have missed leg stump, but I reckon that it's just straightened a little bit. And certainly Sayali Satgari thought that it was heading down the leg side. She was trying to flick it down through square leg, or even finer than that, and shouldn't be long now before the third umpire gives us the verdict. Sometimes it develops a gremlin or two, the system. Satgari has 1 off 22 currently. Deepti Sharma has 55.
Just waiting
India
for
at
split.
279 for 8. There's a voice you can hear from James Middlebrook saying we're just waiting. Well, we can see that, James.
Keep going,
We're
keep
waiting
rolling,
as well.
Keep rolling.
Yeah, okay, keep rolling. Well,
Clear gap between ball satisfied. There's
he
no
just wants to
batting
make
ball.
sure that
We'll
there's
go
no
through to ball tracking, please.
inside edge. That's what we were waiting for, ultra edge. And now we're on
The
to
renewed
ball
decision is
tracking,
out.
and we'll hear the
Pitch is in line, impact in line.
familiar sound of
Umpire's
ball
call.
on stump.
Anna, going back to you on field.
Well, it's a manufactured sound. It's familiar in the sense that we've become accustomed to the noise, and it was indeed clipping leg stump, but a decent clip. And India are 8 down. Sophie Ecclestone, tell you what, she's toiled hard. She's into her 21st over. It's something that she does in most innings of most Test matches that England have played, that she's played in. And Sayali Satgari's defensive vigil comes to an end. 1 off 23 balls. India 279 for 8. What it will be interesting. I think it's likely that England will bat now towards the end of the day. And I think you and I were on about 4 hours ago, and I was saying that, you know, we're familiar with the pace of events accelerating towards the end of the day when both sides are tired. And what England do need to be wary of, Tammy Beaumont will know this, is, you know, tired minds, tired bodies, end of the day, they don't want to end up 30 for 3.
Yeah, which is always a risk. And England do have a little bit of a tendency to lose wickets, to kind of nervous, loose shots. And there will be a lot riding on this for Tammy Beaumont as well, who, of course, earlier this week announced that this will be her final match for England. So you can only imagine the emotions that she's going to feel as she walks out through the long room to bat for, well, if our talks about strategy were correct, could be the final time. If England do decide they're going to bat long, you never quite know. But yeah, that's going to be an emotional moment for Tammy Beaumont whenever that does come.
We have a new batter at the crease, and she's almost immediately in trouble in Kranti Gaur. She plays back to this delivery from, no, it's Deepti Sharma on strike, because it was the last ball of the over. Anyway, Deepti Sharma, I think, was caught in 2 minds there by the length of that from Maddie Villiers. She played back when she could perhaps have been on the front foot. Deep field once again for Deepti Sharma, and she takes advantage of it by chopping this one to the sweeper on the cover boundary and taking a single. So no thoughts of defensive batting and protecting the tail. I have to say that that policy is largely massively overrated. I think in the men's game, frankly, maybe for a couple of overs while numbers 10 and 11 get themselves in, but generally speaking, in the professional game at Test match level, you should be able to look after yourself in a defensive manner. That's driven and dropped that slip. Nat Sivabrunt, the skipper, has put that one down. It was a flashing drive from Kranti Gaur. Thick outside edge, flew very quickly, but you would expect to see Nat Sivabrunt hang on to that. She would expect to have hung on to it. She got both hands to it, sort of tipped it over the bar. It's gone quickly. She's in a quite a close slip position, so she's there for more the defensive edge than the attacking flying edge, and that probably explains why she's put the chance down. But as I said, she would expect, she wouldn't be saying that was a difficult chance.
No, basically went. I mean, she had her hands behind it, burst through them. I think it was hit quite hard.
Yeah, it was. It was. I mean, they edges off attacking shots do fly quickly, and she is, as I said, in a forward slip position rather than a deep slip. You know that if you've got an attacking batter at the crease, you might just stand a little bit deeper for the attacking edge rather than the soft defensive edge. Nonetheless, Kranti Gaur is off the mark with a single. Deepti Sharma has taken another single. She's on 57. India 282 for 8. with Maddie Villiers having taken 2 for 79. The last ball successfully defended by Kranti Gaur for a single. 282 for 8. Right, it's writing time for you, Prof.
Wish me luck.
You've got a lot to write about. I tell you what, you've had much worse days where you're thinking, what am I going to lead with? At least you've got, I reckon, 2 or 3 potential leads. And you're only allowed 1 historic in your report. We'll be checking in the Guardian on the website. It is an historic occasion, of course. To take you through the next half an hour, we'll be with Melinda Farrell, who's taking over from me, and Jarrod Kimber. We haven't got this changeover quite right, have we?
Thanks, Manners. First ball of Sophie Ecclestone's order over even is driven into the covers, no run. So this is the, just waiting, this is the 75th over of the day. As the next ball's looped up, she's guided into mid-wicket, no run. I'm just being shuffled over by producer Scotty, and I have to do exactly what he tells me, no argument. Still a slip in for Ecclestone. Next ball is chipped in the air, and it's straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and that is a soft wicket. After a wonderful innings from Deepti Sharma, she plays across the line and just loops it up to Heather Knight. He doesn't have to move in order to take that catch. It's the 9th wicket to fall for 282.
If this is your first time at women's cricket and you don't know much about the teams or the players and you're trying to get into it for the first women's test at Lord's, if you were here and you watched that, what you would understand very early on is that Deepti Sharma has absolutely no respect for her tail. And that was a shot that you play when you're just like, I just have to get as many as I can. And I think halfway through it, she tried to make it a controlled point. And unfortunately, she's got nothing on it. We saw her play a similar shot earlier, but she hit it a lot harder where she went through it because she was trusting herself. And that one, she just held back a little bit. But anyway, she's gone for 57. It was a good innings. And it wasn't really her fault. They lost the wickets at the other end. And so she had to... she probably felt that she had to score a little bit quicker before the tail goes. We're not expecting them to make a huge amount of runs from here on in. So either way, she's gone. And again, many Indian batters have got starts today and they haven't gone on. But we're not going to be blaming her for that one too much.
Yeah, Deepti Sharma departs for 57 of 87 deliveries, and is the 2nd wicket for Sophie Ecclestone as well. They've shared the wickets around pretty well amongst the bowling attack for England. And well, just 1 wicket remaining as Sri Charani comes out to the middle to join Kranti Gaur. And go back to that conversation where we said, well, do you know what, reckon it'd be a pretty good day of cricket if whoever went in first was all out for 300 by the end of the day. I think we might get somewhere around that, but have a little bit more than the end of day.
Yeah, I think all things considered, if I'm India, I'm a little bit annoyed. I've got a lot of my players in. We had the big partnership. We've had plenty of chances to go on and do something quite special, and we haven't really done it. And some of it is just the fact that they've been playing attacking shots and they've just let England back in, and occasionally it's been some good balls from England, but it's not that this surface has dominated the day. I would say that India's had plenty of chances to score big and they just haven't gone on with it. And so if they will be a little bit frustrated at the end of the day, I can understand that. That was Sophie Ecclestone's record-breaking wicket, I believe, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, she has, with that wicket, become England women's leading all-time wicket taker.
I almost called her Sophie Wicklestone, by the way.
Well, she's got fielders around the bat now. And tosses that one up, and it's in the air. But, well, Charani has swung hard, and it's gone over where the slip corner would be. don't know if that's got to the rope or not. It was a dive.
Is that Maya Bouchier down there?
It is not. It is actually Maddie Villiers.
Oh, it is Villiers, yeah.
With a dive. Did she actually stop it?
I can tell you one thing. She has no idea because she flicked it back and then she laid on the ground and then she went, wait a minute, did I stop it? I might have stopped it. I'm not even sure she knew that when she flicked it back, it went into the field.
She just sort of stayed in a plank.
Yeah.
But it looks like, no, it wasn't. I think she's just, they're having a check now. Maybe just managed to. I tell you what, that is an outstanding save because both her foot and her hand were perilously close. That's ball! Sophie Ecclestone. Well, she's England's leading wicket taker, all right. And for good measure, she adds an exclamation point by taking the last wicket. She's just gone straight through the defences of Kranti Gaur, and that will be India's first innings wrapped up with 285 on the board. Ecclestone with her third wicket.
So as I said, if you're wondering why Deepti Sharma played the shot earlier in this over, it's because she knows what her tail is like. Sharani came in first ball and just slogged at one and got an edge pass slip. And next ball, the number 10 has just played back to one that skidded a little bit low and has gone through on her, but she was absolutely nowhere near that delivery. She would have been just as close to hitting that if she'd used a limp bit of broccoli. She never looked likely at hitting that ball at any stage. But yeah, as I said, I think they should be a little bit disappointed. They put themselves into regularly good positions and then they kept giving England wickets back. They got a lot of players set without going on to massive totals. And now, instead of having at the very least 320, but even 350 to 360, they've ended up on 285, and the game's very much in the balance. And it just depends on how well they bowl and how England bat.
As the ground staff flood onto the field, and England's players are clapped off warmly as they head back into the pavilion and make their way through the long room to that warm applause. It's been a fascinating first day of cricket. England winning the toss and inserting India. And despite losing the early wickets of Shafali Verma, who went for a duck, and Yastika Bhatia, who was out for 12, Smriti Mandana and first Jemmy Rodrigues had a wonderful partnership. Smriti Mandana scoring 83, Jemima Rodrigues scored 35, and then Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, coming in and chiming in with a 58, followed by Deepti Sharma with a half century as well. She scored 57. They were the main scorers. The rest of India's batters, some of them stuck around for a little while with Deepti Sharma. Rishabh Ghosh made 13, as did Sneh Rana. But it was one apiece for Satgare and Kranti Gaur, and Sri Charani was the one remaining batter not dismissed on 3. So that's how India fared as they compiled 285 in 74.5 overs. As far as the bowling went, they did share the wickets around. Lauren Bell took one earlier, as so did Lauren Filer. They bowled the opening spell. Filer ended up with 2 for 40 off her 13. Izzy Wong and Maddie Villiers also took 2 wickets, and the leading wicket scorer and England women's leading wicket scorer across all formats, Sophie Ecclestone, finished with figures of 3 for 68 off her 21.5 overs. So we're still going to lose a couple of overs. How many overs are we going to have in the day till we're going to go till 6:30?
So we were supposed to bowl 100. So we're only going to be about 15 to 20 short of that.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll lose probably 2 overs for the changeover here. Actually, I don't know. It might be even 3 overs for the changeover here. But it's going to be a tough time for the England top order to be able to come out. They don't play as much multi-day cricket, and this is, a weird time to come out and bat. Having said that, light is very good. The sun is shining. They're not going to be exhausted. They're only in the field for less than a full day. So it just depends. But the ball should swing early on.
So are we in for a TLP, Jarrod?
Yes, we're definitely in for a TLP. What's that?
A tricky little period.
Okay. Did you make that up on the spot?
It's a phrase that only ever comes up.
Is that from
towards
Orange?
No. Towards the end of a session or the end of a day's play. It's always the tricky little period.
I more meant,
right?
did you make up the TLP part of it?
No, everyone always says it, right?
I've never heard anyone say the phrase TLP before.
Oh, okay. I'm just lazy. Why use what 5-7 syllables when you can use 3?
So the one that I really want to work from this test match, and Georgie was the first one I heard to use it, is the Laurens.
Oh yeah, the Laurens.
Yeah. But you can only you say that, but you can only use it if they consistently bowl for like 4 or 5 years together, right? So what they went the 2 Ws just the first time that Wacker and Wasim went out to bowl. It needed a long-term partnership. Courtney and Kirtley needed a long-term partnership, but we have to soft launch the Laurens.
Yep.
Because we don't want to be in a situation in 3 years' time where we've forgotten that that's what the phrase is. So I'm just saying, if you're out there, just be like, yeah, England did well. I think the Laurens, good partnership going ahead.
Yeah, I think if we soft launch it now, it's going to be.
We're not getting T-shirts made yet, is what I'm saying.
Not yet.
No, 3.5 years' time.
And the sight of the light roller being used now on the pitch. Who do you reckon would be the happiest out of these two sides?
I'd be ecstatic if I was England when India were 120 odd for 3. You had the big partnership after that as well. They were scoring really quickly. Yeah, I'm pretty happy if I was England. There definitely is spin on this surface, so we might know more going ahead just on how England might struggle against it. They've got 3 specialist spinners in their side. So that will be interesting. There was seam movement, but to be fair, I wouldn't say that the England team has really got their wickets from that anyway. But if I'm India, I'm happy that I get to bowl now. I think that, in the TLP, was it?
It is the TLP.
When you said that, for some reason I thought you meant toilet paper. And I don't know why I would have thought that you would have thought toilet paper, but...
Probably because
you have toilet paper vibes.
No, your mind's always, I'd say either in the gutter or in the toilet.
Yeah, I think that's not untrue. Poor producer Scott, as always, when I'm on mic, head in hands. But yeah, I think if you're talking match situation, I would if I'm England and I found out that I'd bowled them out for 280, especially after the start of the day, I'd be very, very happy with that. But if I'm India, I'm not particularly upset at bowling at this time. Is an extra 40 runs help you if you then have to bowl fresh in the morning? They basically get 2 bites of the new ball here. And considering there is still a little bit of seam movement and we expect some swing, and then that's an advantage for India.
And what about the way that India went about their batting? Because they went hard against the new ball in that first session, when perhaps it was a bit harder and you were getting value for shots when you played the butt. They also lost 3 wickets in that first session. That made it, they lost Bhatia, Rodrigues and Mandana. That meant that they didn't really have a lot past the middle order as well, because they have got a bit of a tail.
They do have a tail,
but things really slowed down in that second session as well.
So the first wicket's really interesting because one of the Laurens swings the ball back in and it's an outside edge. It's a very peculiar dismissal. The second one, the other Lauren, was swinging it back in and then the ball seamed away. Bhatia made a mistake in the way that she was trying to play it. She was trying to play it off her pad. She should have tried to play it straight. But I'm not sure she would have hit it anyway, even if she played it correctly. So I'm okay with those 2 wickets. I think if I'm the Indian women's coach, the Rodrigues one, I think I'm a little bit more upset. But then what really, I think the issue is that no one goes on. They get 3 half centuries and no one goes on. And I think that's the conversation they would be having more so than losing 3 wickets in that first session. But yeah, having all these players get set, it's not as if they've been blasted out. It's not as if the seam movement or the swing or the spin has caused their wickets. They're just being chipped away at. And the problem is, if you can't do the same when you bowl, it could be that, you know, England go on to score 350, 380, 420, 450. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to score. When they batted properly in that middle session, didn't really look like England was going to get a wicket for a long time, even though I thought England were bowling well in that session.
Well, now the Indian players are in a huddle just by the boundary with the backdrop of the red bricked pavilion behind them, and just waiting to walk out, possibly for the last time. We will see. Tammy Beaumont alongside Maya Bouchier, and now they fist bump as they come out. Tammy Beaumont racing ahead, and the crowd, quite a few of them on their feet as they welcome her.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be shocked if they score enough that she doesn't have to bat again, but it's great that the crowd did that. You know what Ricky Ponting calls a fist pump with gloves on, though, Mel?
What?
Shazam. It's in his book. He's got about a page and a half on it.
Shazam.
He's got a page and a half on Shazams.
I like Shazam more than TLPs, to be honest.
I once had a Shazam TLP. So they're going to go with 2 slips and a gully and a short leg. But I'm just going to say this to you, Mel. It's a long short leg. So it's not there for the inside edge. It's there for the full-blooded clip. It's actually, I was thinking this earlier today, the short leg was more, was much closer, and that's the sort of position you would see in women's cricket. Whereas this is more the sort of short leg you'd see in men's cricket, where you're there for the one off the face of the bat. So that's obviously a thought. They're just thinking about a third slip. I should say, Deepti Sharma was thinking about a third slip, and Harmanpreet told her 3 times, just go to gully. Just do the thing I told you to do.
Right. It is going to be Siley Satgare.
Are we surprised she's taking the first over?
Oh, a bit. 2 slips here, and first ball's full. And just dug out by Maya Bouchier, who is facing the first delivery of the innings.
So, as I was saying before, she is another one of these in-swing bowlers. You can see that the way she kind of falls over as she bowls, as she pushes it from a straighter angle. So they've got a mid-on and a mid-wicket, plus this long short leg. Deep short leg? What would you prefer, long short leg or deep short leg?
Yeah.
I think it's a long short leg.
I think it's a mid-leg.
Leg.
A mid-leg.
And they've got a fine leg down on the boundary as well.
In again and left outside the off stump. Satgare has been playing for India A in the series that they've been playing against England A coming up to this match. So those players in some ways had a better warm-up, but she took 4 wickets in 3 50 over matches in England. She played 1 test before against Australia at the Wacker in March of this year. She's in over the wicket. It's full outside the off stump, left alone.
So the first ball was a no ball, by the way.
Oh, it was too.
Yeah.
I didn't see that signal.
No, I didn't see the signal at all. I only saw it when they replayed it a couple of moments later. But yeah, she's right up on that line already. And that last one swung back in quite a bit, but it was very wide.
But yeah, so she played in that test at the Wacker in March and bowled brilliantly, it has to be said, as she's in and bowls full driven. It's on the bounce back to Satgare, but sort of burst through her hands, probably took some of the sting out of it. So it's chased down as it races towards the long off boundary, and they will take 2 runs.
Yeah, she certainly stopped the 4 there. Just a little bit over pitch. She's trying to swing it back in, and so she's getting it as full as she can, but that just came out a little bit floaty, and she's lucky that wasn't a boundary, because Bouchier absolutely hammered that.
So, yeah, just to give you a picture, that the 1 test she's played, she She's in again. That's down the leg side. She bowled 18.4 overs and took 4 for 50.
They'll take that. Can they order that? What happened there? Did that ball just roll? It was down the leg side. It looked like it hit the pad and then dribbled down to the keeper, but I didn't see it anywhere near the pad. Again, very, very full and swinging in.
Starts a run up once more. She's in past the umpire, bowls, and it's driven up to mid-off. No run. And she'll have one more delivery to bowl because of that no ball to start off with. That's the first no ball of the first ball in an innings in a women's test at Lord's.
I believe it is. In the second inning, certainly.
Well, in the first innings, 418.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying. In comes Sapkare one more time, and it's driven straight back to the bowler, who this time fields the ball with ease. And England are underway, 3 for none after the first over.
Yeah, I think it's also fair to say that, was it 284 they scored, or was it 285? That's actually par here, Mel.
Yes, ain't it for a women's test? 284, that's the average first innings score in a women's test at Lord's. Oh, you're a hoot. We're both hoots.
We're enjoying this too much.
Oh, dear. Right, so it's going to be Bouchier at the non-striker's end, which means this is a moment for Tammy Beaumont. 612 runs she has scored in tests. And this will be her last appearance in this test match at Lord's. She stands upright. And first ball of the over from Kranti Gaur, and she's off the mark with a single, just pushed to wide mid-off for 1 run.
Yeah, very important for her to get off the mark there. I think, you know, knowing this could be her last innings, it certainly is her last match. She pushed that into the gap and just took off. We really didn't see that kind of running as much from the Indian players, outside of when Deepti Sharma wanted a 50 earlier on. But I think, yeah, that was just Beaumont. I'm not sure we'll see that. Actually, Rodrigues also bats a bit like that. Push and run. Offside field is quite deeply set, so there is runs there if they want them.
So in comes Gaur once more over the wicket and just left alone outside the off stump. Bounced through very low. Kranti Gaur, she's an interesting one. She's worked with former UP Warriors and England coach John Lewis. She worked with him on her bowling speed with really excellent results. And that really helped her sudden rise. She'd been spotted and brought in by UP Warriors, now finds herself in the test side. She's in that one as well outside the off stump though, and comfortably left alone by Bouchier.
Yeah, I thought they might give her the new ball. Perhaps the figures, as you said, at the whacker change that a little bit. It's a good partnership between the two of them. It is mostly a spin attack, but she'll move the ball away. She's swung that one quite a bit. Swings out of the hand rather than late. So you can see it coming, but it's quite a good hoop on it.
She now bowls. It's played on the back foot by Bouchier out to point. No run. Shadows starting to really lengthen noticeably now. The players and the umpires out in the middle, and the light tower as well. It's just about reached that to the top of the shadow, that what are we calling it, mid-leg position.
Yep. Deep, long mid-leg.
She's somewhere around leg. Here in comes Gaur, a full delivery, squirted out to point. No run. And she's got a little hum. The crowd stayed in. It's been a good good crowd. I found out really good prices. So apparently for an adult, it's between 20 and 35 pounds. And for kids, it's from 5 to 10 pounds, depending on the day and the stand.
There's a lot of school kids out the front when I came in before. I haven't really heard them, so maybe but I did see some coming in a group.
Boucher waits as in comes Gord, and that one has just clipped nicely through mid-wicket. Not a huge amount of power on it, but it's enough that they can get back for a comfortable 2. So that is 3 off the over, and England now 6 for none. With 2 overs bowled. Boucher's on 4, and Beaumont just the single.
Yeah, ball's definitely swinging. Not sure either of these bowlers have quite got it right at the moment, but when it has come out of the wrist correctly, we've certainly seen some sideways movement.
Do you know, I have this memory of the Indian side. I can't remember exactly what year it was, but they had an ODI that they were playing here against England. It was, I reckon it was probably, I don't know, around 2015, sometime around there. Maybe it was 2014 after the test, actually. They were scheduled to play an ODI here at Lord's as Sapkari starts another over, and Beaumont is forward in defence, just plays it back to the bowler. And they were so excited about it. They were really thrilled. It was going to be for most of the team first time they played at Lord's, maybe first time ever, and absolutely pelted down with rain the whole day. And when I finally left in the afternoon, I walked past the Lord's shop, and the whole team was in there as in comes Sapkari. A bit of a slower ball, but it's pushed up towards mid-on by Beaumont. And the whole team was in there, and they were just all forlornly going about the shop, picking up souvenirs and buying some souvenirs from the Lord's shop. And I felt so sad. It felt really tragic, and you realised, I don't think I realised till then, I just saw, oh, ODI, Lord's, whatever. But just how much it meant to those players then to play an ODI there.
You think they got a discount?
I hope so. Next ball, again, just rolling her fingers over that one, I think, a little bit. Is that correct? Anyway, it's left alone outside the off stump by Beaumont.
What was the most popular item?
Oh, that I can't tell you. I didn't want to be too creepy, like walking around, stalking them in the Lord's shop, finding out what exactly they were buying.
We finally found your line, and it wasn't where I thought it would be.
Next ball is outside the off stump, and it's just dropped down into the ground, and there's a direct hit at the stumps. I think they were pretty comfortably home for the single. It was almost a late switch in shot by Beaumont. It was a good throw coming in.
Not 100% sure what they were appealing for. Why Boucher was standing behind the stumps by that point. But yeah, it was a good throw and a direct hit. But she's very slow to actually react to the ball being hit out there.
In comes Sapkari again, and it's just plodded back to the bowler by Boucher, just taking her time. They're, unlike India, they're being just reasonably cautious and respectful early on in the innings, perhaps aware that the ball is as likely to be swinging.
Also, they're batting before stumps, aren't they? So probably more likely to just bat within yourself a little bit.
Next ball's pushed into extra cover, and they take off for a quick single. So they definitely have been more proactive in taking the quick singles early on, and they finish off the third over 8 for none with Boucher on 5 and Beaumont on 2. And yes, 6:01 it is local time. So 29 minutes of play. Very much the tactic, you think, then to just take it easy, go for the safe options, hit along the ground, and try and get through to stumps unscathed.
Yeah, the bowling's been pretty straight. They haven't really got a lot of bad balls. When the ball was overpitched, we saw a big drive from Boucher. We really haven't seen anything like that to Beaumont at the moment. So yeah, I just think if they were bowling a bit more loose, they're a slightly different kind of opening bowlers than what England have.
Gord starts the next over, and it's just carved by Boucher out to point, no run.
England's bowling attack is a little bit more fast and wild and loose, although that last ball was a little bit wider than she would have wanted. And this is a little bit more line and length consistency. So you're not expecting to get a lot of bad balls at the moment. Although she'd probably be annoyed that she didn't put that away, Boucher.
She taps about twice, ducks down as in comes Gord, and that's well down the leg side.
As I said, line and length, and also the occasional filthy ball down the leg side.
Well, we saw a lot of balls similar to that from
England.
Yeah, particularly from Filer, and she opened the bowling from the nursery end, which is where Gord is bowling from now.
I think Gord tried to swing that the other way, and it just got away from her. So
she comes in again over the wicket this time as she's overcorrected, and it's well outside the off stump.
So this one, I'm pretty sure, is swinging away. Let's have a look. Yeah. So that one a little bit wide of off stump, as you said, swinging away. Whereas the last one, I think she was trying to get it to swing back in, and it just got completely away from her. I think she just needs to worry about the top of off stump here. She's got the ball swinging.
She's running in again. This time it's just played in front of point, and they run through for the single. Another well-run single. Takes England on to 9. Brings Beaumont back on to strike. Goes for a little bit of a garden. Just checking with umpire C.
I'm trying to see if she's taking a guard down the crease a little bit as well, which we have seen a bit in this game already.
Yeah, we saw that early on at the Indian batters doing that, trying to negate the swing. Next ball's defended back up to Gord.
Yeah, that one. Let's just have a look. That one, yeah, that one's come back in. That's what I thought it might have. But so there's a little bit of movement. I wouldn't say every ball is gone, but we've had a little bit of swing and a little bit of seam so far. So now it's just about getting the ball in the right spots consistently, especially for the last half an hour.
And Gord is in. The bowl's, oh, she's tucked her up there. And the finger goes up from umpire Sue. And can you believe it? Tammy Beaumont doesn't bother appealing. That looked absolutely plumb. And she walks off hoping that she'll get another opportunity. But that was well bowled. She was just cut in half, really, by that delivery. Ball coming back in, and England have lost their first wicket for 9 runs, and it is that of Tammy Beaumont who departs for 2.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that kept low as well. I mean, Tammy Beaumont's only about 3 foot tall, and it still seemed to hit her under the knee roll. But as you said, it moved a long way back, and she was just trying to find her range. She was trying to swing it away. Just have a look. I think that might have been the wobble ball. Actually, I think Beaumont was just late on it in the end. Just a little bit late on it, and I'm sure it was going to be clipping leg stump. And so she asked Boucher at the other end, and Boucher said, yeah, I think you're gone. So first wicket, that's huge for India, because realistically, until that delivery, we hadn't even seen anything that looked like a potential wicket.
So it is Heather Knight coming out now, former captain. The first wicket down. England don't get through to stumps unscathed.
So Heather Knight doesn't have a night watch.
Oh.
Too
One
soon?
could argue she is always the night watch.
Okay, sorry.
And I am going to hand over to Neil Manthorp now. And Jarrod, you're going to say something to make this segue very, very smooth.
Yep, that's what I do. That was the end of that over, so it's a shame that they can't get one straight at Heather Knight. As this one is coming back in and left alone. Well, actually, played and missed, and then she tried to leave it alone, perhaps. But the angle of that coming back at the stumps, yeah, I think she wanted to leave it at one stage and realised it was swinging back towards her. Good delivery there, Neil Manthorp.
It was, wasn't it? It's impressive. Impressive stuff, using the slope, or letting the ball use the slope, I should say. So England 9 for 1 in reply to India's 285. This one's flicked away very nicely by Heather Knight off her pads out towards deep square leg, and they charge through for a single. In fact, they're coming back for a second. Fielded in the deep by Sri Charani. Might just see an over of her left arm spin. Why not? Before the day is out. But India already will be feeling with that early wicket, almost irrespective of what happens, that in the remaining 25 minutes that they've had the better of the first day. Never lost a test match in which they scored 300 plus in the first innings. Well, they didn't quite get to 300, but 285 still a pretty good score. And I reckon this Lord's pitch has got plenty on offer for the bowlers of the quicker sort, and particularly for the spinners. And remember, India have got 3 frontline spinners, just really the 2 frontline seamers, and they will have been delighted at the amount of spin, particularly that Maddie Villiers was able to extract. Sophie Ecclestone also turning it off the straight, and finished up with 3 for 68 after an expensive start in which she was attacked early, but she took 3 for 6 in 6 balls to finish off the innings, while Lauren Filer was great value for her, 2 for 40, and Maddie Villiers 19 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 79. Chipped up into the air and was in the air for a while. Richa Ghosh we thought would keep wicket. She's been India's regular keeper for the best part 18 months, 2 years, and she's in fact in at short leg now, so I don't know whether is there logic there?
She's as close as she could be without being behind the stumps, I suppose.
There are 2 slips as well. Keeper standing up as Sadgari is in once again from the pavilion end, and turned away down towards long leg, and fielded in the I think India have got a substitute fielder on, haven't they, down there at fine leg? Oh no, it's Sri Charani. Sorry, it's not a substitute. I just mentioned the fact that she might bowl an over of left arm spin. But,
I do have a gripe about the Indian shirts, is that their names are written so small that it's almost impossible to read them.
Well, unless you're up close and standing next to them, then it would be a lot easier. But from the commentary box, not so easy. Beautiful extra cover drive from Boucher now. It was full and inviting outside the off stump. We'll get a couple for it.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity, this actually, for Maya Boucher coming into this test side. She's been in and around this England side for a while now, and she's just, a lot of times she's the almost person. So they're coming into the World Cup. She was called up into the India squad, to the squad to play against India in those T20s ahead of the World Cup, but wasn't in the World Cup squad. And then she's been performing for Hampshire. As this one, she looks to just work off her pads into the leg side, and there's again no run, and it will be a dot to end the over. So 5 overs gone, 13 for 1, and she's been really performing at county level, and again she just gets that call up because of her consistency. And I think it's quite hard as well for someone like Boucher, because she knows that she's so often almost there, and then she does perform at the level when she's given the opportunity, but she's still that almost person, and that's really hard to try and prove yourself, and then when you do, you're still not quite there.
It must be very frustrating as well, particularly when you're having a season like she is, has been enjoying this year, and you sort of begin to develop that reputation as the almost person. I'm trying to think of a male equivalent. You know, there've been many very, very fine male cricketers over the, just thinking of Mark Ramprakash, for example, somebody who's a consistent run scorer, record-breaking run scorer, just never quite well, he had lots of opportunity, I suppose. Maya Boucher hasn't really had that many. That one keeps low outside the off stump, and it's left alone, no run.
Yeah, it's tricky, but I guess then you just have to step up and take the opportunity with both hands when it's offered to you. She has performed in test level before, has Boucher. She knows that she can do it again, and you know they're few and far between. So when you're given the opportunity to step up and play the red ball game, put the whites on, just seeing the replay of that, that's kept very low. Good bit of work behind the stumps. As this one again full and flies through slightly higher through to Bhatia behind the stumps this time.
I wonder whether there's inconsistent bounce. I mean, it would have developed suddenly and very quickly if that is the case. But I suspect that it's more to do with Kranti Gaud's pace and action. She's more of a slinger, not really a bang it into the pitch type bowler. That one goes past the outside edge, very well bowled. That one has a little bit of extra zip to it and beats the outside edge comfortably. 13 for 1. It's also a really difficult time of day, isn't it? With 20 minutes to go, 18 minutes to go, you're not quite sure. Obviously, the Brendan McCullum influence on the men's team means that you smash it in the last 18 minutes of the last. It doesn't matter what time of day it is, but convention still dictates for most other test teams in the world, men's or women's. That one's chopped away behind square on the offside. You're thinking, let's not clip a curb. Just as we're reversing into the garage. Keep all the wing mirrors in place and make sure that the car's in good nick for tomorrow morning.
Yeah, especially when you're having the weather that we're having at the moment. I know that sounds really silly, but quite often you can think, right, there could be some weather around tomorrow, we could lose overs here, we could lose something there, but the fact that it looks like well set for the next few days and you are going to get all your overs in, as this one is just defended by Knight, straight back up to the bowler. You've got to think, right, we've got a lot of overs to bowl out, to bat out here. India batted well, perhaps left a few runs out there, cleaned up in the end the tail by Sophie Ecclestone to put herself as England's leading wicket taker. But you think, right, there's runs to be scored out there. See ourselves through tonight, don't have to do anything silly. Come out tomorrow, going to be really nice batting conditions again in the morning, sun shining, and then go again.
Kranti Gaud in again and defended by Heather Knight, pushing that one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Steve Harmison and I chatted to Heather Knight a couple of weeks ago, and it was on the Following On podcast on talkSPORT, and she, I said at one point, so have you still got the drive and the hunger and the desire, and do you still spring out of bed in the morning like you did when you were 25? And there was a delicious 2-second pause before she answered and said, well, maybe not quite like when I was 25. So she's not in denial. She knows that she's closer to the end than at the beginning, and she had such an extended and successful time as leader of the team. It's always difficult to go back into the ranks, but she's there's absolutely no doubt about commitment. Like every player, that's left alone outside the off stump, and nicely taken by Yastika Bhatia. But it's not the playing, it's not the bowling and the batting and the fielding that gets to you. It's the warm-ups.
Yeah, I think you can often tell that actually, the older players just don't want to go out there and be doing the different hamstring feed the chickens, stretching.
You need some 22-year-old telling you to warm up and stretch. It's just, that's a brilliant take from Bhatia. Gosh, it was a long way down the leg side. She's standing up. And she's taken that superbly, and she receives the congratulations of several of her teammates from the slip cordon, and that was a genuinely brilliant take. I suppose the one thing is that it was that far down the leg side. She almost had time to move down the leg side and then refocus on the ball before she took it. They didn't even need instincts. It was a pretty poor delivery. And this one is overcompensated outside the off stump and left alone once again by Maya Boucher. 2 slips a gully, keep standing up, short leg.
It's a very different start this, isn't it, for England? We saw India, they were pretty quick out of the traps, obviously lost 2 wickets fairly early on in the day and then built the partnerships from there, but they were going on 6 and over at one point.
yeah, 6.5 even. The way they attacked Sophie Ecclestone early on was very impressive. That's back and across. Boucher steers it towards backward point. No run as Jemmy Rodrigues does the fielding, the tidying up. Mid on, mid off. Rodrigues at cover. Gully, 2 slips, keeper up, short leg, mid on, and a long leg. So it's as an attacking field as you would expect for the new ball bowlers. Again, though, the Indian attack is going to be reliant on the 3 frontline spinners and a couple of part-timers who also bowl some spin. I don't know whether the skipper Harmanpreet Kaur still turns her arm over every now and then. It's defended away out on the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, I doubt we'll see Harmanpreet bowling, but
unless England are 350 for 4.
There is that. There is that. It could happen. Stranger things have happened, of course, but I highly doubt it, really. Someone that has really come through as a sort of golden arm for India over the last year has been Shefali Verma.
Full and pushed away by Heather Knight up towards, by Boucher up towards mid-off and intercepted at cover. 13 for 1 at the end of the over. Tell us more about Shefali Verma. She got a good ball today, by the way. You know, batters often blame themselves, but she got a real ripper from Lauren Filer to depart for a 4-ball duck.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to accept that, don't you? Well, she was never necessarily really been known as one of the bowlers that you would be worried about in an England side or in an Indian side or one of the bowlers at all. And then there was sort of this spark of genius, and then in the World Cup final actually came to the party, picked up some wickets, and she just has this knack of taking wickets unexpectedly. And then this was in the ODI World Cup that India won, obviously, back in November. As Gowder's in again, and Heather Knight just lets this one fly through to Yasika Bhatia behind the stumps. And so she's someone they've actually turned to more and more, the youngster, and I guess that obviously offers her the confidence as well to then think, actually, I am turning into a bit more of someone that you can come to with the ball rather than just like, oh, let's just try this out and see what happens. And she picks up wickets. She has this knack. You know, you get certain bowlers. Heather Knight is another one. She has a knack of just picking up wickets. As Gowder's in again, and this time played to just behind point by Knight, who again can't get it through, and there's no run. Score remains 13 for 1.
Is Heather still bowling?
I haven't seen her bowl in a while. No.
As I was saying earlier to Raf Nicholson, just what a difference it makes if Nat Sivabrunt is fit to bowl. And I'm not talking about long spells, but 3 or 4 overs max, and her wicket-taking ability. Oh, there's an appeal for leg before wicket. I think there's an inside edge. Not out, says umpire Sue Redfern. The Indians are now considering that because it was definitely straight enough. May well have been hitting the stumps, and I also may be imagining it, but did you hear 2 noises?
Yeah, I thought I heard 2 noises as well. There was an appeal and then sort of stopped very abruptly, actually, whether that was just the realization from the Indian fielders, but we're just waiting here. It looks like everyone's getting back into position, so I don't think they're going to be sending this one upstairs. But asking the questions here, and how they would love to pick up a second wicket this close to the close of play here on day 1 of the first ever women's test match at Lord's.
It's lived up to hopes and expectations as well, I reckon. Cranji Gord in again. Oh, and a drive and a miss outside the off stump. That was Heather Knight berating herself. I wouldn't say she launched into the drive, but she certainly planted the front foot and swung lustily through the line. It's a good looking shot, but didn't make contact. Very difficult time of day for England, having fought back superbly. You know, you think that India were 190 for 3 and then lost 7 for 95 in 30 overs. That's, you can say that there's been some careless batting. I think that would be unkind and unfair. I think the England bowlers certainly deserved their rewards. I think they stuck to their game plans and first of all slowed things up, and then got the vital wickets of Smriti Mandana for 83 and Harmanpreet Kaur for 58. So excellent fight back, and then a quick wrap up at the tail from Sophie Ecclestone. Took 3 for 3 in 6 balls 285 all out. Now England 13 for 1. They've lost Tammy Beaumont, chopped away behind square on the offside on this occasion by Heather Knight, straight to backward point. And there's no run. Poor old Tammy Beaumont. She's secured her place in history. I mean, there isn't a great deal she hasn't achieved. World Cup wins, and from a personal point of view, hundreds in all 3 formats. Only the second English batter to do that. But there were more runs in the script for today or tomorrow.
There's the good thing about Test cricket, you get to bat twice.
No, I reckon England will rather be hoping to bat once in, in this game. It might be a vain hope or an optimistic hope. But do you not think a lead would be really important if they're to try and win it? If they are to win this game, of course they're going to try to win it. But if it's taking this much turn on day one, I don't think it's going to get a great deal easier to bat on. It might be tomorrow. That one is flicked away. That's a beautiful piece of timing from Maya Boucher. Just back of a length from Satgari, and it nips in as well down the slope in towards the pads, and just helped on its way by Boucher, who moves up to 9, and England, she moves up to 13, and England 17 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they would love to establish a lead. We said India perhaps left a couple of runs out there, but I think what was so key to that England bowling attack was that they didn't let themselves get frustrated when those partnerships were building. As this one is just targeted right at the pads of Boucher, who drives it up towards mid-on. Again, there's no run. Is that they didn't let themselves get frustrated and try too many different things. They weren't trying to sort of dig in the bounces and go for those huge variations. They stuck to their plans, they took those wickets, and then crucially, they cleaned up the tail, because so often you can see in Test cricket, those runs just leak in the tail because you try and do something different. You think, oh, right, these are tail enders, let's do X, Y, and Z, let's bounce them, let's try this. And actually, you stick to good cricket and what got out the top order, and you're going to get out the lower order. And Sophie Ecclestone did that so well.
Drive and a miss outside the off stump from Maya Boucher. Now it's full once again from Satgari outside the off stump, and she doesn't make contact. Taken not cleanly by Yastika Bhatia. Well, we've seen it in the England men's Test team, haven't we? Just this stark contrast in the approach between bowling at the top order and the tail enders, and you suddenly 8, 9, 10, 11 come in, and all England's bowlers try to bounce them out. They start aiming for the heads when they've been bowling a 4th stump line and hitting the stumps, trapping LBW. It's good enough for the top order, but they change tactics for the lower order. That's full and straight outside the off stump. But I thought Lauren Filer, who does of course have the pace, one of the few bowlers in the women's game really who has the power. I think she used the short ball pretty well. Perhaps didn't bowl short enough when she was going short, but she won't, I guess, take the headlines with figures of 2 for 40 off 13 overs. But I thought she was not just impressive to watch, but effective, and did a super job against the top order without success apart from that one. Pushed away defensively now once again by Boucher up towards mid-off, but she bowled an absolute beauty to get rid of Shafali Verma for a 4-ball naught in the second over, and then effectively bounced out Risha Ghosh, who's a danger player for India. But, I think I'm probably just biased because she's really good to watch. Just very, very impressive. One of probably the fastest bowler in the women's game at the moment around the world. Full and straight, last ball of the over, and again defended by Boucher up towards the mid-on. Am I missing someone? I know that Shabnam Ismail came back for South Africa to play in the T20 World Cup, and she would, I think, even now at 35, she's probably quicker than Lauren Filer. But is there anybody currently playing?
Not coming up through the ranks as the pace of someone like Shabnam Ismail, Lauren Filer, perhaps. I would say that Shabs maybe just has a few kilometres still at her age, and I think she's got that accuracy more. She's honed that. She's been around a lot longer, obviously, than Lauren Filer. But, Filer was, if you hear her interview, she says, I just want to bowl quick, really. That's what she wants to do. That's the target, is to just keep building those kilometres, add miles an hour to her pace, and then, yes, the accuracy, as we've seen at times, can waver. And you can get away with it a little more in Test cricket because you go down the leg side, it's not called a wide, which is you know, it can be erratic in white ball cricket, and suddenly you're leaking runs. As Sneh Rana comes into the attack, we have turned to a bit of spin, this time giving a bit of flight and targeted at the toes of Knight, who just punches this up towards extra cover, and there is no run.
I did think we'd see some spin before the close. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of left arm spin as well. Oh, that's an edge, and it's just fallen short of second slip. 2 slips in for Sneh Rana, bowling to Heather Knight, and the former England captain edged that one to second slip, who's now gesticulating to her teammates like a yard ahead. She said, "That's where I should have been. I would have been there, but you told me." She has now taken a step forward, actually. She's now considerably in front of first slip, having been pretty much alongside her the previous delivery. Heather Knight plays the next one defensively, and there's no run. So tense times for England. Probably time for one. It depends how quickly Sneh Rana gets through this over, but definitely time for one more after this one, and perhaps 2, as Heather Knight again plays defensively out towards mid-wicket. Would you make this a 60-40 India day?
If they can pick up another wicket,
oh,
for sure, 70-30 at least. They can get rid of Knight.
Either one. Just one more wicket, and they take a firm grip, albeit maybe with one hand, of the steering wheel of this test match. Sneh Rana in once again. Heather Knight defends. She's got 1 off 18 balls, Heather Knight. So no doubt it's good old-fashioned closing up of the shop, and make sure that service will be resumed first thing tomorrow morning with everything intact and the shelves stocked. Last ball of the over from Sneh Rana. The Indian players well aware that the clock is ticking down because they're all running to their fielding positions for the next over.
You ever see that in men's cricket? Oh, we're coming towards the end of the day, we're going to run to the other end.
Only if they're really on top.
They need 1 wicket and they've got 20 minutes to do it or something. No, it's not something you see that often. So good to see trying to get through these overs, as old Father Time is just being shown to us, ticking down nicely. So Heather Knight 1 from 20, Boucher at the other end 13 from 34. 17 for 1 the score after 10 overs here. England trail by 268 on day 1 here at Lord's. Beautiful sunshine still overhead. Over to our right, the shadows just starting to lengthen across the field as Maya Boucher taps her bat, and Kranti Gold 1 for 4 from her 4 so far. She's in right arm over the wicket, and Boucher just drives this up towards extra cover, and there is no run. Score remains 17 for 1.
Shadows lengthening from the main grandstand, which has taken the vast majority of today's crowd, largely because the both stands to our left, the pavilion, the tavern stand and the mound stand, are both being closed to the public today. Just less money to pay for security staff, I suppose. There's Kranti Goud is in for the second ball of the over, last over of the day, played away defensively by Boucher. The corporate suites, the VIP suites, they're all open on both of those stands, the mound stand and the tavern stand, but it's only the Warner stand and the grandstand to our right, as well as the Edridge and Compton stands, which the media centre is in the middle of at the nursery end, that have been open to the public today. Outside the off stump, good leave from Maya Boucher, remains 13 not out from 36 balls.
Yeah, this is when it becomes a mental game, isn't it? Coming towards the back end of the day, you just have to not be tempted into driving at those ones. Just shoulder arms, let it go through. You don't need to be playing at these. And it's smart cricket, this, from both Boucher and Knight. Not worried about strike rates, not worried about trying to crunch the ball away. Just seeing themselves through to the close of play. As Kranti Goud is in again, and Boucher drives this up towards extra cover and doesn't get it through. Slight misfield, but doesn't cost any extra runs. Score remains 17 for 1. 3 balls to come in the over.
Remember, this is a test match with 100 overs scheduled each day. I think that is a slightly patronising throwback to bygone eras, expecting the women to bowl 100 overs in a day. It's ridiculous, frankly. Nice little leg glance here from Maya Boucher as Kranti Goud strays into the pads, that ball nipping back down the slope, and fielded by left arm spinner Sri Charani, who won't be able to have a bowl today. But what I was heading towards saying is that there's a long time to go in this test match. 300 overs nominally, but even if it's 260, that's still a lot of cricket still to play. And so anybody who thinks that England have missed a chance here, 11 overs and they've scored just 21 runs, doesn't matter. It's the fact that so far, and I shouldn't jump the gun, but it is the last ball of the day coming up. They have only lost one wicket. Kranti got in and played defensively by Maya Boucher, and she will finish the day unbeaten on 17 with Heather Knight on a single from 20 balls. As India batted first, made 285, and England in their reply after 11 overs reaching 21 for 1. So runs on the board count for a lot. I think that there's quite a bit on offer in this Lord's pitch. It's not a flat one at all, and I don't think that it will be on day 2. And by the third morning, and certainly day 4, I think it's going to be offering significant spin. A couple spun sharply today, and if I was India, I would be very satisfied with my day's work. If I was in the England camp, by the way, I'd be also saying, you know what, things could have been a whole lot worse at 190 for 3. We took 7 for 95, and we're very much in this test match. Yeah, after many years of covering test cricket, I have to say, Georgie, this is 390 odd men's test matches. This is my first women's test match to commentate on live. I have watched a lot, but I had enormous hopes and expectations for the day of this historic test match, and I was prepared to be disappointed, but I have not. They have exceeded my hopes and expectations.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. I actually am an eternal pessimist because I'm never disappointed. So if you always have really low expectations of things, but actually coming into today, I was hugely excited. Since it was announced, actually, we knew that today was a day for the diary. Even if you didn't have a diary yet for this year, this was the day to go in your electronic one, and it hasn't disappointed. It's been really exciting, even from the way it started at the beginning of the day with former players all heading out to the middle, the portraits being unveiled in the long room as well. It has been a real celebration, and the last few weeks have been such a celebration of women's cricket and everything that it involves in this country. And just a few days on from that T20 World Cup loss, England back out there fighting in the middle, and I think we could be set up for an exciting next few days here. England close the day 21 for 1, the wicket to fall, that of Tammy Beaumont in what could be her last ever international innings. She went LBW to Kranti Gold for 2 from just 7. So out there, heading out in the morning will be Maya Boucher resuming on 17 and Heather Knight on 1. Just the 3 bowlers used by India, Satgare, Goud and Rana. Just Goud to pick up the 1 wicket from her 5 overs. But plenty of cricket to come over the next few days. And for once, we can be pretty confident that the weather is not going to have an impact.
Welcome to following on from Lords after the first day of the historic first women's test match at the home of cricket between England and India. And it's the tourists who've just about shaded the honours after posting 285 after being asked to bat first by Nat Siva Brunt. 83 top score from Smriti Mandana at the top of the order, and 58 from veteran skipper Harmanpreet Kaur. India in pole position at 190 for 3 after an exhilarating first session in which they scored 122. Did lose 3 wickets, but really strongly placed. England, however, fought back to take the last 7 wickets for the addition of just 95 more runs. Sophie Ecclestone wrapping the tail up with 3 for 3 in 6 balls to finish with 3 for 68 and to become England's leading international wicket taker of all time. Lauren Filer was particularly impressive with the new ball. With 2 for 40, she bowled quickly, especially in her opening spell. And Maddie Villiers, with her off-spinners, which were turning sharply at times, took 2 for 79. England then lost soon-to-be-retired opener Tammy Beaumont, LBW to Kranti Goud for 2. but Maya Boucher with 17 from 40 balls, and former skipper Heather Knight finished 1 not out from 20 balls as they closed up shop in traditional old-fashioned style to make sure that shelves were as well stocked as possible for day 2. A really thoroughly entertaining day, watched by a crowd of over 10,000 and more than double that expected for the second day, on an occasion as huge as this and as keenly as anticipated as this. And the entertainment value can sometimes fall short of hopes and expectations, but it certainly did not on this day. Alongside me, I've got Georgie Heath and Jarrod Kimber to talk about the highlights of the day. Let me start with you, Georgie. I do feel that runs on the board are very important. I think there's something in this Lord's pitch for the seamers and surprisingly for the spinners, even on day 1. So runs on the board for India and an early wicket. I would say that they've just shaded the day.
I think that 1 wicket actually just tipped it in their favour. So we know how destructive Tammy Beaumont can be, especially in the whites, and we've seen what she can do before. She does have a double century to her name. India putting up 285, and actually at one point they looked like they could be pushing up well beyond 300. And then England really fighting back in the back end of that innings. Sophie Ecclestone picking up those wickets down the back end and not letting the tail just wag of that Indian innings. So I'd say India will feel that they're just about in the driving seat, but it's like, you know, when you go and you start learning to drive and the instructor has the steering wheel as well, and so you're in the driving seat, but they've also got a little bit of control too. I feel like that's the kind of situation here. India perhaps just ahead, they are driving, but England can take control very easily should they need to.
Jarrod, that the fight back 7 for 95 began with outstanding catch from Amy Jones standing up to Izzy Wong to get rid of Smriti Mandana. You know, it was pretty wide outside the off stump, and then a beauty from Maddie Villiers to bowl Harmanpreet Kaur. I thought that was a big moment, not just in the innings, but as a portent for India's chances of winning this Test match. If it's turning that much on day 1, it was a bit of an eye-opener for me.
Yeah, I think we saw Sophie Ecclestone earlier spin a couple, so we knew there was something in the wicket. But I think I think the first one we saw from Maddie Villiers actually spun down the leg side, and we both gasped, manners at the time, and we did think, okay, well, if it's going to do that, that's going to help India. I think what's interesting as well is that India seamers, by bowling straighter, have actually got more out of the pitch for the seamers as well. So far, it's very early on. If I was the Indian coach, I'd still be saying we should have made 350. We gave that away. We had many set players. We had a really good partnership, and we should have gone on and made more runs. But because they got that, you know, half an hour, 45 minutes before the close of play, and they bowled so well, I'd be feeling pretty confident at the moment. But it just depends on what happens. When the sun was out in the middle of the day, I thought it was a pretty easy pitch to bat on. All things considered. Once the ball stops swinging, it'll just depend on the spinners then.
There were a couple of outstanding performances. Izzy Wong was brilliant, I thought, Georgie, today. She had to bowl a couple of long spells. She took a very good catch to get rid of the dangerous Risha Ghosh down at long leg after Lauren Filer had bowled a number of bouncers, and she eventually induced the top edge. But for such a huge occasion, and bear in mind that the India coach said after their failing to reach the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup that actually the game that they were looking forward to most on this tour was this Test match. So the sense of occasion might well have got to several players on either side. It didn't seem to.
I love that. Well, we lost here, but actually we're more interested in this one anyway. So, you know, it's fine. It's fine. I'm totally fine with that. It's fine. It's fine. No, I really like that they've really stepped up today, and they have embraced the day, because, you know, we've said the H word so many times. Tomorrow, if anyone does say historic, they're buying me a drink. So even if it's myself, I will buy you one. But the H word has been used a lot, but it has been, and it has been a real landmark day and a sort of moment that in history for the women's game, and you think where it will go from here, where it's already come in the last few years and where it will next go. So that is really exciting to see. The first of something is a thrilling thing to be part of, and then also to see players who have been part of such a change in the women's game. Some who've been around for so long. Think of someone like Heather Knight, but then you think of also someone like Smriti Mandana stepping up on the day as well. So it has been incredible. Harmanpreet Kaur as well. Obviously, we've seen how many T20s she'd played, and we saw that historic mark crossed just a few weeks ago. And now to be part of this is really something for the women's game, not just the women's game, for the game as a whole and the global game. And then it's delivered as well. It's not just, oh yeah, tick a box, cool, we let the women play cricket at Lords. The women came to Lords to play cricket, and it's been really good cricket as well. So it's none of this just like, oh, well done for showing up, as perhaps in the past sometimes people would have talked about women's cricket. You know, I think it was Elise Perry who said, you know, if I'm getting criticised, that's good. I want that, because that shows that people aren't just saying, oh, well done, we let you play. They're interested in the game and how you're performing as well. England women in the Ashes a few years ago, they were getting criticised, but actually that's a good thing, because people care and people are expecting more of players now. So I think to step up, play here, but also play well and put in some really good performances. That delivery from Maddie Villiers, she's going to remember that for a long time. Your first test wicket and you take one like that, that's sensational.
Yeah, I think the first session looked like two teams who don't play Test cricket a lot. And I was talking to someone in the media who'd been bowling to them in the nets and said that the Indian women were practicing the leave because it's just not a thing that they have to play all that often in their professional careers, right? Manners, look at Manners' face. That's a face of a man who spent the first 15 years of his life practicing his leave. And so
the first 20 years of my broadcasting career watching it, mostly.
Yeah, shout out to Gary Kirsten. But I think if you look at that first session, it looked like two teams not quite short. England's line of length wasn't as consistent as it should have been. Some of the field placings was wrong. India was going harder than they needed to, considering the bad bowling. And then the second session, they both just went, oh no, Test cricket's this. And I thought because of that, it made it a much more captivating day, because, you know, you had the first session, which felt like a one-day game. You had the second one, which felt like a test match. And then you had the proper sort of collapse and then having to come out and bat at the end. It really was an engaging day because there were three different facets of things going on at different times. So it was, you know, wonderful to be here. It didn't feel like you were at Lords normally. On the way in, Manners, I was looking around going, I can't tell who on this tube might be going to the cricket game today. That is not normal if you come to a game at Lords. It felt like something different and something special. But on top of that, I thought the cricket was really engaging.
I found the first session highly entertaining. And you're suggesting there was a certain amount of maybe, I don't know, naivety in the approach of both teams. I mean, Jamie Rodrigues was a... Perhaps she's a stroke maker. I mean, that's what she does.
Yeah, I don't say naivety. I just think they hadn't found the rhythm of what the game was. I think India were going slightly too hard at times with their shots, and England couldn't find the right line and length, whereas that in the second session was the opposite, right?
But one thing that I really enjoyed in that first session is the way India took the attack straight away to Sophie Ecclestone, because if you were going to come up with what England's game plan might be and what it has been in the previous 6 or 7 or 8 test matches, Sophie Ecclestone has been the control hub. And so if you attack that immediately, and they did, they took 21 off the first 2 overs, which I thought was really brave and you know, threatened to work for a while, because Maddie Villiers had to bowl 19 overs and Sophie Ecclestone came on right at the end. So there was some really brave cricket as well in that first session. We haven't mentioned Deepti Sharma, by the way, at number 6, who made 57 off 87. You must have been happy with the authentic, old-fashioned test qualities of her innings.
I like the sweep shots. I think Gary sent us a message at one stage saying that, you know, since these numbers have been kept, she has the most runs from sweep shots. No, I really like the way that she played. It's not that I didn't like the attacking cricket either. It's what it was trying to find what you need to do. Test cricket has a certain rhythm, and I think you could see at times there were certain players who weren't aware of what that rhythm was. Izzy Wong's first spell wasn't anywhere near as good as the second one, where she just went, no, top off is what I need to do. And I think that we can't expect these players to be fantastic test cricketers all the time when they don't play any test cricket. And the fact that they both came out, I think both teams had, I wouldn't say maybe the coaches had something to say, but I would say that the coaches and captains all went, this is fine. What we've done in the first session is not horrendous, but now we need to, with the bat, we need to put ourselves in, and with the ball, we need to sit back and put some pressure on.
I think also on the point of Izzy Wong, think about it. She's travelled around the country just bowling in the nets with the T20 squad for the last month and a half, not getting a game. And then, yes, she's had the opportunity to practice with the red ball, but it still takes a toll on you being part of a squad, and then the ups and downs of everything not being included, that's always going to hurt, and then still not being included, but being part of a team that then doesn't win a final just a few days ago, to then have to turn it around to come and perform in the middle, because as much as you can play cricket in the nets, nothing is going to replicate playing out in the middle, and these players don't play a lot of test cricket, and actually she's not played a lot of any cricket out in the middle recently. So that's, I think, really impressive from her to be able to turn that around and put that performance out in the middle.
The whole summer for England has been geared towards the T20 World Cup on home soil, rightly. At the same time, you know, this Test match was in the fixture list for almost a year. So it must have been incredibly difficult, not just physically but emotionally and mentally, to focus all your effort and might, emotional might, towards the T20 World Cup, and then to lose the final, and then to pop up 48 hours later to play in the Test match. And there will be other people who say, well, you know, you're lucky, you've got a second go.
It was funny. I was just talking to someone from Indian cricket, and they said that they felt that the women had really, the fact that they hadn't made the semi-final was really gutting to them, and they were upset. And he was saying, you know, they've got to get one back. And I said, well, England just lost the final too, right? You've got two teams who, as you say, have got this second chance to come out and play. And also in this particular case, you're talking about, I don't know if you guys have used this word today, but a historic Test match here.
Sorry, what is that word? Let me just look it up. I've not heard that one.
But do you know what? You've got this huge moment to build towards. But you're also, a week ago, you were worrying about economy rates and, you know, bowling cutters and clearing your front leg. Like, there's a lot going on in a very short period of time. And you could have understood if today was a low-quality day of cricket, right? Like, if that would have been the case, we all would have said, well, they don't play a lot of Test matches. And, you know, they were playing the World Cup. But it wasn't. It was a high-quality day of cricket. So I think that's a fantastic thing.
Throw it forward then, Georgie, before we close this pod up. I'm not going to ask you what the team's aim will be. I mean, I'm assuming that you know, they'll, as always, take the first hour and then, you know, see how it goes. And but what do you think will? How do you think that the game will play out on the second day?
You know, I expect Heather Knight to push on a little bit more in the morning. You could see that she's played more Test cricket than the rest of her team, so she's a smart cricketer. She knew how to see it through to the end of today. Wasn't worried at all about run scoring. She just wanted to see it through to the close of play, just one wicket down. Done that, tick that box. She'll come out tomorrow and play slightly more forward-thinking cricket, more aggressive, not necessarily come out, clear your front leg, as Jarrod is saying in the T20 aggressive cricket, but she'll be able to get more into the rhythm of her game, I think, in good conditions. It's going to be sunny rather than playing that sort of back end of the day, worrying about, you know, seeing it through to the close of play. Difficult time of the day. You've been out there all day in the field as well. So I can see England going up more of a lick in the morning tomorrow as well. Maya Bouchier, another player in form, out there to prove something in international colours as well. So this partnership could build something really nice tomorrow morning, I reckon, if they can go back, you know, have your ice bath, do whatever it is you do these days. Can't keep up with what recovery you're meant to do anymore. All I remember is that there was a time when, a couple of years ago, there was a Test match, Nat Siver-Brunt scored 100, Alice Davison-Richards scored 100, and the ice bath they used were recycling bins. And there's this picture of them sat in them. Kind of like to think maybe they've come a bit beyond that, and they're not sat in recycling bins behind the pavilion, but if they are sat behind the pav in a recycling bin, that's fantastic, and I think that should just be on the wall in the long room as well, which would be marvellous. But no, I think tomorrow is about this partnership. Heather Knight stepping up, being that senior player and saying, right, this is how we're going to go about today, and stamping her authority early on in the day.
Jarrod, 3 or 4 overs from the seamers, and then a day largely of spin from your expectations for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think you definitely have to give it back to the seamers. I think they both deserve more overs tomorrow. But it wasn't always swinging for them. They did get the ball to swing, but there was still a little bit of seam. I don't know if the Tammy Beaumont one might have actually been more seam than swing. So definitely give them a couple of overs and then bring the spinners on, and then maybe use the seamers for 1 or 2 of those sort of Izzy Wong spells of just top of off stump. I think the Indian seamers bowl well enough to certainly get at least 1 spell each in the morning, but hopefully they're not forgotten about and we just see spin from then on in.
Jarrod, Kimber, thank you very much. Georgie Heath, thank you very much as well. Thanks also to Dr. Raf Nicholson, who's been absolutely brilliant today. The only doctor of women's cricket. She literally is, and the author of 2 brilliant books. She's been tremendous throughout the day. So many thanks to you for listening and watching wherever you've been. A reminder that India batted first, made 285. England are still 264 behind that, having finished the first day on 21 for 1 after the departure of Tammy Beaumont LBW to Kranti Gowd for 2. We'll be back on air shortly before 11 o'clock, live ball-by-ball commentary on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But for today, thank you for listening and for watching from around the world. Your feedback is always welcome on the chat panel on the YouTube channel. So do let us know where you're listening and watching, and we look forward to your company on day 2.